Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another day of the Chinese DPC Division 2. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X5 joining you once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir, to another day of China DPC. How you doing?
Doing great, Mike. We had a great set of matches yesterday. A lot of excitement coming out there. We saw a pretty big win for S-Nova over Poke. We saw Piggy Killer kind of go wild. That was 2 days ago. That was 3 days ago, my bad. Piggy Killer versus Lonely Rock and Roll, and Meteor versus IGV, with IGV taking a surprise win. And we've still got great matches here today, Mike. You know, we've got a lot of matches today. Again, we're going past the midpoint of Tour 2 for Div 2. So every match starts to count. You know, this is where the lines start to get divided, you know, and you get the demarcation line set up, and, well, things start to get really spicy, Mike.
That's one way to word it, the demarcation line. Well, there you go. Yeah. I mean, I think we can look at maybe a bit of a recap over the highlights of what happened yesterday. You and I were there, of course, but you kind of went over it. I mean, Piggy Killer taking down Lonely Rock and Roll. This was, sadly, it was a quite of one-sided affair. Like, there was moments where Lonely Rock and Roll looked like they were going to put up a pretty big fight, but sadly they just ended up dropping the ball, especially in game one. I think they were pretty damn close to pulling off a pretty decent kind of game, but they just dropped the ball, and eventually Piggy Killer, I think it was past the 20-minute mark, they just took over.
Yeah, they had decent lanes coming out. They were using the macro power really well. I think the one big issue in that game one really was like D-Stones not slowing down XM. Because we had that Necrophos versus Ember matchup, and XM was not completely out of the game. You know, like, he still had farm, he still had impact. He went for, like, Flame Guard max, which you don't normally see nowadays, but it allowed him to just farm up again, get active. He got an early travels going, and once he had some protective items, like, the Ember just went to town. Like, that was a pretty tough one for LRNR to lose, like, at that point. Because it felt like they were very momentum-based. You know, you have the Terrorblade Shuriken scale, but with Necrophos and Dawnbreaker, you do want to play a little bit faster. You had this push potential with Jakiro TV hooking up whenever Metamorphosis is up, and it was coming out all right. Like, you did have to force the Beastmaster to go for the Axis build due to the threat of Jakiro just melting the force, but the Axis were still highly effective there for Piggy Killer as well. And even game two was kind of lopsided. Like, this time around, Lonely Rock and Roll managed to get the Ember, and Piggy Killer picked up the Necrophos mid. And for this game, D-Stones was very shut down. Like, it was a very, very different Ember versus Necrophos lane. XM had a fantastic time in that hero. And the pacing from Piggy Killer in game two just felt a lot faster. Like, that was a much quicker game, and they managed to correct some issues from game one and just utilize their heroes a little bit better. Like, the push coming out where the Jakiro with outside was a little bit faster. Again, XM had a fantastic time on his Necrophos, and Ava was playing like the true carry, whereas we were getting our Pudge more like a semi-core. So you had some good timings meeting up by the mid-game. Even plays like that, like the response from Fly to blink out of those static storms, like all those tiny things, not that tiny, but all those major things coming out in this game just made it feel next impossible for Lonely Rock and Roll, which is a shame because, yeah, I really like that team logo. I really like the team name. You know, it's my bias.
Well, this was a bit of an upset, right? Like, IGV versus Meteor Gaming. You and I both thought Meteor should have had this one, like, based off the standings and the way Meteor have been playing. There's been certain improvements, but IGV, speaking of improvements, John, they make a lot of improvements here in this second series of the day because they just popped off. First game, it was a close affair, I would argue, but again, like, after the mid-game, they just took over. And I believe it was kind of the similar story for the second game of this best of three. They played the lanes out. Maybe they go a little bit even, but afterwards they just start to take over. Mind you, there are some questions about the drafting, like this POS 1 Doom that we saw coming out from M. His farm pace was good, right? But then, like, when it came to him having to have impact, it just didn't feel like enough. Like, when you pop Doom and you can't burst one hero down, the fight was over every single time. And I mean, this game around as well, it seemed like they were off to an amazing start with the Visage, but they just couldn't capitalize on this huge play from Totoro.
Oh my god, yeah.
That's what really turned it, right? Because they were in the lead for the whole game. And then this massive Totoro play comes out with the avalanche into the tree volley. And it was just all over all of a sudden.
Yeah. Like, the fact that IGV bounced back was just amazing because now it puts Meteor on like the firing line. Like they can potentially now get relegated out of Division 2, and IGV has a fighting chance of staying in this division, keeping those improvements up, looking at 2 or 3 for that promotion. So this was a big one for Meteor to not find, and for IGV to find that win in such dominant fashion after nearly 2 weeks of the Chinese Div 2 Tour 2. It's not expected, and you can see some of those standings here. Piggy Killer, again, undefeated so far, 4-0 in their standings. Everyone else kind of hanging behind. You have a 2-0, 2-0, 2-1, 2-1 for Brighton Cactus right next to them. Poke, Supernova at 2-2. Then IGV, LRNR, and Meteor in the bottom 3 at 1-3. But because of that win, I mean, IGV pushed themselves up. You know, they have potentially, at the very least, tiebreakers if no one else finds any wins. And for today's schedule, of course, we have a lot of matches, Mike. Poke versus Piggy Killer first, Meteor versus Supernova, Team Bright versus Cactus. Every single match counting if they want to get promoted and if they want to stay in this division.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe we had a bit of a switch up with the schedule. I think we thought we were going to be doing Bright versus Cactus, but they switch it up a little bit. We get Poke versus Piggy Killer, which is, quite frankly, I feel like is a much more exciting matchup anyway. So happy days for you and I, Jonathan, because we get to cast the fun series, I would argue. Though I say fun, like Piggy Killer should be the outright favorites, and we are actually seeing the odds proving me a little bit wrong, because I feel like the odds are a lot closer than I would anticipate. Which is, great for the viewers, of course, John. Not so great for me because my point's useless now. But you get my point. Piggy Killer, from what you and I have seen, easily look like the best team in China Div 2. Now, Poke might be the first real challenge they're going to have, but they haven't even dropped a single game yet. It's been 2-0 over and over again for Piggy Killer. So maybe we get a 2-1 at worst case scenario. But I don't know. I'd be very intrigued if I saw Poke winning this one out. Not that I'm saying they can't, John. I'm just saying it's not going to be an easy matchup. If anything, this should theoretically be the hardest matchup they have.
Yeah, it certainly should be for Poke. And Poke is, again, a team that we've seen steadily improve, currently at 2-2, but still maybe within an arm's toss for that top 2 finish. Piggy Killer is going to be the one big test. If they do manage to drag Piggy Killer a little bit down, that's where their chances for that promotion does shoot up quite a fair bit. We'll see. As we do have the draft on hand, Piggy Killer banning out the Brood and the Beastmaster as expected. Poke taking out the DP and the Undying. Again, not too surprising. The openings, though, are a bit different. Piggy Killer have the Disruptor Primal Beast combination, which if you are running something like, say, Disruptor 4, Primal Beast 3, it can be a really dominant lane. For Poke, they've got the Doom Rubik. So, pretty safe from Poke as well. They cover the Doom with a Rubik. They ensure that you don't have that Rubik for Piggy Killer as well to steal some big spells. I'm curious about where both sides are laning. Like Piggy Killer, we have seen a few Primal Beast supports pop up, so this could be your 4-5 in the Disruptor Primal Beast. For Poke, and the potential for safe lane Doom still there. This is a very early Doom pickup. Doom doesn't tend to lose lane, but at the same time, up against certain ranged matchups, Doom can feel less than ideal. Like, it can be shoved away, it can be bullied out, and the Midas timing's just slowing down. So I'm very curious what Poke wants with this early Doom pickup.
I'm very curious as well, because I would much rather we don't see a POS 1 Doom again, if we can. I'm not saying it's the worst thing we've ever seen. It's a one-dimensional kind of POS 1, right? Like, if you get the Great Farm and you get off to an amazing start, this hero feels unkillable. But then if you don't get off to the start that you want, and if you have a few mishaps, it just kind of falls apart. So I'd much rather just see in the POS 3 role, because it feels like it shines no matter what. Like, it doesn't feel like it's necessary for this Doom to be a position 1, because it does the same thing as a POS 3. Like, sure, it does make it so your POS 1 might have to play a little bit less greedy, because the Doom tends to take a little bit more space, but we'll see. We'll see what they want to do. I mean, Poke Gaming, they know what they're doing here, so I'm sure they've got a good plan up their sleeves. It does seem like Piggy Killer, though, they are assuming that is going to be a POS 3, because they are just banning out position 1s right now. So I would probably go down that route, where I do believe the Doom should just be a position 3. But then again, I could be completely wrong, because we did see POS 1 Doom from Meteor Gaming, though again, that did not exactly work out in their favor.
Yeah, I think the pause one Doom works if you have like a better off lane to pair it with. Lycan
Right.
Doom is not really the pairing, right? Like Lycan enjoys pairing up with high physical cores. Doom really isn't that kind of core. If you had a maybe much more team fight coming out from your off lane, the pause one Doom can shine a bit more in that chaos. Can just ensure that when you jump in, you're always going to get the chain stuns off. You'll always get the Doom target down. So I think for Poke, this is just an early priority for Killa. So again, just offlane Doom, as you mentioned as well. It's straightforward enough, but I'm worried about like ranged matchups or matchups that favor Piggy Killer in that lane. And they probably wouldn't want to pick up their safe lane immediately when they go back into pick phase. They want to see the back-to-backs of Poke first, but if you don't ban something like, say, well, Grau is gone themselves by Piggy Killer, actually they're taking out a lot of good lane matchup against their Primal Beast, which happens to be good lane matchups against the Doom as well. So that can be a bit rough, but maybe you could go in for something like an Ursa is all right. Probably not ideal against Rubik, but you can make that lane against Doom work a little bit better. You've got stuff like Sniper that can slide through for Piggy Killer. Fly can just stand back, twack away. You don't really need to worry about Doom being on top of you. You don't need to worry about Rubik lifting you up. So there's still some solutions there. Or you just run a really aggressive lane, because Doom's first 2 levels don't feel amazing. He is a little bit more durable now, but with a Disruptor +1 that can hit pretty hard, it is a punishing lane. Like, it is something you can punish, and Poke do take away the Ursa. So again, just trying to give Killa as good of a start as possible.
One more ban to come. They'll get rid of the Jakiro, which, I mean, it was quite popular yesterday, so can't blame Piggy Killer for just wanting to get rid of it, as they do go for the Marcy pickup. Now, this is quite interesting. So I'm not sure if they want to run anything like a position 4 Marcy, because we really haven't seen that doing extremely well, unless maybe you can count a couple of key players that really enjoyed this hero, but I feel like the last couple times I've seen Marcy has been in the position 1 role, and it's kind of a 50-50. It's like sometimes it does amazing, other times it looks like complete trash. So it's quite hard to know exactly how this hero performs. I don't know, like, would you rather see it as a support, John, or would you rather see Marcy come out as a core here for Piggy Killer?
I think if it's a support, I don't know if you really want to run with a Primal Beast and go for a double melee offlane. They could still flex Primal Beast mid if the matchup's good, and go for a different offlaner that can just kind of stand back with a Marcy frontlining. Then go for an aggressive melee safe laner, because I do feel like double melee is just too punishable. It's open enough. I actually do feel like it could be better as a core here for Piggy Killer, just because you already have this activity from the Primal Beast. You can get some more activity out from XM as well. Poke, they go into the Morphling. So again, they're covered by having the Doom on hand. The Morphling's going to be hard to shove out of the lane. The matchup against Primal Beast, it's still good for the Primal Beast in the first 2, maybe even 3 levels, but at some point the Morphling will always have a bailout. It's going to be hard to really just ensure that lane goes their way. And Piggy Killer go into the Lone Druid. So pulling no punches here. That should actually be our Fly hero, so that should shift our Marcy down to probably our support. I like the Lone Druid against Doom. I think that lane is manageable enough, although I can see if the Doom does get a good creep, you can kind of shove away the Lone Druid quite fine. So camp control is going to be a bit of a bigger aspect in that lane more than anything else. I'm digging Piggy Killer's draft just because it looks so different, you know. It looks exciting. Like, think about the possibilities with a Marcy support, with a Lone Druid Bear, sidekick on Bear, and then you're suddenly really ready to rip with minimal itemization.
I think that's kind of the combo they're going for. Like, now the support Marcy doesn't look so bad anymore, because it actually has a role that it fits, even if it can't, do the whole roaming 4 thing, or if it's not having a great game. You can still just press sidekick on the bear and still have a pretty important job to do, right? So it's like, it kind of reminds me of the Visage Familiars plus Marcy. But in some ways, this is even worse, because Lone Druid Bear already destroys towers as it is. You add that extra damage on top, plus, say, a Mask of Madness, you're going to have some huge problems as Poke Gaming. And I'm not sure they have what it takes to really deal with it this game either. Like, who's dealing with the Spirit Bear?
Did you know that the Fluke was one of
No
the
one
most
really. I mean, they
That's-
have percent burn from Infernal Blade, but I don't know if that's going to be enough for you to feel good against the bear early on. Like, you can,
Yeah.
again, try to shove it out with just Infernal Blade spam. But then you lose levels in Scorched Earth. You might lose levels in Devour. You at least want the value point there to work onto your Midas. I am curious if Piggy Killer is thinking of going all in. Like, say you go for Invoker mid, and then you just have Alacrity and Sidekick on the bear, which is kind of all in and just buffing up the bear. At the same time, it doesn't sound like too bad of an idea.
Well, they go for the Storm. Puck will be the immediate pickup. We've seen the Puck counter towards the Storm many, many times here from multiple teams, so makes enough sense they go down this route. I'm very curious now, like, if Poke can actually deal with this lone Druid with a Marcy to back him up. It is going to be the Frisk Marcy to come out as well. Now, it's really making me think, John, because it's like the Sidekick Bear scares the hell out of me, especially, again, once you have a Mask of Madness and to say a Desolator on this bear. These towers, whether you like it or not, they are going to get absolutely destroyed by Piggy Killer. And I honestly can't say there's a good answer to it. This is going to be a very interesting game. I mean, we might have the really weird scenario where you could still bear as Rubik and you could morph into Lone Druid and take bear as well, and you could have double bear on Poke Gaming. That would be kind of hilarious to watch. But obviously that's not going to happen, John. Only in my wildest dreams, sadly. But yeah, it's going to be a fun game, I think, between these two. If it was me, John, if someone was asking me who I preferred in terms of draft here, I'd have to point towards Piggy Killer purely because I understand that when this Lone Druid's online with this bear and this Marcy presses E on the bear, things are going to happen. I don't know what you're thinking, John, but this combo looks very scary.
No, I'm with you. I can see a timing for Poke. Like, if this does drag on a little bit late, Piggy Killer, it can be a little bit harder to play Dare Draft in comparison. I mean, you do have the scaling that both sides scale pretty well. You have a Marcy that can just kind of go into core if the game is right, but if it's not, it can be a bit rough playing this lineup of Piggy Killer from behind, so they do have to secure an early start and just kind of get running from there. I would still, again, like, I don't know, there's something about the Lone Druid in a good game. It just feels unstoppable, and this does feel like a pretty decent game for the Lone Druid overall. You don't have too much to worry about. There is good jump from the Storm now, along with a Morphling. So there are some answers, but I can see Piggy Killer just running this down. Like, I was actually hoping we'd get something funky, like, say, the Marcy Problem Beast lane, just because, well, Sidekick also increases your trample damage, right? Because it does use your actual... Oh, it's only your base damage, so it actually doesn't amp up. Never mind. Would have been funny if the added damage worked, but doesn't quite.
Oh no. Look at this, Jonathan. I never thought I'd see Ponlo's face in a Chinese DPC game, but here we go. Ponlo's there for some reason. Of course, we're seeing old Thompson as well. It seems like Lunfer is a fan of both Alliance and OG, or rather Old G, excuse me. So there you go. He's got all the stickers, placing the old man Thompson there in the mid lane. I mean, that I can understand. I don't understand why Ponlo's here. And funnily enough, you and I think we're casting Ponlo later.
Yeah. I mean, he did spend some time in China, right? In Aster Aries. Remember the TI
like 2
qualifiers where he
seconds.
played his Shen. Yeah, so he must have loved it. That kid leaves an impact, you know what I'm saying? Ponlo leaves an impression on you.
2-man, 3-for-1 bounty rune trade. So it works in the favor here of Piggy Killer as Poke were only able to get the bottom river bounty rune. Not the greatest of starts, but nevertheless, it is going to be a 3-for-1 in the way of Piggy Killer. And we'll start off with the mid lane while we're here, John. Small KK, going to be up against XM. What are you thinking? Punk versus Storm Spirit?
Fairly even lane. Neither one should really be shoved out. Both sides should just be able to farm up. It's almost a static farming lane unless someone severely oversteps and kind of cops too much aggression. Like, your level 3 timing on Storm isn't as amazing with the Vortex Overload. You don't really get to maximize the double overloads here. Support rotations can be a little bit nice. I think you have more threat on Piggy Killer, though, with the Marcy and with the Disruptor, so it can be a little bit tight until that level 6 for the Storm if rotations come in. Frisk is playing really forward.
Yeah, he is, and he gets a kill with it. Frisk already securing first blood here onto Aaron. That was with just the dispose up. the thing you can't forget about with Marcy, right? While its spells might be super nerfed, it's still got really high base damage. Like, she's sitting at 60 at level 1. So she does hit very hard just with her punches. So you can't underestimate, like, with the dispose, if you get caught off guard, she can just kind of keep hitting you until you die.
They do get a big kill on the Lone Druid Bear. Like, Killa, he's just been running around with Scorched Earth, and Fly, he just bleeds out a lot of gold, giving that away towards Killa. So you're kind of happy. Like, yes, you lose first blood, but if you keep killing this bear off in the lane, I mean, Marcy can get all the kills she wants, but you're feeding off more off that bear, because the gold it gives early on is still huge.
Certainly is. Well, Fly, I'm sure he'll be a little bit more careful about it, as they are going to jump in with the rebound. Killer, getting instead for a moment, is going to be okay to back his way out. That's another little combination we haven't really talked about as well. Like, you can just jump off the Spirit Bear, and that kind of works in your favor. Like, it's kind of hard to coordinate, but for Fly, he can always try to coordinate with this Marcy to land the perfect rebound every time.
Yeah, you have a good front line to set up for the Marcy. So you should have a pretty good game for Fly. Again, despite losing his bear, he is finding the CS, and he's already got the early Blight Zone to be able to hit back. As the levels go up, this can get a little bit harder to manage, although again, they've got their focus, right? They just try to burn Fly's bear as fast as they can. And cooldown is pretty massive in that if they find another kill on it. They're diving for
Yeah,
it.
they're straight up diving in. And Frisk is going to try and punish them a little bit for this. Fly is still trying to juke around the tree line. He's doing a very good job of it. This is a fair bit of wasted time, but I suppose to be fair to Poke, they don't really have a creep wave to farm anyway. So they'll continue the harassment on the bear. Fly is going to send it back to the fountain, I believe. Doesn't really need it anyway. We'll be able to just keep leveling up here and keep securing farm on his own. Bring the bear back a little bit later on. I suppose it is fair as well. Like, against the Doom, who's already going to be getting an influx of gold, you really don't want to allow him to get a quicker Midas if you can avoid it.
Yeah, just stem the bleeding. It's a little bit harder to CS for Fly though. Base damage of your Lone Druid is fairly atrocious. So he wants that bear back ASAP. We'll see how the lane fares later on. You have that kill down bot. And ran down Ran Fudao. So that is one thing as well. When you pick the tree into Primal Beast, and we saw Ava just run down the tree line. And he can just keep doing that. Like, it's free tree clearing. He clears trees better than Timbersaw until Timbersaw hit 6.
It's kind of ridiculous. It is what it is. You know, new heroes tend to do that. It sucks for the trade.
Oh,
but
no.
Killer?
You TP in and you get glimpsed.
Oh, there was a glimpse back, was there? Well, never mind. But there it is. Ranfu down, making the walk of shame. This top lane, they are still fighting. Killer just so tanky. It's Frisk. It's going to get lifted up. We'll rebound out, but Fly's bear is again in trouble, but it is going to survive. 39 HP as Aaron does ping it out. Seemed like he was very unhappy about that bear getting away. So Killer did not go for the bear, but rather went back to the creep wave. But still, the impact of this Lone Druid, it's quite weak while the bear's weak. So I think if you are Picky Killer, you just come to the realization that Killer is probably not going to die, but maybe you could try onto Aaron, as they are going to give it a crack. Fade Bolt is out, but Aaron is dropping rather quickly and is going to die. This Killer will trade. Now Fly finding himself in danger is just going to drop.
Oh my god.
That's the big issue though. This Doom, he's a tanky boy.
Yeah, he has the Wraith Band up, extra armor. Your Lone Druid just isn't as durable. And the worst part about that is Fly just summoned his bear. He just resummoned to refresh its HP. He's not going to be able to farm up in that lane too comfy for like a full minute. That's a lot of time for Killer to just dominate. And so far, despite these kills coming out for Piggy Killers, Poke is up there in the CS. If you're not pulling out Lonfer.
Mid lane, they're going to try into the Storm. Outside even going to show up here as Small KK still trying to survive, just a couple creeps away from level 6. He'll try to turn onto Frisk. Surely he still dies. No, the zip away. Oh, he gets the kill onto Frisk. He secures the XP for level 6 and he's out. They can't kill him.
That's massive for Poke. Like, they're finding all these good skirmishing wins. Piggy Killers are committing so much to try and get this start going for themselves, and it's not quite lining up. It's really difficult when you're in that behind position. We talked about this lineup. It doesn't do well when you're having to sit back and farm for too long with how fast Poke can play the game. So they have to kind of watch themselves here. They need 6 up to be on XM.
Uh-oh. Top lane, Flyfly is going to drop Small KK with an immediate rotation up top lane after he resets the fountain. Sure, it puts him out of position to farm, but nevertheless, that's the second time this Lone Druid's died already. And they are just doing a fantastic job of not enabling this Lone Druid to get the farm he needs for his bear. And it's not like mid lane's been left alone anyway. Aaron can just defend the lane by spamming Fade Bolt onto the creep wave. And that's exactly what he's doing. There's just no punishment towards this.
Yeah, there isn't.
Maybe they can find Small KK with no mana, though.
Oh?
I think they might. They have. He's just dead. They don't even need the coil for this. They just committed in case he's going to try and zip down to the low ground. But he can't even do that.
Yeah, that's a good counter kill to find. You still managed to get a lot out from Small KK in that one life, though. Like that rotation to top, slowing down Flyfly. This Lone Druid is off to a fairly slow start. He's still up there in terms of net worth, so you should still be able to farm. Frisk in danger.
I mean, he's trying to set up as this Marcy. Rebound, no, a nice slip from Aaron. Not going to allow the stun to land. Aaron being very, very strong already on this Rubik because they will glimpse him back and finally take him out. So it will be a bit of a trade going back the way of Flyfly, who desperately needs the bonus gold right now. But I'll tell you what, Aaron's impact already on the Rubik, even if he's 0-3 and 4. In fact, hold that thought, because Flyfly now is getting jumped. He does have the true form, however, so he's going to be just fine to survive through it. But my point being, like, Aaron's already having so much impact on this Rubik, even if he has died 3 times. He is not making the life of Frisk very easy on this Marcy at all.
No, it's making it really difficult. We talked about the Marcy trying to scale into a bit of a semi-core. This kind of slow start can set that back if you are kind of gunning for it on the side of Piggy Killer. So they're good. Again, the side of Poker doing a great job of just keeping Piggy Killer down. Like, we haven't seen too much action from Ava. No support's going to really help him out in trying to pin down the Morphling. And he's not really able to do much with his early Pulverize. They're trying to shove in mid, but the living armor from around Fu just makes it an impossible thing for the Puck to try and get even a little bit of a shove going for themselves here on side of Piggy Killer. So you're just taking all the wins across here on Poke. The one lane, or the one here that's still struggling, is Small KK. Like, yes, he's up in CS. His net worth is behind even Ava right now. So your Storm with his rotations and with that one death is set back a little bit. I think for Piggy Killer, they have a good point now to just kind of sit in the jungle for Flyfly. And if no one can contest him, if that Storm isn't able to zip across with some items to try to hunt him down with, say, assistance from Killa, then the recovery process for the Lone Druid kicks in pretty darn fast.
Well, they're looking at bot lane. Lunfer, he's kind of been uncontested this whole time as the Morph. Looking to see if they can try to make a bit of a jump in, but not going to be that simple here for Piggy Killer. Yeah, Ava's been very quiet on the Primal Beast as well, trying to farm up a mech here on the Primal. Pulverize is out into the Morphling, but he needs to leave. He does have the Onslaught up, but he's going to hold on to it just in case. Lunfer is making sure this Primal Beast cannot farm whatsoever down to this bot lane. And because Ava's going for the mech build up into the Guardian Greaves, he does have to play a little bit more passively until that mechanism is up.
I think he has a good understanding, though. Like, no one else can really build that in a good timing outside of him, considering the start. You don't necessarily want your Disruptor to be the carrier for this game. I'll try to smoke up here, Piggy Killer.
A nice zip away. Outside's trying to get some vision here for the glimpse back, but a nice smoke going to try and hide them as outside. Oh, he's just out of range, but no, he gets Killer. That's a big pick off if they can secure. He is a very tanky target, but they should eventually have him in the living armor, making him that much harder to kill, but eventually they will take him out. Nice pick up there from XM, and something that felt like they desperately needed.
Yeah, it caused some awkward issues for Poke. Aaron canceled his TP. He was going home, and he thought he could maybe help. Now he's just kind of stuck in the tree line, so he's not able to move into the other lanes, try to assist. He might be able to flank in when the respawns are up, and if they commit the TP, but I'll try to run out. No look. Oh, okay, there's the entangle.
They'll get one, but he does have the lift. Forcing more rotations as Frisk is just going to jump in, and Aaron... Well, it was definitely a very awkward situation because he's just died, and Frisk is trying to TP out, and he's going to make it. Oh, it couldn't have gone worse. Oh, that's terrible.
The cancel TP leading into kill. They're chasing down Small KK.
And Small KK actually hiding in the tree line as the orb is not going to connect from XM. Barely going to survive thanks to Ranfu Dao. Meanwhile, Lunfu was also being hunted down as the Morphling, but he is going to be able to survive through it. Mind you, he is basically no HP now, but will strength morph his way back up. Still 5-7 now, 1k advantage the way of Piggy Killer, which honestly is not too bad of a position, considering how badly their safe lane went. I think they're in a pretty reasonable condition in this game, number one. But Poke, they're off to a fantastic start too, and Lunfer, I believe we have seen him carry on Morph a couple times, and he does tend to do a pretty damn good job. So that is kind of a scary thing for Piggy Killer to have to go into later on.
Yeah, I mean, the Morphling, it feels like there are a lot of good Morph targets. Even just turning into Prime Beast can be big. Here we go.
As you say that, Ava is going to get jumped by an onslaught from Lunfer, and he is indeed going to drop.
And you look at that, right? Like, you think about Primal Beast's kit. Trample is base damage plus some bonus.
Yeah.
If you turn into Primal Beast, take the Trample and just run around as Morphling. Waveform
Yes.
in. That is an atrocious amount of damage.
It
is overwhelming.
It is incredible that it uses the base damage of Trample as a Morphling. It's oh boy, it's a problem, Jonathan, to say the least. As I heard a glimpse
this could be a
back.
problem.
Oh, it is a problem. They've got the Morphling pulverized in the Static Storm. He's trying to run, but the perma lockdown is there. Lunfer is gone. Big smoke
Solution.
rotation.
They've got the Doom, though. They've got the Blink Doom. Killer could try to make a play.
Yeah, but I don't know if they're confident without their morph. Like, just having Lunfer around really helps out with that bonus damage. Let's see, because now the tier 1 bottom tower is under siege, they might need to make a jump in to defend. Lunfer's got 10 seconds if he wants to try and join this fight. Killer does have the blink to initiate. He's going to make the jump in. Doom is there, but he already got the true form off in time. Glimpse out as well. Looks like the bear is going to be fine for at least now, though. Killer is trying to chase with the overgrowth. They will lock him down. They have got the lone druid, but it does cost them their pulse 3 Doom. Lunfer, he's still trying to fight. Aaron's actually morphed the true form in himself as the damn Rubik, but he is going to drop. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade. Make that a third now, because Ranfu Dao should just die and will, but Ava's being chased by Lunfer. A nice little glimpse back onto Lunfer is going to ensure he cannot continue the chase, but XM is here now. Big zip forward, back in onto Ava. He will at least find the Primal Beast. So a 3-for-3 in the end. I think in the favor of Piggy Killer, but it's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, I feel like it's a pretty equal fight, because you lost your Morphling early on, you managed to find the LD kill. So you're kind of trading back and forth. It's really good understanding from both sides that they kind of have to shut each other down. The one thing that I am kind of impressed by here in Poke is that Small KK, he actually does go for the Midas on Storm. He knows he's a little bit behind. He's trying to build up. This could arguably be a very greedy build because you have 2 Midas heroes right now on Poke and you're still trying to farm on Lunfer, but the upside is, if you're trying to scale into Piggy Killer, you know, trying to deal with that Lone Druid, trying to deal with potentially the Marcy getting BKB and Basher at some point, this is the solution to it. Just scale faster than they do with these Midases if the game does go slow.
Frisk. This guy's just so brave. He just runs up the high ground without any vision. And Poker actually the ones to back off when they see him. Instead, they're trying to push in the mid-tier 1 tower. Lunfer going all in for this, does commit his waveform, but is more than happy to try and fight XM as well, as he does go for the chase. But XM does have a haste rune, so now the turnaround is there as Killer. He is going to get jumped on, but he's fine. A nice glimpse back will break the Dream Coil. Now he's stuck in the Static Storm. Can he survive through it? I don't think he can. Frisk will ensure they've got enough damage, though he will give his own life away, but it's a huge kill once again for Piggy Killer. And Lunfer is really starting to struggle. Like, there's some very cheeky combinations with the Dream Call into the Glimpse. and then the Static Storm to just follow up and be a guaranteed hit on the Morphling. And there's just nothing he can do to escape that.
Yeah, doesn't have too much counterplay. He's going to need some defensive items up. He is going for the Yasha into BKB. And that BKB is going to pretty much cover all his bases. And Piggy Killer, their solution to that will be way down the line when you get your puck talents up. When you get maybe the Pulverize going through Magic Immunity as well.
Now Ranfu now gonna cop the old Primal Beast treatment. He's got the glimpse back there with outside, and that's easy pick up. It seems like Piggy Killer want to start setting up for the mid-tier 1 tower, but it's just very hard against a Treant Protector. And without Fly being completely ready to do this, it may not be too feasible. Though I say that Fly is almost, I think he's actually got the Deso on the way on the Courier. So he probably could join his team for this, but it seems like he may not even be necessary. The tier 1 mid tower is just gone anyway.
Yeah, they commit enough numbers. They force small KK to head down bot to try to farm and maybe try to deal with Fly just shoving in. And they can't threaten. The Storm zipping up onto the Lone Druid is one of your big plays along with like the Blink Doom.
Look at this, John. Deso's up. Here we go. Here comes the stupidity.
Oh boy.
Bottom. Oh, massive onslaught with a great setup from XM. That is going to be 2 down immediately. 2 massive cores. There's now a glimpse back. Going to catch Ranfu down. They'll have their way with him as he does pop the overgrowth, but I don't think it's going to do much in the way of saving him. He is gone. Now let's see what happens to this T2 tower. Oh, they don't have the sidekick, sadly. We won't get to see it yet. We'll have to hold out.
Even without it though, it already melts so fast. So when you have the max out sidekick in that bear, it's really not gonna take that long. Aside of Poke, the only benefit they do get from that fight is it's space for Lonfer to farm. So your Morphling is again building up, trying to work onto that BKB. They have to be able to play off these BKB timings though. That's a big thing. You've got your BKB on Killer ready to go as well. And eventually you'll have your BKB on small KK. So the triple BKBs, that's your solution to the jump in from Piggy Killer. And the timing is still not too bad, right? Your lead here in Piggy Killer isn't massive. It's still less than 1K. You've still got answers here. You've still got the Doom ready if you do want to jump in again.
I mean, we could go right now if they really want to, but it seems like they just want to wait for the right moment. They'll back off. I mean, Fly is just building into a basher right now, so once the basher's up, he can just solo people on his own, basically. Lonfer naturally going for a BKB build-up because he's been glimpsed back into a Static Storm multiple times now, and I'm sure that is getting rather frustrating for him. The BKB going to be very important for Lonfer to actually be able to fight with his team. The thing is, though, when the basher comes up on Fly, like, I kind of doubt anyone really survives through the onslaught of this bear, right? The sidekick or not, this bear is hitting like a truck. When he gets the lockdown with Entangle and Basher, it's very hard to escape. But speaking of escaping, XM does actually juke them out, and oh, he's going to try and force the Doom. Look at this. Killer, don't fall for it, sir. No, he knows. Or does he? Lonfer? No, he's going to morph into it. They'll see what. They have another if XM wants to try again, and I think he will, but it's still very obvious. Like, the puck isn't going to walk up like that. Nice try.
Nah. You waste some of their time. That's a lot of heroes just stuck up there. Ranfu is stuck alone down bot, but they don't manage to spot him out, so they're not going to be able to find some punish. They will get a smoke off the back of that, though. See if that's something that leads into anything for Piggy Killer. They might run into small KK would be a good one, but the pings are mid.
Killer. He's a big target, this guy. He's got BKB up this time around, though, so it's not going to be that easy to catch him as he will be forced to pop it. They still want to fight. Like, knowing the BKB is now down is probably the best time for Piggy Killer to try and force a fight. Everyone is trying to stay off the map, though, here from Poke. Just don't give them vision of where they are at the moment. The only one really showing was small KK down to the bot lane, but he's way too far away. So instead, maybe if you go for Roshan here as the Dire, and it seems like Fly wants to give it a crack.
Again, it doesn't take too long, especially once you get the sidekick going there. And there's the output. It is a lot of output. So they're going to be able to melt right through. For the side of Poke, very fortunate that, you know, they had the haste rune as well, so they can maintain that chase on the Doom. But with a BKB down, you don't really feel comfy fighting in. This is giving you time to still get those other BKBs up and running though, which is still the big timing you want. Like, yeah, you waste a charge into Doom. It doesn't matter too much once you do have triple BKBs, because you can't deal with all of them at once on Piggy Killer. So just be patient here and poke. Get those BKBs up and running on Small KK and Lanfa, and that's when things can start going, although.
Yeah, Killer, top lane. Oh, the glimpse is there. They should be able to secure a deny if he even dies, and he won't. Guardian Greaves is out. Glimmer Cape just in case, and Killer stuck around. Frisk is going to go for a chase. Nice little blink away should be enough to ensure he doesn't die. The orb, a little bit too late to scout him out though. Meanwhile, the die triangle. Looks like Small KK almost dies here to the Spirit Bear. Again, you really cannot try to contest the bear right now as a Storm, because he can entangle and he can bash. Very, very scary if either one hits.
Yeah, it's just so much output coming out here on the side of Piggy Killer when you do manage to lock in, just on Fly. And he doesn't even have his secondary build ready for the hero. You know, the Wraith Band spam, not quite online yet. So you still have room to grow on your main hero as well. It's kind of dumb, right? Like, you get those ×2 stats on that. Suddenly Lone Druid has a secondary eco build for himself, along with a bear. It's actually so much armor and attack speed for this hero as well.
Well, there goes the T2 mid tower. Lunfer has managed to pick up a BKB in the meantime, so now you have that available, but I mean, even then, he might just not be confident, because you've got the answer in the basher. Like, the bear is still a huge problem, even through the BKB. Waveform forward, XM may get caught here on the puck. The jaunt away. No, XM jukes him to waste a little bit mana. Blinks the other way. Killer still going to make the jump in on Frisk, but doesn't have Doom to throw out. Lunfer in the meantime still going to chase outside, but the Glimmer Cape is going to ensure that he cannot die. And so just so much chase here from Poke, but it amounts to nothing. Had Fly been there, they may have just turned, but he was farming the triangle in the meantime.
Yeah, not quite in a position to get their output going. This is getting to be that moment where Poke will want to keep forcing these fights though. Only BKB lacking in Small KKs, and he's not too far off. Just about 20 gold. It's pretty much done. Even if they fight into Aegis, like, it does feel like they want to get something done. Maybe just play for the high ground defense. Smoke out from Piggy Killer. Poke can get a little bit scary in that defense, but again, triple BKBs up for the plays.
Yeah, this is the first time we get to see the sidekick on the actual Spirit Bear. I was started to doubt it even worked for a moment, but that's a lot of damage as Fly. Well, they're going to zip in. Small KK is in there on Frisk, but the Guardian Greaves is going to save it. The Doom has been committed, but who is it actually on? They got the Primal Beast, but he's just casually walking away. Small KK is still trying. Static Storm is dropped. They will finally get the Primal down. But Small KK is running out of mana real darn fast as he finds a triple kill, but will eventually go down. But still, it will be a successful defense. The Storm basically found 3 heroes on his own, and that'll be enough to force them out of there and allow some time for this Living Armor to heal up this tier 3 tower. And they desperately needed it, because once that sidekick gets put on the Spirit Bear, the tower just melts.
It does not last that long. Fly just rips it apart. You gotta love having that Demolish on hand with the bear. It was so, like, what, plus 179 damage for the Spirit Bear? Almost. It's more than double damage for the bear coming out there.
Look at this. That's with the Living Armor, by the way, ladies. Like, there's bonus armor being placed on that damn tower, and it just takes out, what, like 90% of the HP in one sidekick is just gone.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
On XM to protect from any instant dooms, or at least the vortex, so you've always got time to respond here on the puck. And they'll just go again. They still have time in the Aegis. Not too much time, mind you. More than enough time to rip through the objective, though.
Yeah. There's a side peek being placed now.
Oh my God,
and
the
Rax
Rax.
is, I believe that was 5 hits.
That is
Beautiful.
That is ridiculous.
I mean, at least it wasn't the melee barracks, at the least, right? Like, it was only the range. Yeah, tier 3 tower range goes down. Aegis does expire from Fly, and, well, they've had enough. They're just going to be like, okay, we'll come back later. It's okay. We're still getting more farm. Like, this bear's going to have an AC soon, and that's going to cause a lot of issues because the bear's just going to be too tanky to deal with. Like, Poker going to try and smoke up now.
Radiant are scanning.
Lunfo does at least have a Chrysalis up going into the Daedalus, so a bit more damage on the Morphling. Let's see if it pays off, because they do get a nice scan out into the Radiant Triangle. They'll know exactly where Piggy Killer are at the moment. Problem is Piggy Killer are just holding high ground, waiting for them to come in. Like, they want the fight. There's no doubt about that. Waveform forward.
Oh.
Lunfer, he's just going to rush in. Very, very quiet kind of initiation, but here we go. Small KK looking for Frisk will go right in, but the onslaught, it does connect on the Storm. The Pulverize is there as well. Small KK forced the BKB in the last second, trying to deal with the Marcy, but the Marcy's still not dying. Finally, Frisk does go down, but they've lost Aaron in the meantime. Now Doom is committed. They found Ava with that. He did pop his BKBs. Ranfu Dao goes down on the
Oh,
tree,
the
and
dash.
XM still being chased down, but he's all right. Killer's being chased here by the Spirit Bear. He is going to drop. Lunfer is still trying. They'll finally get Ava down, but now Lunfer needs to get out. And he'll be okay to jaunt away with his own orb. It's a 2 for 3 with a buyback committed by Aaron. Fly, though, just going to casually
Oh,
jump in,
no.
and now with the Static Storm, they've got the Storm down. Oh, boy. Millie Barracks, not going to last. He'll just respawn
No.
the bear. He doesn't care.
Yeah, they've got the damage. You can't stop that push, and this time Piggy Killer comes out massively on top. Just a very staggered fight coming out from Poke. The patience from Piggy Killer, right? Like, they want to look for those BKBs to be popped. They wait a long time for some of them to slowly commit that spell immunity. And once those BKBs are down, you just run them down. You've still got the control. You've still got the output. You just need to kind of juke around, and their spacing was perfect in that last fight. To just stay far enough apart that it's not comfy for Killa to commit Doom early on. It's not comfy for Small KK to just zip in and try to find a pickoff because he's so isolated from the rest of his team. And Piggy Killer, their execution, as always, is top form. Like, this is just solid execution coming out from them. Frisk getting chased down a bit.
Oh.
Lunfer does do a lot of damage.
It's just so sad, though, because, like, Frisk is not dying quick enough in these fights. And this is a pos 5 Marcy, by the way. They're going to jump in. Onto the Morph. Lunfer forced to BKB TP. Not a very good feeling for the Morphling. But that is required for him to actually get out of that safely.
Yeah, like, that's his second BKB charge down now. Roshan only half a minute away. That it's a little bit of
XM.
an awkward timing. Oh, boy.
Small KK just dies. Meanwhile, XM is just messing with them as they do drop the Static Storm here, but he might actually go down. So Aaron did take the Static Storm and use it against them. So they got the puck. The problem is you already lost the Storm and now you've lost Aaron. Ranfu down, TP's out, but Frisk is still going. Jump in, outside, he's going to drop to Lunfer. In comes Ava, though, to try and help out his Marcy. His Frisk may have gone a bit too far this time around. While all this is happening, by the way, Fly is just ratting them. He's got the mid-racks down. Frisk might drop, but they've got so much out of this. Like, they just got the
That is
mid-racks.
ridiculous.
Fly's just like, see you guys, I'm good. I'm just going to take this structure. You guys can kill my team. I'm fine with that.
You gotta appreciate objective gaming. Lunfer, kind of hang around with no BKB. Ava not gonna be able to tempt fate, though. Roshan is up, but there is enough time for both sides to just wait for the response on all of their heroes. You should have a decent fight coming out for all sides now. If the initiation angles are good for Poke in such a tight spot, they can punish. But for Piggy Killer, I mean, if you overcommit your BKBs too early, you're stuck in that tight spot. Static Storm is going to be a massive problem. And you actually have the full Ags ready to go on outside. That is incredibly fast timing for a Disruptor. 30 minutes in. He's not even 18. He already has the Ag Static Storm.
Yeah. Not even no Philly Stone or anything. He just farms it up. Like, he's had such a good game. Getting so much gold off these big core kills with the Static Storm. And now, even with just the 5k advantage, they're going to go into the Roshan pit. Smoke is out because Poke cannot afford to let this one go down. It's way too valuable when your 2 racks is down. Killer, he needs to make the initiation of his life. He's going to go on to Ava right away, and they've got the Primal Beast down. Frisk is trying to buy time for Firefly to get the Roshan. Small KK, he's going to make the jump in, but the Fury's out. He'll run right into the Static Storm, and now the Aegis is taken by Fly. The small KK needs to run. Lunfer needs to get out as well. It is not safe. This bear is a real problem. As they lose the Storm, small KK is down. Fear out from the low ground, going to connect him to the Treant. Ranfu down, going to have to blink his way up, but they found the Morphling. Lunfer is gone. No buyback available. And I believe that's just GG. Like, you can buy back on small KK, but without your POS 1 Morphling, I don't see how you defend this.
It's a very hard defense. Fly will just rip through everything. They even lose Ranfu, so they can't stall with living armor for the respawns. And it just melts. They don't even have sidekick, man. Yeah. It's way too fast. Fly is just too damn fat. And they're just going to be able to pretty much find everything. Mega creeps up, tier 4s. You're not backing off here if you're Piggy Killer. If you're Poke right now, you'll have Doom in half a minute. That's about the time when your Morphling's back up. But your Ancient probably isn't going to survive that long, it feels like here, Mike.
No, it's certainly not. That's going to be a very quick tier 2, tier 4 towers going down as... Well, what can you do? You know, they're not going to call GG. They're just going to let the Ancient go down the hard way. As it seems like Killer is going to drop just before he dies. He'll buy back. Maybe another one to come. They'll glimpse him back right in the same spot, but he pops his BKB, but the game's over. That'll be game 1 to go the way of Piggy Killer, as nobody, apart from Aaron from Poke, say GG. So I think there's going to be some unhappy faces on the side of Poke. We aren't going to get to see them, though, Jonathan, but... I don't know. I mean, game 1, it was a very one-sided affair. I feel like laning stage-wise, they did pretty well on the side of Poke, but it's like this lone draw just goes jungle, farms up, and then the game's just kind of over. Like, they just don't have a way to deal with it.
Yeah, I think the big issue was that yes, you got the lanes you wanted to. It's just the core-to-core matchups are super difficult. They tried to force these fights in the mid-game from Poke without the BKBs. Then they have to sit back and wait for the BKBs to be up. They don't find the best angles. Like, this is when they revealed it in the high ground defense. Piggy Killer still managed to back out on a lot of their big heroes and still managed to kind of work that fight back their way to find some trades. Like, small KK is just too far out, unprotected at that point, so they find a punishment onto him. And even though that's a 3-for-2 in favor of Poke, like, that was your triple BKB reveal. You know, you wanted more to come out off the back of it, and you're just not able to. You're not able to find these big connections you'd want with, say, Overgrowth, your Doom. On Killer, it felt like you had a lot of heroes you had to worry about to Doom up. You know, it's either the Puck, the Primal Beast, the Lone Druid, all of them are kind of viable to Doom, and that was their one, like, super big piece of control that gives them some fight in this game. They just had no follow-through for, say, the Zip in and the Vortex from small KK. Like, they can burst some heroes down, but in prolonged fights, you just have much more to play with on the side of Piggy Killer. Like, the only ult they have to worry about is really Dream Coil, Static Storm. Everything else, the Lone Druid can provide for you. The Primal Beast can provide for you in quite low cooldowns. So it's just easier to chase and keep forcing out these engagements for the side of Piggy Killer. For Poke, I don't think it was really down to too much on execution. I think for the most part, they played that as well as they could have. Right? Like, they got pretty good lanes coming out. They had a lot of play, maybe a little bit greedier, as we talked about, with small KK having to move into a recovery Midas on the Storm. Never what you want to see on your mid lane if he's forced to go that route. And that just kind of felt like it stalled out Poke a little bit more. So just getting caught off guard in the draft, like, I mean, it's not like you want to ban Lone Druid, but if Piggy Killer can pocket pick a Lone Druid, then surely that's worth a respect ban. You know, it's like playing against Gunner, playing against Nouns. You have to ban out Lone Druid if you know someone can play it, because in the right lineup with a Marcia, it's just terrifying.
I think that's just the thing, though, right? Because, like, against the team like Piggy Killer, like, I don't know how much you can ban out these signatures, because this seems to be one of the more versatile teams in China Div 2, and I think the drafting against these guys is always going to be an issue, no matter who's playing against them. So I don't know what Poke do here, John. Like going into game 2, I actually can't tell you what they should change up because I don't think the draft was that bad. It wasn't a complete outdraft in any sense of the imagination. And they were able to lock down and kill Fly, what, 3 times during the laning stage? Like they actually did a pretty good job in the offlane. It just, was it the Storm Midas? I don't think so. I don't think that was the main issue. Maybe you just need to get a less greedy style of draft. Maybe forget about the Doom and, you know, get something a bit more, I don't know, playable in POS 3, like something that can actually fight and set a temp. I don't know, Jonathan, but what I do know is we're going to go to a break. And of course, right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2's draft between Poke and, of course, Piggy Killer. So we'll see you guys then.
team pick. Radiant team pick.
Beastmaster.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Disruptor.
Ten seconds remaining.
Now is maybe just have a ranged core that can dodge out the axis if you have vision. So you just kind of get your hit shots out, clear out the wave, dodge axis as best as you can, and the lane's still pretty playable at that point. It's a lot easier to punish melee heroes, I feel, and Poke do go for the Primal Beast themselves now for Killa. So they pick it up. It is more aggression. We did see the effect of Primal Beast Disruptor last game as well. So, it's good to see that switch up from Poke. I worry that Piggy Killer know how to deal with it though, just because, well, they just ran it. They probably have a good understanding as what to do against it too.
Dire team back.
That's kind of the thing. Like, we see this a lot in this region, especially, I feel, where you see a team win with a hero, and then the other team just says, screw it, we're taking that hero. And it might be a deny pick being made by Poke, but it's kind of like you said, like, they'll have a great idea as to how to deal with it. And Piggy Killer, they just get the Jakiro, which they seem to really enjoy in the current patch. Between the Jakiro and the Beastmaster, that is a hell of a lot of push coming out once again in the first opening picks of Piggy Killer. Like, it's already kind of intimidating going into these two heroes, and we've seen the impact they can have with the Beastmaster and the Jakiro, so already I'm kind of concerned from Poke. Like, just with this opening. Like, yes, you got a really strong opening yourself with the Disruptor Primal Beast, but in terms of playstyle, like, I feel like Piggy Killer just gets away with a lot more with this opening.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, like, it's just so much push. It's really open for Piggy Killer to still kind of draft around. For Poke, it is still open enough. Like, even though, you've got the Primal Beast, you have some solutions for the summons. I think Primal Beast with Trample can be a pretty decent solution to, say, down the line the Dominator and the Overlord to an extent. So you can still kind of handle that. I do like that Piggy Killer. Again, they're just banning out lane matchups that the Beastmaster wouldn't really fare well against. They take care of the Drow. They might consider... Honestly, you handle Terrorblade pretty well. We've seen Beastmaster into TB actually be a pretty playable lane. We've seen AM be a pretty playable lane, so I don't think Piggy Killer should gun for any of those. Maybe a Sniper would actually be more annoying for Piggy Killer to kind of deal with. You can spot him out with your Hawks, but you can't really jump the back line unless you get maybe something like an Ember mid for XM, which into Disruptor is still pretty annoying. Like Ember and Storm, we saw our Storm get crushed last time as well. The Disruptor just makes the game pretty hellish for the Spirit Brothers. So none of that. They actually take care of the PA, which is a good solution to Beastmaster, right? Like, because you feel like you can go Axis, but then you feel like you can go Boar, but then your Boar just gets punished by the PA. If you go Axis, she still stands back and farms. So it's not really something the Beastmaster crushes too hard. So I like that ban on the PA. It's been rising up too.
Makes enough sense. We'll have one more ban out before we can see the drafts continue here. Very curious to see where Piggy Killer's going with this. Like, I highly doubt they're going to go back into the Fly Lone Draw, though. It depends how frisky they're feeling, right? Like, how fast do we want to try and finish the game is the question. Because
frisky.
yes, you heard me, Jello. I know what I did. I'll be honest, I
So
didn't mean to
clever.
do that. I didn't mean it, but there you go. It happened.
A frisky Piggy. Well, Piggy Killer will be feeling frisky for sure. When you have frisk, you have to play pretty frisk. So
Yeah.
it lines up.
Well done, John.
For Poke, I'm always curious. They always ban the AM
10
up against
seconds
Piggy Killer,
remaining.
which is like, all right, are you guys lining up for your own Storm Spirit again?
5
Because that's what we saw
seconds
Poke dip into. I mean, they have the Disruptor on their side. Your lockdown and Piggy Killer with, say, Ice Pat Roar. Not the most uptime in trying to catch something like the Storm. So it can be a little bit tough to lock it in. Again, I always appreciate Killis Cam when we cut into it. Every now and again, you get to see Killis full face. Now is not the time that we are blessed by Killis full power.
Dire team
No, certainly not. As they are going to go for a silencer pick up here on the side of Poke Gaming. So just trying to be as annoying as possible. Of course, we've seen the silencer be very, very good at just dominating lanes as well. Against the Beastmaster, if you did have the silencer +5, it kind of just fits very nicely because you're going to kind of make him second guess about those wild axes spam.
5 seconds.
Just a little bit though. I don't think it's going to be too concerning. Especially if the Beastmaster catches you out with his dominated creep, you're kind of just screwed as the silencer. Like we see it all the time, where silencer
Yeah.
just gets torn apart by microed creeps. But what does Piggy
Yeah,
Killer
it-
want? Like third pickup, maybe just some of the support to come. I wonder.
And it's still pretty open. Like, you can still kind of flex the Jakiro between 4 5. I think the Jakiro Beastmaster lane still sounds pretty spicy, but whether they lean into that is a different question. But that is like one way to kind of get your lane dominance out. And outside has tended to play that Jakiro for the team. It's kind of tricky to find like a good 5 here. I say that, but something like Undying's been completely ignored. That is another like strong frontline support. Can soften up the Primal Beast in lane. You can play with a ranged core as well to stand back for you if you go Undying. Instead, they go what? Viper Tiny
Yeah.
coming
Yeah.
out. Viper.
Pretty yucky.
Viper. They don't even know they don't even know their mid match. I guess they just really want to crush the lane. Maybe they're expecting Primal Beast mid. Primal Beast into Viper lane is dead. Yeah, it's not a fun lane for Primal
I
Beast.
mean, it's,
remaining.
who knows like what kind of flex you have here with this Viper. Like it does feel like the Viper's just forced into the mid lane now, which is certainly like a little bit strange to go into already. But I guess if there's a mid hero that doesn't really lose many matchups, it's probably Viper. I kind of even question like what can you pick up now as Poke to feel a bit safer in the mid lane, because it's pretty tough against this hero, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm so keen to see what Piggy Killer does do. Like,
Dire team
there's a lot of flex. Like, you could run Tiny 1, you can run Tiny Support still. Tiny Support plus Beastmaster is all right. Then you run the
Oh.
Jakiro 5. The
They went
Ember
Ember.
picked up. Yeah, Ember into potentially just a Viper lane.
10 seconds.
That's rough.
That is very rough. Unless they flex. Again, Poke could do something like safe lane Ember. Then you toss your Primal Beast mid, or you toss it off lane, last pick an actual mid. I don't really see any actual mids that deal with Viper, so I think you just cop the hard lane. And you theoretically have a good time on your Primal Beast lane with Primal Beast Disruptor, and you just lose your mid, or at least at the very best circumstances for small KK, you draw even, and you just try to win out your bot. Right? You look for this core that the Beastmaster doesn't want to have to deal with. Terrablade's taken out. They banned so many safe laners as well and Poke this entire ban phase, just preventing something good for Fly.
Yeah, I mean
10
it's
seconds remaining.
this is going to be an interesting matchup. Like I'm going back to the Ember versus Viper matchup. Like they might believe that they can kind of like even out the lane with Flame Guard maxing. Maybe they could just kind of waste the mana of Viper. I remember I recently saw Sumbi talk about it on Twitter. Like, he was saying that Viper. He was
That was
specifically
clairvoyance,
referring
I
to
think.
Viper versus Dragon Knight. To be fair, but I think the idea is
Seconds remaining.
if you can survive the initial onslaught of poison attack, and he runs out of mana on this Viper, then he's a nothing hero after that, right? So maybe just being able to tank through it with Sleight of Fist and Flame Guard might be enough to kind of mitigate that dominant lane. But I say that it's much easier to say it than it is to execute that. Like it still sounds like a terrible lane to have as an Ember.
Yeah, it is. I believe that was Clairvoyance, actually, who was talking
it
about
was
the
Claire.
Viper matchup. Yeah. So he was kind of raving about it. I get his point. At the same time, like, Viper, I mean, can still play around with your break. You take away that heal, the lane becomes manageable, and there's a range hero to kind of deal with your Beastmaster. And Piggy Killer go into the Lina as well.
Did you know that the fluke was one of the
Okay, I thought they were going to do like a mid Lina safe lane Viper. They'll stick to XM Viper and Fly Lina. Lina, this hero has disappeared since we got our sub patch. I'm keen to see it. I still feel like it works as like a hybrid core. It's not like you're all in Fizz anymore, but it still has, as a hybrid core, you still have decent timings to hit. I am interested to see how Piggy Killer plays this one, because I think Poke's draft is a lot more stitched together. They have good team fight with a Global Silence with Static Storm. They have good tempo coming out with their Ember and Primal Beast. And you don't have any natural jump for Sniper. You don't have any natural reach here from Piggy Killer to just run up to the Sniper, try to kill him off, outside of these blink timings from Ava and from Frisk. So small KK is just going to be clear to stand in the back. And it's the Sniper versus the Viper lane, and Lonfer will take the safe lane number. So it's a little bit better for the Beastmaster. You can go for either build pretty all right there. The Sniper now dominates the Viper. Theoretically, like, your Viper shouldn't have a game. So we'll see how much XM can do. I think this is a little bit worrying that they managed to flex so hard on Poke. On the side of Piggy Killer, on paper, they are the better team. We've seen them outplay. We've seen them play from behind a couple of times just fine. Still draw even and farm. Hit this mid-game timing, mid-game tempo where they really come and start running at you. But the Sniper mid is going to be really annoying for Viper. Like, I'm not sure how much XM gets out there. You know, it's not like anything that Clairvoyance was talking about with the DK and stuff, all of that. But the Sniper just purely outranges you, plays with shrapnel. Viper is not highly mobile. Viper does not just walk up and right-click a Sniper. So your lane dominance here is just probably not there for XM.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, John. It's definitely a nice switch up, as they are going to go for a very early team fight. Ava's already been spotted out. Glimsback is there. He is in the middle of nowhere now. Nice dual breath, nice avalanche from Frisk. Is going to hold them back. In fact, they might be able to look for a turn now. Light Strike Ray does land onto Lunfer. Poison attacks there as well, but they can't quite get the damage output they needed. Still running. Aaron does have another glimpse in 5. Another dual breath, another wild axes, and now Aaron's in danger. He is certainly set to fall as a Light Strike Ray landing from Fly onto 2. They'll take Aaron down. Frisk is gone, but so is Small KK. And you know, John, that Viper we talked about that was going to struggle against a Sniper, suddenly he's got a double kill.
That he does. I mean, he sees the Shrapnel level 1 as well, so he just kind of has to sit back in the lane. Once Shrapnel fades, you can run up, start spitting at your enemy. I mean, that's massive for Piggy Killer. That was Poke playing aggressive. Like, they have a good understanding. Their lineup, level 1, is big, but they overcommit. Not only do they lose the heroes, they also commit the ward in that area. And I'm not sure about how much info you can get there. You're not going to have rune control over that ward.
Yeah.
So Piggy Killer does manage to feel a little bit better coming out from that engage. And for Small KK, I mean, sure, you have Shrapnel. XM can walk past it and spit at you. There is always that to play with here on the side of Piggy Killers. So we'll see. It should still be more manageable for Small KK, despite the kills for XM. He had to go for early bottle, as you tend to. The Sniper is just a little bit snappier on the auto attack, and of course hits further away. So you can try to just leverage that up against the Viper, but without take aim, it's not that much further away than the Viper. In fact, XM has a 25 range advantage, so he can orb walk pretty nicely if he finds the opportunity.
That he can. We'll have to see how this one pans out. Like, it's going to be a very interesting mid lane. I think for now, because Small KK doesn't have the biggest range in the world, you are right. Like, XM can just kind of kite in and out, or just orb walk rather, with this Viper, and Well, we'll see how it pans out. I mean, it's still very early to tell. We should have a look at the side lanes, of course. Maybe perhaps top lane, where you are going to see the Disruptor. Aaron already taking a fair bit of damage here on this Disruptor is outside. Can be very lane dominant here on this Jakiro. We'll chase him down, see if he can get in range for a dual breath, but might just wait till level 3. Of course, you do have Killer and Fly there as well. So this lane, even if the laner has been nerfed significantly, it is still quite a dominant lane, it feels like, for the side of Piggy Killer, unless you get caught out by a rogue glimpse here from Aaron into an onslaught by Killer. I could certainly see some issues breaking out there, but I think when you've got Jakiro in your lane, especially once he has level 2 dual breath, you just can't underestimate the amount of magic damage they can pump out with this laning phase.
Yeah, it's a lot of magical output. It's going to be a little bit hard for Aaron to just play tag. He actually doesn't opt for Kinetic Field. He knows he needs to trade with Thunderstrike to try to force an issue out or force more region out from outside and just buy space for Killa, which Killa is getting some room to just CS. There's the glimpse back, but no follow through. Again, no way to lock in with no level in the Kinetic Field. And so Fly is just going to be able to farm anywhere. As long as this Lina still farms, I'm sure her tempo is thrown off a little bit with the nerfs to Fiery Soul, Light Strike Ray being a little bit more mana costly as well, but you still are Lina. At the end of the day, you still dish out a ton of damage when your timings are met.
Or bottom lane, bit of a jump in here on Ava. Thing is with the Space Master, he is not having a very fun time. Even with the axes up, like there's not really much Frisk can do against this Pos 5 silencer. And of course, even Lunfer's been chipping away with the level 2 Sleight of Fist as top lane outside. It's a very nice deny on himself with the neutrals. Be very happy about that, as it looked like he had absolutely zero chance of escaping that fight. So nice deny away. But talking back about the bot lane, John, like Ava, it seems like he's going to have to go into that classic farming the ancient stacks, because this is not going to be an easy lane whatsoever for him.
It certainly isn't. Like it's going to be a lot slower for start. And you should have a good time for Lonfer to just build up, you know, become that real carry of the team right now, scale up, start jumping the back line. If you isolate the Lina, the Ember's a really good solution to the Lina. Just jump onto her, burst her down before the BKB. You can slow down that pacing from Fly. Again, the
mid lane.
tiny combinations and best. Oh.
XM, he had a few misses uphill. In fact, Aaron's now looking for a glimpse back on the Viper. Not going to be able to get it though, because Frisk does get a nice avalanche. But instead, Frisk might just be dead. And it seems like he will go down. Aaron able to pick up the kill here on the Disruptor. That Observer Ward in the mid lane really paying dividends here for Small KK. He was able to scout out the tiny rotations that were incoming. And Small KK, he's already had a pretty rough time in the mid lane, even as a sniper against Viper. It just hasn't been any sort of free farm kind of lane. With Frisk around on the tiny, it just becomes that much scarier. So you comp the Avalanche, you're just as good as dead as Ava. He's going to die down a bot lane. Lunfer able to secure the kill with the Sleight of Fist.
Yeah, it's a lot more back and forth. We kind of saw this from Poke last game as well, where their laning phase was pretty darn strong up against Piggy Killer's lineup. I think the one big issue right now is XM has way too many denies. Like, sure, the CS isn't the highest, but 14 to 17 on a Viper. He's a full level ahead just off the back of taking away all those creeps, all that XP outside from Small KK. They might be able to try down bot as well.
Yeah, they may. They are going to try. Lunfer, he's dropping rather low here on the Ember. Might just go down as he just not connect the chains onto Ava. That's a huge pickoff for Ava. He has had an unbelievably bad lane, but he somehow managed to get to the point where he has a Helm of the Helm of the Dominator up. Not Dominator, excuse me, Helm of the Iron Will is what I was meant to say. And once you have the Helmet of the Iron Will, like, just the regen and bonus armor you get really does change everything. This mid. 3 heroes rotate after XM. A sort of glimpse back there from Aaron. That'll mean XM should just go down. Though an avalanche is going to be up from Frisk. They might trade. The Small KK still fighting. Is barely going to survive. 50 HP.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the double rate band on your sniper. The right click start to hurt a little bit less. You have a lot more HP to play with as well. It's a massive rotation out from the side of Poke to ensure that happens, even dragging Lonfer around. But it's well worthwhile. You do not want the sniper to be too far behind, and now they might be able to run down Ava.
They may. Rolled Ava. Still being chased. Frisk there to try and save with a toss back onto Ranfu Dell. Maybe they can kill the silencer off, and they will. But they still get the Beastmaster kill first. As top lane, Aaron, try for a TP play out, is going to make it. Fly had the Light Strike Array on cooldown, and outside did not have Ice Path leveled up.
Just unfortunate timing, really on the edge there for Aaron, but does waste time away from the Lina. Again, giving some space out to Killa to try to catch up on that Primal Beast. The back and forths, I mean, it's working out to an extent for Poke. I don't think you're stopping Piggy Killer from hitting enough item beats, though. Like Ava, despite being so pretty far behind in the Beastmaster, I mean, he's still gonna have a good timing on the Dominator overall. Like only 500 gold away, a little bit slower than you mostly see. You are at 6 for Lanfer, so killing him is not really up there.
Yeah, Lanfer, I mean, he's still holding on to using any remnants, but eventually does kind of show that he's not going to be just putting up with the damage Frisk is putting in. Just leaves the building. Problem is, John, look at this rotation. Poke, 3-man smoke up right behind Ava. He has been the target of both games, just constantly making sure this offlane is not working out in their favor. And Ava, he's a tanky boy with that Helm of the Iron Will up, but eventually he will fall as Small KK is able to find the damage. And of course, Frisk tries for a TP play out, not going to quite make it. They won't be able to give the kill to the tips immediately from Aaron. I was going to say, like, obviously they wanted the sniper to take the kill, but Ranfu Dao said, screw that, I'll take it. It's mine, thank you.
I mean, sometimes you just have to secure it for your team. Again, the movements coming out from Poke, they do feel good. But is the Beastmaster really the hero you want to stop, though? You look at Fly, you look at what he's getting up top with his level 6, and he might find his kill on Killa if he's not careful.
No, he won't.
Doesn't
like,
love the Laguna, though.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, Killer? I mean, he has Pulverize up here, John. He might just go in with that. He does? Fly? Can you fight back? Oh, no, he can't. Uh-oh.
Nah.
Whoopsie daisies.
Yeah, that's the one big saving grace that I was just talking about. You know, your Lina's free farming off of all that movement, but Killa finding these moves onto Lina counteracts that. So it's balancing out the game a lot more. Finding Ava again.
I mean, Ava's just not... I mean, he's able to get out, John, but they really focus on this man. They do not want this Beastmaster having a game, and it does make sense, right? Because Ava is one of the arguably better players. Like, he tends to have a lot of impact in this POS 3 role, so I'm not quite surprised that they decide, like, this is the guy we've really got to shut down.
Yeah.
No. Aaron is caught. No way out of that one. He's going to go down. In fact, Frisk, there's going to be a slight chase onto him. Last word will pop. Curse of Averna still going, but he should be okay to survive through it. They're not going to start chipping away at this mid tower. XM even going after a chase after Ranfu Dao, but not going to be able to really keep up with the silencer. We'll have to let him go. They're just slowly chipping away at the tier 1 mid. That's all they're doing. They've got a Jakiro with level 1 liquid fire. The Ice Path does drop, but it doesn't really land. Kind of give the warding position away, and that's going to be enough. Piggy Killer, they'll leave the building, but maybe not without losing XM first. Because Lunfer is here, Glimmerback is out from Aaron, and XM, he has overstayed his welcome. He will go down eventually.
Right, so they're punishing that tempo from Piggy Killer. Like, Poke just slowing down XM and Ava is actually massive. Like, these heroes need a decent start to have that momentum build up for the team, and it's just not coming out there. The only hero that feels stable is Fly on Lina. To be fair, you're not that far behind on your Viper and on your Beastmaster, but you're not ahead as well. So the timing's being stalled does give more play for the side of Poke. 10 to 5, less than 1k lead still on Piggy Killer. They're looking at Lanfer.
Global Silence pop, they don't have the damage. They were looking for a follow-up Ice Path there, but with the Global Silence out, they just could not secure. Oh, nice Ice Path from outside. Never mind. They locked him down. He was almost done with the TP, but they just couldn't get him. And now Lanfer. Oh, that is unfortunate. He forgets about the Hawk vision that can be provided by Ava. And that was enough for Outside to land the Ice Path just in the nick of time.
Yeah, they find some punishment coming out. And you're ensuring that this Ember is also kind of stuck at the same farm as your Viper, and to an extent your Beastmaster, because everyone's pretty much at equal farm outside of Fly. So you're keeping this game even. You're ensuring that your tempo is not going to be overrun. They might find more down bot though. They find a punishment.
Outside going to go down. I think that's the one thing as well, like for Poke, is they are really concentrating on making sure these tier 1 towers do not get given away for free. And they're doing a very good job of it. Like, no tier 1 has dropped yet for Poke. They have held on to every single one. Oh, even Fly, as you can see, is just taking the Ancients right now. So Ava's not going to have that catch-up farm going his way. He'll take a little bit of the gold, but overall, you know, he's not going to get anywhere near that Helm of the Overlord timing he's looking for. So they are kind of putting their eggs into the old Lena basket. And I question whether that works out, because this hero, it is only a remnant of its former self. It is nowhere near what it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's been nerfed pretty hard to the ground. Pro teams aren't picking it up as often. I still feel like it works. Like, I mean, again, like, the big one's really Fiery Soul stacks going down, so you're not as much of a machine gun and insane chaser, but once you reach late game, the hero still has the range, the hero still has the output. It has enough range to kind of stand toe-to-toe with a sniper almost. So you can kind of try to deal with that issue just by having Fly be a menace and just trying to run down. I think your concern on Piggy Killer is just chain stunning Lonfer, because it's going to be a tough call. You need to get the Ice Pad, you need to get the Roar, and you might even need the LSA from Fly. Like, he will need to join in and try to play with all of that setup to get enough of a window that Lonfer can be taken down. Lonfer is going for an interesting build, though. Like, he's going for Travels into Radiance on the Ember, which Radiance Ember isn't too bad. I'm not sure about the timings in this one. It does feel like, considering the state of the game and the pacing, it's not going to be the quickest Radiance timing coming out. So until that item's up, like, your farming pace is mainly just jumping across the map with your Travels. You know, your creep killing isn't going to be as fast as if you had, say, an early Maelstrom up here. But if they're considering a slower game, which, you know, with a sniper, you're kind of fine with, then this build-up will have a lot of value. Like, the burn is not something any of these heroes on Piggy Killer really want to deal with all too well. The Viper in particular is not a hero that tends to go all in on something like, say, something that just counteracts that evasion chance. So you've always got a lot more EHP for your entire team just off the back of Lonfer once that timing's up.
Oh, Ava gonna get caught by a glimpse back outside, though, is there. He's trying to help out, but Killer still just aiming down the Beastmaster. Will be able to secure his run food down. They were trying for a TP up, but we'll go down in the meantime. As Lonfer now gonna rotate. They've got the whole side of Poke, but they found the sniper. Oh, Small KK is gone. They'll keep fighting. They'll keep trying to find Fly, but another nice Ice Path from outside going to now enable Fly. They just keep going. His Lonfer jumped right in. Oh, he's given his life away for this. It's a full team wipe. And on the bright side, at least it's only both supports being left alive for Piggy Killer, so you still get a lot of value, but it's well worth it for Piggy Killer, because now they can secure the bottom tier 1.
Yeah, you're more than happy, and I was a bit surprised he managed to catch out Small KK. Like, he was just standing there, did not expect the flank, did not expect, again, maybe the vision coming out from Ava for the Hawks. They just get that positioning for the Lena to just hammer in. And you can see how strong the Lena still is in right-click output despite the nerfs. Like, she still hits like a truck if you allow her to. She still melts your cores. The Gleipnir is almost done now on Fly as well, so more control coming out from the side of Piggy Killer to help compensate for a lack of reliable AoE. And you can just try to keep running and gunning once that's up. Like, the Travels on Lonfer, yes, he can join these fights early, but he really wants to farm for a little bit more. Like, your Ember is just not tanky enough.
Ava's being focused again. Frisk in the meantime does go down, almost taking Aaron with him, but with the glimpse back, Ava actually ended up getting the disruptor, and now round food down. He's gonna drop. Small KK in the meantime, he's got a double. But in comes XM.
Small
He'll find the
KK.
sniper. TP is available, but he's not going for it. He's going for the fight. He probably could have TP'd away there because Ice Path was already used. So now you lose the sniper, and it seems like you might even lose kill, although he does have... he did have Onslaught. Whoopsie daisies.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was just trying to get a quick onslaught out just to break the range. It was not channeled nearly long enough. And Piggy Killer suddenly come out on top. 4K net worth lead shaping up for themselves. They're keeping Lawn for a shutdown. They're keeping Killa down. Even Small KK is forced to go in a little bit early to these fights where it's just not comfy for the sniper yet. And he's got no way of saving himself. No early force staff, no shard up. He's going all in on damage here as well for Small KK with a Q. He's got the Daedalus coming out instead of any of that save. So it's all in. His team will have to protect him a ton of the time. They drop double sentries on mid just to clear out the Hawk. Yeah, small mistakes happen. But I'm a bit concerned about Small KK. Like, no Hurricane Pike, not even the concussive grenade. If he's caught, he is dead. And we've seen him get caught out multiple times now.
Certainly, it's not been an amazing game, to say the least, here for the sniper. Certainly not invincible, that's for sure. Keep in mind, like, you have Frisk with the blink up, so you definitely have the initiation. Like, the toss back on the sniper is more than enough. We know how unsurvivable this hero is when you don't have a 4-staff, and well, we're about to see it, I think, as Ice Path is going to lock down the Ember. So Lonfer, I mean, he's still going to be just fine. They aren't going to fully commit, knowing that his team was right behind him, but a nice glimpse back on outside might be able to set them up with a decent team fight. They have got the Jakira to get started. Already off to a good start as Killer. Pulverize up the Ancient Black Dragon, but Frisk's going to jump in for a toss back onto the Primal. There is going to be a Global Silence committed immediately, making sure there's no Raw to follow up here from Ava. But now Global's down. So you got a pos 5 Jakira kill for all of this. And I think, yeah, an immediate smoke up. Piggy Killer, they're just not going to hesitate.
I mean, Global Sun's down. It's a big opening. Just to save your Primal Beast from the Avalanche toss. You can just go for more.
Well, they're going to find a double here, John. Small KK. He was right next to Ranfu Dao. They were running up the river. They could not believe what they just saw. Killer's still trying. Pulverize was out on Frisk. It's just not going to make the difference. Now Ranfu Dao's gone. And Small K, I mean, he literally has no escape. Like, this max damage build is fine if you have perfect positioning, but like this, it's not going to work.
He's really going all in. I thought he'd at least switch out for a casual Force Staff or at least a Hurricane Pike, but he's got the Chrysalis up. So for Poke, if it does come out to high ground, it does feel pretty hard for the side of Piggy Killer to cross there, even with Aegis up. At the least, you have Alina, so you know you get Hawk Vision out. Once the tier 3 is cleared, you can still hit the racks. You have the range, and Lina is still Lina. And just like a pseudo sniper at some points, just hits a lot faster. The side of Poke, I mean, they still have answers, they still have solutions, but they have to be much more careful about when they use this Global Silence, because you use that up, Piggy Killer will hunt you down. Like, that is your one counterplay right now on the side of Poke. Outside of Static Storm, your global counterfight is going to be that Global Silence, and these defensive uses, it provides so many holes for Piggy Killer to just poke into. Like, there's just nothing that stops him. Like, all right, you silenced us when we Avalanche toss. Cool, that's a very low cooldown. We'll just go again.
Just go again. That's the way to do it, apparently. Tier 2 top tower. It's really not going to last here. No defense to come out either. You just kind of accept the fact that it is down. Now 7k behind is Poke. Make it a little bit more. Fly, even if the Lina has been nerfed to Oblivion, with this kind of build-up, it still hits very, very hard. And so, you're not very safe. Like, he's got a Gleipnir up against that sniper. He lands that, the small KK is just gone. This is where the 4-star start paying off. But nobody's got one. We do see the silencer run Fudao. He's trying to build a 4-star. But it's all happening too late. The small KK does get the TP away. Lunfer is stuck behind at the moment. Looks like he might go for a bit of a creep skip, but they seem to know he's in the tree line somewhere. He'll go for the TP in the end. He won't risk it. Run through now, though. He is gone. Meanwhile, Fly is going to find Small KK.
Ow.
Oh, no.
More?
He's just finding the
No,
one
no,
by
why?
one.
No.
Lunfer, are you sure? There's an Aegis
Yes,
up.
Aegis.
I don't know if this is going to work. Light Strike Array
Oh,
does
God.
land. It's a
No
lot of
way.
damage. And Frisk
No
is with the
way.
avalanche. Oh, Killer pops the BKB to get out.
Oh, God.
So that was hard to watch. Like, you could just see it happening too. In goes Frisk. Gleipnir out.
No.
Yeah, they find another.
All right. So everything's kind of falling apart right now for the side of Poke. You know, I mean, you see Small KK, he's queuing up that Hurricane Pike now. I'm pretty sure he feels like he could have had the Force Staff and had a little bit more for himself instead of this Crystal. It's like, it's just not a safe game. Like, on paper, it looks like a safe game. Because theoretically, yeah, you shrapnel off the angles that the Tiny finds. Oh, boy.
Is under attack.
I mean, this time around, they don't get the toss back at least. They might actually have the tiny kill, though Frisk is proving to be a little bit annoying to try and kill off. He's actually still running. Finally going down to Lunfer, but in the meantime, Small KK taking so much damage. He will survive on 100 HP. But I can't say the same for Lunfer.
Is under attack.
He chased real deep trying to go after Frisk. That is a support Tiny you killed off for your own life. And it will certainly not feel very worthwhile after you die.
No, certainly not.
Bottom tower.
And the push is still coming out from the side of Piggy Killer as well. Like, this is XM without his shard on top of all of these. So if he does get that shard up and running, additional minus armor, additional damage onto the buildings as well for the side of Piggy Killer. And Piggy Killer now 18 to 24, 15k lead coming out their way. Poke, they go for like this really cool flex. You know, like, again, Sniper versus Viper, which you feel like, sure, the Viper shouldn't have that great of a time, but XM just denies the entire creep wave, and then what do? You know, he's still going to get the EXP. They still have these aggressive supports on side of Piggy Killer with a Tiny. Frisk in particular has been doing a lot for his team here. And you kind of left Fly alone.
Oh,
like, yes, you
Small
rotate a
KK.
couple of times. No.
Yeah, they got a great
Oh,
ice
God.
pump here, John. Outside gets him from the high ground. Killer's in trouble now as well, trying to just fight through the BKB, but he's doing no damage with the trample. So at least they will, well, they use the Static Storm just in case. It's very desperate times here for Poke as Lunfer's dead.
Radiant's middle
How did
tower is
Lunfer
under
die?
attack. Radiant's
Just Lena things, I suppose.
Just
Gleipnir
yeah, I mean,
to
he does
LZ.
have a Gleipnir, to be fair. Probably had enough to, like, he's got what, 4.5 seconds of disable with the Light Strike Array and Gleipnir. That's probably enough
Very
for Lena.
balanced.
Yeah.
A very balanced hero with a very big nuke still on hand. They're just diving.
I mean, Frisk, he's not afraid. He just baits them forward. Roar is out. Frisk is actually tying to the tier 4 towers. He actually gives them his life. He's like, please, just glimpse me. Take it. Take my life.
Yeah. At the least, respawns are short, so you can't fight again. Without the Tiny, you don't have that repositioning spell. They're still lined up to just take the mid racks, though. And they will only stop the melee, and they force a BKB out.
Okay.
So they force some resources from Piggy Killer. They can't fully commit for like the full onslaught of the racks, but at the same time,
radiant are
this game looks so hard for Poke to play. Like, it just feels so hard. Like, this timing on the Radiance for Lunfer, it's gonna come out soon now, only 250 away, but 25, 26-minute Radiance, not really the timing we were looking for there. Fly? Not again. This can't happen
Is he
again.
really dead again? Oh.
Okay, no.
He's like,
he used to leave me early. He's like, all right, I'm gonna show some mercy. Fly's like, all right, you're fine. But
Get
you
outta
better watch
here.
out, you know? Respect me. Get out.
That's the thing. Like, again, like, the Lena's been nerfed, but in the right hands, against the right team, it's still a huge problem. It's, well, we're going to see them just go in again very soon, I think. I think you're literally just waiting for Ava to have his BKB back up. And then it's like,
Yeah.
all right, now we can go. Yeah, BKB's up. let's go. He's 20 seconds away right now. So they'll just start pushing out the wave. No reason to really hold back. If they're paying close attention, they'll find a double damage rune down at the bot rune spot right now, which would be a very valuable asset to try and go high ground with. But for now, it is not going to be spotted, though. I say that, XM. He's going to run into it. We'll leave it for his... No, he won't leave it. He's taking it himself. So DD rune on the Viper.
Yeah, I mean, you already have enough damage in Alina, right? You might as well try to match that pace in your Viper. Poke, trying to go for a smoke play out. Map is dark, but if they catch these heroes one by one right now, could be big.
It's a desperate play, but XM's alone. Could pay off. Mind you, he does have a BKB up, and Killer again cancels off the onslaught. XM is fine, but it does allow them a bit of farming space. Gets the outpost back. Sure, like your triangle's still occupied, but now Poke, they've at least got some income, right? It's better than zero.
Yeah, it's better than zero. You get some room to try to get the timings. The Force Staff not done for Small KK. At least he has a concussive.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mid lane, they're still looking to go in, I think, here, Poke. But problem is, you really can't go off that high ground right now. You really can't. Oh, and now Aaron's on the high ground. Wait, how did that happen?
Got pushed
Was
up.
that-
Onslaught.
Aaron, he's gonna go down.
Oh no.
Wait, hold on. Was that actually? How does onslaught make
Yes.
you go up?
It pushes you, right? It pushes your allies. Pushes anyone in your path. So he pushed Aaron up. I saw it with the onslaught. Just kicked him off. It's like, oops.
Oh,
It happens. It happens.
I mean, I thought it was concussive grenade for a second, but then I was like, wait a minute, that's not how it works.
No. You know how concussive
Okay.
grenade should work? It should work
What's
like
that?
a flashbang. Can you imagine if it was like a CSGO flash?
You've been
Concussive
playing
grenade
too
comes
much
out, you
damn
can't
CS:GO,
see.
John.
I have. I really have. It's too fun, Mike. This is not
Uh-oh.
fun, though.
No, Lunfer is dead. He's gone.
Oh.
In Ice Path, it's a 2.5 second stun. It does really suck if you get caught in that.
Yeah, and it lasts a lot longer now as well.
Oh, Frisk. Double avalanche, forcing out the global silence. They're going to try and fight this one out. Lon first ball back. He's in the backside, but Flyfly's caught
God.
him. That's an immediate tieback for Lunfer. Killer is still barely alive. The chase is on for him. He's okay, but look at outside. Look how dangerously this man wants to play. He just doesn't care. This Jakiro is just running right into the sniper. Anyway, he actually survives.
Oh my God.
He's actually made it out. Small KK's the one in danger. A beautiful ice path gonna land on two. That'll force the buyback. Gleipnir out.
Fly?
They've caught him in the fountain.
going crazy.
GG's called. Full team wipe, triple kill, full fly, and that'll be enough. Picky killer, like we've been saying, John. I feel like this team is just not going to lose a game in Div 2. I don't know who's
No.
taking one off them at this stage.
No, it feels next to impossible. Like that's them going for the throwback draft back into the Lina safe lane, which, you know, a lot of teams have tried, and it has not felt as effective. It comes out really strong here. The biggest hurting point for Poke, it feels like, was really mid. Because you flex around your Ember. No, you put your Ember safe lane, you run the sniper mid, and you don't get that advantage you're looking for. XM still has these insane denies. Frisk has this good game sense to know where the sniper will want to TP into, and this bot fight just gets the Avatos out, and they just crush him. Like, once these fights started to break out, it just wasn't simple for Poke to force the issue, especially when Piggy Killer were jumping in first. Like, they jump in, Avalanche toss, or at least just the Avalanche in Global Silence, and all right, what are you going to do afterwards? You're not in position to counterfight on top of that Global Silence here.
It felt impossible at some stage here for Poke to do anything. Like, even with this mid sniper, just the last hits just weren't coming in quick enough. I can appreciate, like, looking back, you can kind of appreciate why he went the aggressive style of just the damage build on the sniper, but yeah, it's just nothing panning out. I don't think there's any kind of individual play to blame on Poke at all. I just think it's one of those things where you're versing the best team in Division 2 right now for the Chinese region, and it's just a matter of, like, it's not a matter of how do we win the game, it's just a matter of how do we find a way to win the game, because right now it just feels like no team's figured these guys out. They just have this crazy amount of versatility on this team, and drafting wise, you just can't outdraft them. Playing wise, you just can't outplay them. Go on, John, tell us who deserves the MVP this game.
I feel like it has to go to Frisk, right? Like, he was the guy just going for these avalanche tosses. He was the guy forcing out these global silences. He played insanely well on that Tiny to set up for his team. And he had a big target on his back there.
You see how fast they brought up the MVP just before you start saying, actually, maybe it's not Frisk, maybe it was Ava because he died 50 times, but they switched it straight away. They're just like, this is the MVP. It's the thing.
No, John's gonna go rambling again about stuff no one cares about. You know, I've done it to Winter. I've done it to you our entire career, and I've done it to who had a screenshot with Ricky as well. He had a fun time. Still, I mean, Frisk did a lot of work there. You know, he really set up for his team, and honestly, the whole of Piggy Killer just played fantastically. Like, we were seeing these games, Poke were winning out a little bit in the laning phase. They were finding kills, they were finding ways to suppress the lanes, especially in game 1, but it's just not enough. And with that win, Piggy Killer 5-0, the path towards Div 1 is looking very bright for them, with Bright and Cactus kind of tailing behind with 1 loss each. And they've played a lot of games, they've won a lot of series, Mike. They have a solid chance. I think they probably will just be our number 1.
I mean, at this stage, it certainly looks that way, and we are going to have a look at the schedule as well, John. Of course, 0-2 the way of Piggy Killer, so happy days for them, still undefeated. You can't go anywhere, though. We do have Meteor Gaming against Supernova coming right up after this break, and of course, Team Bright against Cactus is going to be our final series of the night. So plenty more Div 2 action coming from the Chinese region. Of course, you and I, Jonathan, we're going to be leaving because we have some Western Europe to cast tonight, but I wouldn't go anywhere if I was the viewers because there's plenty of Dota to watch, John. Plenty of Dota.
Yeah, a lot of Dota, but you could take a little break. I think there's going to be at least an R+, because we ended so fast in this first series. So you've got time. You know, you can make yourself a coffee, have some merienda, take a rest, come back for some action-packed Chinese Div 2. But there's going to be a while, Mike. Yeah, you can relax a bit. You can relax too. We have some time until our next shift.
No breaks, no relaxing, none of that, Jonathan. You sit in your damn seat and you watch the timer slowly tick down. That's what a true Dota fan would do. They just watch the timer, and if it's wrong, as you and I have experienced many times, if the time is inaccurate by 1 second, you've got to spam it in chat, Jonathan. Or you've got to do the soon trademark thing. It's important. That's what we do as Dota players. We just never satisfied with anything. Still, nevertheless, it is MLP Dota. It's John X5. Don't go anywhere. More Dota coming up, but we are going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our next matchup. We'll see you then.
Watch more, earn more. Full TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got two brand new teams and two new casters as well for the rest of the evening. We're going to be following the lads on Supernova up against Meteor Gaming here for the second matchup of the night. Of course, then, importantly, before we get ourselves underway, I've got to know how you doing today.
I'm doing all right. You know, it's been a bit rainy, so I haven't been able to go on my walk or have a nice time, you know, spending time outdoors. But who needs the outdoors? We got Dota to be able to cover. And not too long left on the patch. I'm counting down the days, marking them off on the old calendar because this patch has been here for a long, long, long time. So let's see if these teams are able to innovate anything new. That's what I'm really interested to see.
Is it 20th or 21st for us? So
For
I can
us,
start
it's the
marking down the
21st.
days.
It'll be
Okay.
like apparently 3 a.m. 21st for Australian Eastern time. So
Okay. Oh, that's apparently. We'll see if that is the case. But regardless, let's see what the teams as well have in store for us. If they can pull out any of those pocket strategies that they have been saving for a rainy day. Well, the days they're coming though. In particular for these two teams, really got to get some wins under their belt. And for Meteor, I thought, after they beat Cactus prior, that was not their last series, the series before, I thought we were going to see them start to rise and just come on the up and up, but they just lost their most recent series versus IG Vitality, a team who was 0-3 before then. So I'm not quite sure what's going on for Meteor, because I had honestly high expectations with the addition of Echoes and Molasses in the 3 and Marblue as the 4. Like, I'm a big fan of him as well, so I'm just not quite sure what's going on with this team.
to me, it always seems like, yeah, you've got some really solid players, but China Div 2, with the exception of Piggy Killer, it's just going to come down to the draft for me. You know, the drafts that are much more well-rounded, like we see in Dream League that's going on at the moment. You know, some of these teams that were undefeated up until this point. I think it was Tundra that went for some like Spirit Breaker mid-draft, and then they just got underlorded. And then until you got a BKB, you can't do anything, because you're just going to be running into pit, you're going to be stopping everything. They had no push outside of that, and they just got rolled, basically. So I think it's just going to be similar to this, right? Too many times have we seen drafts where either no one is able to do anything, that you don't have any active play, or if you do get active, you can't take objectives off the back of it. Or if you have both of those, your lanes are horrible and you're too far behind. So it's like trying to find that balance there. As we see the boys on Supernova get introduced, they've got a much better record, 2-2 right now, still within touching distance of that second spot. We would still say Piggy Killer, who are now 5-0, haven't dropped a single game. I don't want to say guaranteed, but they're pretty damn close to being promoted next tour, as we were all expecting.
Yes, definitely expecting that to be the result for them, and they've performed as well. They've had rocky games, but they've looked good so far. So we've got the draft ready. We'll see what we've got in store for us. The most recent game that I casted of Supernova, where I got to cast with John to stand in for Mike, they had a really nice adaptation in their draft where they started going for a first phase Ember Spirit, because their carry Winter, he's like Grand Master or at least Master tier on the Ember. And I was saying throughout that draft that I really hope this is something that Supernova look to continue to play off the back of, because they just, as soon as Winter was on the Ember, like something completely changed. They just looked incredible overall as a unit, and it was something I wanted them to go back and prioritize. So we'll see if they're going to do that here in this game one.
Yeah, to be fair, though, we've seen that in C as well with, is it Team Tough, I think, that are doing it, and they haven't exactly had a ton of success switching it between Valky and Trill. So I think, again, it's just going to come down to the individual lane matchups. It's nice to have that flexibility component, but I think you still have to have that 8th pick to be able to take out some of the bigger counters. I mean, even taking out the Dragon Knight and the Death Prophet, yeah, it's going to prevent you from getting bodied in the mid lane, but it kind of protects you if you wanted to run this Ember Spirit as a 1 as well, right? Like DK, DP, they are off-laners as well. Obviously, not going to be a DP this time around, though, with Supernova banning it out.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Any bans that you're expecting to see? I mean, this seems very China-esque, I would say, these bans.
Yeah, nothing crazy, honestly. Maybe just one standout is the Undying. I think it's more of just a it's a troller specialty. Supernova have been spamming the Undying, so it's just a little bit of respect to them, trying to take them out of their comfort. We've seen some other teams do it, but sometimes, honestly, the Undying gets let through. Like maybe it's more likely to see like a Disruptor there instead of the Undying, but maybe that's the one in particular. That's a little bit more of a target ban.
I quite like this Beastmaster as well, right? Like, you've already gotten rid of the Doom, one of the big counters to it. You've already picked a Tusk, and we really haven't seen Tusk mid happen all that often at all, actually, since this most recent patch. So you don't really want to pick an Enchantress into the Beastmaster, and just to reveal both supports early on. So they're going to go for a core. They're going to say, all right, we just want something that's going to have a decent enough time in lane. Like, you're not 100% confirmed as to whether they're going to go for the Axes build on this Beastmaster, or if it is still going to be this boar, because, you know, both are capable of being valid into this Morphling lane. So it's just about picking up that win condition for yourselves. I quite like this.
Something that we
is good at playing as well on his Morphling.
That he is. I was just going to say the exact same thing. Something that he's very, very comfortable on. And you see they're looking to try and protect it as well. I think the Drow Ranger really is the standout for me. Maybe the Shadow Fiend Morphling matchup can be a little bit more you just come online before the Morphling, and then you've got the Beastmaster to help you take further objectives as well. So maybe that's what they're potentially concerned about.
You don't think they should ban out the Naga Siren? Because I do. Up against a Morphling, I feel like it's pretty valid thing to be able to have. And Supernova, they're actually the ones banning out a lot of this aggressive push early on. You know, the DP, the Enchantress, the Lycan, they want to have that capability of playing on the front foot, and they don't want to be looking to defend. They always want to be on the offense and force Meteor Gaming to have to respond to it. So I think if you're going to go this Morphling, I mentioned Underlord as a counter pick to a Spirit Breaker previously, but I hope that Meteor are having that potentially in their back pocket as well, just to be able to counter out this all-out aggression. Even a Tide Hunter wouldn't be horrible.
See what this last ban is going to be for Meteor. You brought up the Naga. I wouldn't mind it. The only thing with Naga is that like you're not really a carry that gets a whole lot out of the inner beast. That's the one thing.
I guess, but you can use your Dragon or whatever to be doing the pushing, right? And I mean, it does mean that you stack up those Riptides a little bit quicker, and then the summons can start to put in a lot of work. We still don't know what the mid lane is going to be as well for Supernova. I'm assuming that they're going to go some other kind of like aggressive push. At least they've taken out the Beastmaster, the Shadow Fiend to combine together with that Beastmaster.
There's in a lot of time though. Work out what they want to try and take care of. I have to imagine it's just going to be another carry matchup and Troll.
I mean, it's decent if you can get onto the Morphling, I suppose. Someone that you do kind of like to morph into, though. Not sure. I mean, I guess, again, it's just something that's going to dominate the lane early, and you can make pushes happen pretty quickly, right? Just combined together with the Inner Beast means those further stacks really start to stack up early on, and you can look to get amongst it. Also, pretty decent Roche Taker to combine together with that Beastmaster. So I don't hate the Troll ban. Again, to me, with Supernova, what do they need? Like, they've got a Rubik for instant catch. They've got a Beastmaster. I still think you need more. I just want to see, like, a position 5 that's solid, that can play early. Wouldn't hate a CM, honestly. Like, CM, or even Jakiro. Jakiro feels fine, too. Into the Tusk, a little bit more push.
Damage, which is nice. Rubik can maybe lack that through some of the early game, depending on the abilities you're able to steal. Good laner.
Ooh, okay.
So they go more of a direct answer to the Morphling here in the Ancient Apparition. And I wonder if now we are going to see a response to have like a saving support, because at the moment, Supernova, you're relying on Raw into Ice Blast or maybe Telekinesis into Ice Blast, but it's really just going to be a stun to set up for the combo. Wonder if they're going to look to try and protect that.
Okay, so they're just going for a little bit of this aggression going back the other way, right? Like, this is reasonably strong pick-off potential. I was thinking with Meteor Gaming, I still think that Tide or Underlord are viable picks. What this AA means is that you just cannot turn up to early fights as the Morphling. You need a little bit of farm. You need some some stats to be able to play around with so that you can go in and actually find like an instant pickoff onto the backlines before that AA blast comes out or before the setup comes through. And well, here's what happens when you go this Ember Spirit without banning out some of the bigger counters. The DK gets to come through, direct counter forward in lane, pushes aggressively, another instant catch. This is a great DK pick.
It's a great DK pick because it also, for Meteor with their second phase, you go for this combo that works very well together. The Ember can set up for the arrow with the chains, but there's no kill threat on a Dragon Knight. I don't know if even with a Tusk in that lane, if DK is going to die, because he's going to have a good lane. We see often he goes like double Bracer versus the Ember to out CS him, and you're going to have multiple points in Dragon's Blood. So that also gets rid of the potential of Murano rotating mid to be able to get the kill on the support, and now you got more setup. And even then, you could put the Dragon Knight safe lane with the Ancient Apparition. I don't think they will, because yes, it's a great lane versus the Ember. There is still that little bit of flex there where you've got a stun for the lane for the cold feet. But so I really like this Dragon Knight pick.
Yeah, and the other thing that you have to consider as well, I like the Timbersaw ban, is if you're going to look to try and get kills onto this DK, you need to be maxing out Flame Guard, because that's the only way that he's not going to be using that Dragon's Blood to mitigate a lot of the damage coming through from like a Sleight of Fist build, for example. Of course, you still need the 1 points chains. But if you do that, then I feel like you're really just giving the Rubik and Ancient Apparition free reign once these fights start to break out. You know, you need a lot more levels to then get into the Sleight of Fist. So it's a question of, look, do you cop the terrible lane, or do you gimp your ability to prevent these backline supports from having a presence in the mid game? So it's really just like a pick your poison sort of scenario.
So I'm trying to see if they can pick a hero for Molas that's able to take objectives. I can't really see any at the moment that would also pair well with the Mirana.
I mean, I think it could be Tide Meteor Hammer, but then look at the heroes that are banned. Okay. Again, a Beastmaster ban. I don't hate it. I was thinking maybe the Tide, just because of those Slark and Ursa and even the Troll bans to a lesser extent, they could still go a Monkey King, which still fast-ish, good against the Night Stalker. Sets up for a lot of these AA spells as well. You know, Boundless with the Cold Feet can feel kind of nice. Maybe you go Orb of Venom as well, just to really pressure him out of lane.
So you're just thinking more of like a lane-dominating carry to bully the Night Stalker's early weakness?
And again, just like a Boundless so that you can get on top of the Ember Spirit. You know, you set up for a Telekinesis, you set up for a Roar, you set up for Dragon Tail, just to be able to get onto Ember Morphling. I think it'd be pretty solid.
Really need to get a hero sheet in front of me. I'm trying to list them all off in my head and it's not working.
Their win rate with the Monkey hasn't been great, to be fair. I mean, they've only played it 3 times and they've won once with it, so maybe that's going to be playing on their minds a little bit. They've got a selection of 7 heroes that they pick quite often, and well, they're still going to go for it. Again, it's a good Monkey game. I quite liked the DK pick. I quite liked the Monkey King pick, but you know me, I'm a Night Stalker fan. It's just a question of, can you get out of this laning stage? I wonder, they're probably going to look to go for those early kills as well. We know Night Stalker Ultra Vision can really look to take advantage of that the 0 minute mark. And I mean, you've got a Mirana, you've got an Ember Spirit, you've got a Tusk to be able to play around with. You could certainly look to try and find a quick pick off, and you know, maybe one of these lanes that shouldn't go so well is actually set off in a pretty decent way. Certainly looking to give that first blood over to Molasses or Echo if you can.
Okay. So you felt like heading into this game, we had a bit of a discussion before the draft started that you think China in particular, with Picky Killer being on top, but the rest of the other teams are very reliant on the draft. Where do we feel like it's going to go in this game? Do we think there is a big draft advantage for Supernova or Meteor where they can look to use that potentially find game 1, or do you think the draft is a little bit more even here?
I'm going to say Supernova favored, just because I feel like their lanes are good and they're going to be able to take towers off the back of 1 lanes and that lead that they're going to have at the very beginning. Whereas Meteor Gaming, you can see where they're going to come online in the late game. You can see why they picked Night Stalker up against the Beastmaster, but Beastmaster might just choose to go a different sort of route, right? It's not like he's the only push that they've got on Supernova. They've got many other ways to be able to do it. You know, a farmed Monkey King is able to do it if he chooses to go down like a Desolator route, for example. Dragon Knight, of course, able to push as well. So I'm going to be favoring Supernova for now, but you can see if it gets late game, I think they've got a chance as well on Meteor.
Yeah, you can definitely see the trajectory for them. Can you, I don't want to say still man the case, but can you like, what's the path to victory though for Meteor? What has to go right? I suppose let's start with the lanes for them. What lane in particular do they need to kind of take over with and then maybe look to run with that advantage?
I mean, top needs to go great for the Morphling. We know that, right? Like, you're set up to have a relatively decent lane. You know, the Beastmaster Rubik, it's not amazing. Whereas Tusk, Morphling, you're going to be able to get Morphling that farm. Again, it's a lot on the back of being able to find that first blood. I kind of feel like that's why Supernova are hanging around together so much, feeling like, hey, we've got two really strong lanes. Let's not give it away by giving up that first blood. The other advantage that you do have, though, on Meteor is that you've got Marblue, of course, playing his Mirana up against an AA. No stuns on that AA. You might be able to slow him down a little bit, but he's going to be able to get these creep pulls off.
And what do you make, actually?
Sheep's got to be careful. What's their vision look like at the moment? They don't see anyone just yet. They're pathing on the outer portions of it. Still are. No one spotted. No one spotted. But no one's going to fight.
Ah, all right. Maybe they feel like their level ones are a little bit more weak here on Meteor. They had so much vision to play with, but gonna look to chill out. So you were just mentioning some of the weaknesses with the Ancient Apparition. How do you rate this hero overall? Because we really don't see it only on the occasions when it's looking to address like a hero like a Morphling or a Timber or some really beefy hero that just...
I think those are the only two. I think you can look to pick it into.
So you can't even... you feel like AA just cannot even be picked unless those are drafted on the enemy team?
I think so. It's way too single target for me. And you just don't provide anything in team fight. You miss that Ice Blast, you're pretty much useless, right? Like, eventually, if you can get into the Aghanim Shard, it helps you with a little bit of that lane push. So I think I want to see Chola look to rush that one. But just have a look on this bottom side. Marblue, I'm a little surprised that he actually hasn't gone for this creep pull already. He's going to block up the camp, but this is not what Molasses wants. He's already being harassed quite heavily by this duo. Winter doesn't have the Orb of Venom yet, but he's got it queued up, which I quite like. I really want to see him try and rush it out if possible. They're giving him a few free things here, right? Like the Courier for free, Molasses able to farm back close-ish to his tower for free. I mean, I know that Winter's going to get a little bit of this farm as well, but I mean, the fact that that Courier's dead means that you're not going to have the Orb of Venom coming out immediately. You might need to wait for the boots, for example, which, again, not the worst, but could be better. And, I mean, Winter's missing a bunch of last hits as well, I have to say. I mean, he's missed a couple in lane, completely uncontested. He also missed that bounty rune in the mid lane just by boundlessing a little early on Echoes, so he was able to pick that one up. It could have been a 3-for-1 rune trade as well. So, I mean, the little things are going Meteor's way right now.
I do wonder what build we're going to get out of Chen in this game in particular. You were, of course, just mentioning again, the Beastmaster versus the Night Stalker. It's going to limit you going into that Helm of the Overlord. I cannot remember who did it. It may have been 33, but I really like the Helm Dom into the drums build on Beast, and then eventually he got like the Boots of Bearing. I don't think the Night Stalker should prevent you at least from going the Helm Dom. I mean, it's such a great item to be able to boost up your farm. The stats are great. It helps you take those early objectives before the Night Stalker is able to eat the creep. So, and then the follow-up in drums was really nice. And it could be, with the lineup they have, like the Monkey King, the Dragon Knight to help them kind of chase down heroes and keep inside the middle, as even some of the slows as well as the game goes on. Yeah.
Wolf got so low up top. I mean, he's got 9 1 charges at least to be able to play around with, and he's been given over another Tango, but man, he was down at like 1 HP.
We gotta, if Sheep hits level 3, which he will off this creep, Morph's got to be pretty cautious. They're about to get 2 points in the axes as well.
He's back
So this could definitely... Yeah, nice read.
Gets rid of the stack on the axes as well. Ooh, for a bit of a turnaround here. Still just level 2 though on Meteor.
Yeah, is this gonna work? Oh, Morphling.
And that's the advantage of fighting under the tower at least, right? Really useful. I think they have a flag bearer creep to be able to play around with as well, so a lot more of that regen, that tower regen, that armor. Now at least they're level 3. Hasn't consumed the Tango just yet though, on Morph.
Structures are
I know you were mentioning something just then. Oh yeah, the Beastmaster. I mean, the thing is, it's still fine to go that build that you were talking about with 33, but you have to remember that you're into a Marana as well, so you need to be really on point with your micro, otherwise you're just going to get your creep arrowed. Yeah. I really don't think it's the worst for a Night Stalker to just to go Shard anyway. It doesn't necessarily need to be a counter to that Beastmaster. It's just a solid way of being able to stay out on the map,
is.
you know, getting health and mana back, being able to use it as like a mini Midas.
Yep, no, I 100% agree. He's always had issues with his mana pool through... There's just no item Night Stalker likes to buy that really helps out with mana. Like sometimes...
Maybe Echo.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up, Echo. Like, sometimes we see Night Stalkers consider about it, but going in Echo as an offlane Night Stalker is a bit awkward. Can slow down some of your... Like, if you lose... It's pretty much just a fighting build. That's the thing. So, they can slow down that Blink and BKB, which you need really to have impact inside a lot of the team fights. So, it's going to be interesting to see what the position 3s look to go in particular for this game. I do kind of want to speak about mid just a little bit, and we can bring it up pretty shortly once we get the 6s, but Han's off to a great time, as to be expected. 25 and 12 compared to the 24 and 4. It's still, though, actually take a look at the net worth. Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. So the fact that he's even got a lot of denies on Han, the Ember's still keeping up in net worth. So Echoes is doing quite a good job here.
Yeah, I mean, even Molasses on the bottom side, right? Like, it's nighttime now. He's got experience. He might not have the same net worth as the Monkey King, but he's only 300 gold behind. It's not the worst by any means. Rana looking to make that rotation, though, to try and get that early kill. Doesn't have the arrow available. Looking to make a bunch of defensive rotations. Kind of surprising that they went for this without the arrow. Well, at least they're going to be able to get rid of that siege creep, but feels like a little bit of a missed opportunity. You also had Molasses have basically a full creep wave denied away from him. He's looking to chase a range creep.
Maybe it's just they wanted to put importance on getting rid of the catapult. Now that first Elder Dragon form usage, you're not going to get maximum out of it. They might be able to get a kill onto the Tusk though. Sheep and Chola in combination together. Even Han's going to be able to move his attention over towards the river. So Han will nonetheless be able to find first blood. This is now Treads completed. Winter. Some trouble. Marblu looking for the wraparound. They might need the Void Slow to set up for the arrow. That's back up, and there's the connection. Beautifully done. Marblu from mid to bottom. He goes to help Molasses out.
This bottom lane is going far too well, in my opinion. Like, again, still behind in net worth, but he's not farming. You're letting Night Stalker get levels. That's the important thing, right? He's more than half a level ahead of this Monkey King at this stage. You're honestly almost at the point where you might be able to just go on him again if he just comes back towards this bottom side. At least he's got the raindrops, though, to be able to play around with. So that's going to dodge out a lot of the damage.
Yeah, Molasses is going to hit 6 off this creep wave, though. So, yeah, this bottom lane is not going how they were expecting. And we could even just a rotation out of the Tuscan, I think he dies with the Mirana nearby as well. It's not even like you have to bring Echoes down bottom. So, yeah, I 100% agree. This bottom lane should have gone much better for Winter on his Monkey.
Mm-hmm. They just give Molasses all of this free farm. It's going to mean that the siege creep, of course, goes away as well under the tower. Not too much damage done into it. He's got the phase boots as well as a full magic wand finished up. So, yeah, they can look to pop the Dark Ascension if they really want to. And I really feel like this comes down to something just as simple as not going that Orb of Venom early on and not being able to put the pressure onto the Night Stalker. They just miss out on the Void there, just through the night vision. Kind of like we were expecting with Chen, though, on the old Beastmaster. He's actually going into the Greaves first. So no Helm Dom. He might be in a little bit of trouble here. We'll see.
Oh, great shots from TZ. Mid lane, we're going to see contention over the rune. Unfortunately, it's going to spawn top for Echoes, and one point in the chains was not enough. Marblu a little bit too late for the arrow. Regardless, there wasn't going to be a kill, but maybe to hold the DK down, because that's a great rune for the Dragon Knight with his ultimate.
Just get some damage ticking into the tower, right?
Yeah. Outboard Dark Ascension. What have we got going on with this for Molasses?
Look at Winter's positioning, just staying between his AA and the Night Stalker. Really like that. sacrificing his own life a little bit just to make sure the AA that's going to provide a lot of protection isn't going to be quite as impactful. They're making the rotation through towards mid, though. This is an Elder Dragon form DK. 2 points Dragon's Blood, plenty of charges in the wand.
Now with the Strength Threads activated as well, Han, is he going to be able to stay alive through all the heroes? And it's not the case. 4 members required to get the kill. I'll get a D-Ward as well, so this mid lane even further secured for Echoes on the Ember.
And some Urn charges as well. Used one on the Night Stalker just to be able to get him back out to lane, but Blue, of course, still has that one available, even takes away the Bounty Rune. I wonder, like, you kind of feel like you have to go for a play now, right? In the next minute or so on that Night Stalker, just before you feel a little bit more useless during the daytime. Yes, you're going to have the Dark Ascension back up shortly.
Dire's top tower.
Raw use
Stop
from
him up.
Chen to get him out of danger of TZ. Do like what... Oh, Echo's even here now as well, so... Gonna go for Chen maybe after the ball. I'll consider the chase. I like what Dire have done. They blocked up the Ancients, so Chen's been trying to make some stacks. Of course, he's still got the hard camp, I think, up to a triple, but they've done a really good job to be able to slow down the Ancients, which is a big accelerant here for the Beastmaster.
Mm-hmm. Well, Molasses is going to buy up here. I mean, he's got the Echo Saber queued. Is he going to go into the Ogre Axe? Is he going to try and get that full quarterstaff just for a little bit more of that mana regeneration for himself? Wouldn't hate either. He's almost level 8 as well, so even though it's just turned to daytime, by the time he's got it, he'll have that Dark Ascension available, and maybe you can prevent a little bit of that turnaround with the stuns, just with that 1 point crippling fear.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Good lane again. Look at both sides, the importance they're putting on this lane. Continuing to try and... Can you find an angle for the arrow, Marblu? Maybe he wants to hold it. Ah, there we go. Should be able to deal with the catapult. They're actually going to look to smoke on Nova and head to top there. By the time they get there, they won't have this Elder Dragon form, but still have the Beastmaster. It's only 1 point in the call, though, so it won't be too much damage onto the tower.
I think they just felt like these lanes went really well for themselves on Meteor, and that's why they're going into this Lincoln's first item on Morph, right? Like, yes, you're up against a lot of these spells that are going to punish you if you go too far forward, or might it be the DK that's in trouble?
Looks like he is. Han tries to turn around, but he's not going to be able to find some distance away. And now they cut down the tree. Echoes over the top of the Remnant. Now Winter can't even get any spells off. What a disastrous fight for Nova and now Meteor. They can continue to chase him down. They got all the vision they would need to dive onto the tier 1 tower. What a defense setup from the boys on Dire.
I quite like where they set up as well on the north side of this tower. So the Beastmaster Hawk was actually to the south side, expecting that's where a lot of these TPs are going to come in. But where they were really looking to make that that aggression happen from was away from that Beastmaster Hawk. And well, we just see the power of that surprise attempt. Even the DK, of course, having a really solid lane. How many kills did Morphling get off the back of that? Just the 2, but rockets him up to the top of the net worth. But yeah, I was saying before that fight broke out, I really felt like, maybe Morphling needs to go into, a Manta style, something else to put some aggressive pressure out onto the map if his team was going to have any chance to be able to combat these first few fights. But I think he's saying, you know what? Ember, Night Stalker, you've got a decent amount out of this. I can just prevent myself from dying, go this Lincoln Sphere, and if they're going to rotate for me, it's going to take a lot more space out off the map, so we're all going to be farming. They've even got that extra
farming, they are.
out to Molasses now. You can look to go into that shard after this still.
Dire's top tower
Really
is
wouldn't
under
hate it.
attack.
They're also looking to protect this siege creep as much as possible on the bottom side. Again, that was one of the big weaknesses that I was saying about their draft. They don't take towers all that well, so the fact that this siege creep is still up at 12 and a half, nearly 13 minutes.
Look at this in the jungle. They're going to be able to intercept the rotation, but it will be the blink reveal. So it can set up for the Ice Blast. TZ will go down, but maybe it gives a bit of a free fight for Echoes where he doesn't have to worry about the stuns
That's
for a little bit of time. So you get the kill into the Rubik, and now it can try and turn over to the Dragon Knight as well. As Han, nice Remnant over. Even for Chola, Echoes is just toying with them. The Ember Spirit making quick work of his enemies, with the Arcane Rune coming into full effect there for Echoes.
I was almost wondering if he was trying to go for like a sleight of fist quelling blade play, just guessing where the Monkey King might have been, but wasn't able to quite land it. Didn't even end up cutting a tree, but yeah, he's just doing everything off the back of these setups. And, you know, I was saying it before, right? You have to choose Sleight of Fist, you have to choose Flame Guard. And they clearly went for the Sleight of Fist build just because even with the DK in a really vulnerable position, and of course he's a much more vital hero to be able to kill to stop a lot of their aggression, they're going to find this Beastmaster as well. Umbreless Toy maybe down to the low ground? No, Flame Guard.
Okay, that's what he was looking for. I was going to say, is he trying to hide?
No.
But I didn't see he had the toy. Regardless, Dark Ascension used. They're going to look to wrap on mid as well. They've still got a little bit of time to work with. All the teams coming over as well. Nova. Oh, how do you look to escape from this now? Molasses with the wraparound. Easy kill on the sheep, but the Ancient Apparition's going to get caught out as well. And one by one, looks like Supernova continuing to drop some of their members. And meanwhile, bottom lane, the Morphling's going to solo kill Winter. Is he? What's going on? Okay, he's not going to chase him down.
I think you're fine enough just bullying him out of this lane, you know? He's not farming. You're happy on Morph. And now he's looking to go into that Manta style build that we were talking about before. He's got the Lincolns. He's satisfied. He's not going to get instantly picked off by just a DK. You know, you're going to need Dragon Tail. You're going to need Elder Dragon Form. You're going to need Beastmaster Roar. You're going to need Rubik there as well. So it becomes a whole lot more challenging. This is one of the strengths of their draft, though. Group up and go.
Snowball in. Is the go going to work this time? Without the Dark Ascension, it might be a bit of a window. But it is nighttime, so the Night Stalker, he wants to get into the middle of it all. Dragonite's starting to get tickled down. Half health still to work with on Han. It's like they'll just get the kill into Tusk. But once again, Danok, this push onto the T1 tower will not work. They're continuing. Well, maybe Han find an opening, trying to protect their vision.
And they got the Siege. So I feel like they're going to stick around here.
Still die, they feel strong. An aggressive waveform into the middle. They're not worried about any of the damage as Molasses gets onto the supports, stopping the spell casting. They won't be able to keep Sheep alive thanks to the Greaves. Steals the Remnant as well, so Sheep's going to get back to the safety of the T2 tower. But Chola will not have the same fate. Once again, Meteor able to get a couple of kills across the map. The tower will still go down though, so it takes some time for Supernova to get it, but finally, they'll be able to find that T1 tower.
Thanks, Cardi. Also, Ag Shard now finished up by Molasses. Instantly just chomps on a creep. Back to almost full HP. This is the value that this item gives. I mean, it protects, of course, against an eventual Beastmaster, Dominator, Overlord, but he's still not looking to go into it. Just trying to be this big aura bot. Going for the pipe next.
They've caught out Winter. A little bit off the mark with some of their combos, but it's not going to matter. With 3 heroes completely surrounding him and no one acting as the supporting line. Again, Winter's going to go down. 3 deaths for him. He's really struggling. And again, he's going for this Radiance build on the Monkey King.
Not the biggest fan. I mean, it's going to give them some more ways to get through the Flame Guard, I guess. It's going to prevent the Night Stalker from dealing as much damage, I guess. But, I mean, Night Stalker's going BKB next item. By the time you've got your Radiance, he's going to have that. I was thinking, like, is Monkey going first item Nullifier? Maybe. But nothing really to nullify outside of that Flame Guard right now.
Oh, we are going to see an aggressive smoke, though, from Nova. They
know.
Not going to be an easy one. Full wraparound. The Remnant might have actually popped the smoke and got a glimpse of what's going on. Marblu, though. They'll still see the Marana.
They
so
might
probably going to be forced to use the Roar, and at least Han's going to be nearby to jump him down. So look what they're getting out of the map, though.
Yeah.
Bottom's getting shoved out. Your Night Stalker's continuing to find his farm, getting close to the BKB. Morphling has got a triple stack at the hard camp 17 minutes in, so he's free farming. They're just getting so much out of this game for Mito. The macro gameplay from them is exceptional in this game 1.
To me, it all just comes back to that bottom lane, right? I really feel like Monkey King should have gotten a lot more out of this lane. Or even if he didn't, I feel like Night Stalker should have been bullied away so he's not second on net worth 18 minutes into this game.
Just something has gone wrong to start, and we'll see if they're going to be able to make amends of that, though. But they are in a pretty large deficit for Supernova. They do at least have some ways, you know, with the AA to address that carry on the Morphling, but we're not. The fact they're winning some of these early fights, and you said Morphling's going to be okay once he gets items, so Gotta find a solution soon.
Well, I feel like he would have been okay once he got items. If the early game went poorly, you know, it's about setting up people in front of him to make his life a little bit more difficult. At least Winter's doing the right thing, right? He's looking to waste time on Meteor Gaming side as they're trying to chase him down. But at the end of the day, you need to be the one getting farm yourself because of how far behind you're playing. This is a position 1 Monkey King into a Night Stalker where you're bottom of the net worth on the cause.
What did you say the win rate was for Supernova with this monkey? Remember off the top of your head?
1 out of
How many
3
games?
times.
Because this
It could just go down to something as simple as the item build to start the game, right? They started with like a Wraith Band instead of an Orb of Venom.
Oh, that's so much damage. What? Man,
They got
Dragon
levels.
Knight's supposed to be tanky, I thought. Not with a Spirit Vessel out of Marblu, and again, now with the Dark Ascension, they just see everything. They can pick their targets and chase them down one by one. Sheep's going to be isolated for the rest of the pack. Molasses, he's by himself. Might be able to cut down the tree. We'll be able to do so and escape off the back of that, but 2 kills going their way, and now a tier 1 tower as well to boot. So it's just all things going the way for Meteor in this game 1.
Yep. Joinks a Ancient Creep as well. So again, back up to max HP. He's nearly finished up that BKB for himself as well. Although they will have this window right now. So they've got Radiance available. You don't have Dark
Jump
Ascension.
in Dragon Tail. Oh, beautiful snowball. Prevented the roar from Chen. They're going to be forced to use it onto TZ. Echoes does get clipped from the cold feet. He's out of remnants as well, so it looks like they will still get the kill onto the Ember. So finally something goes the way for Supernova.
They just have to play super aggressively off the back of this, right? No Dark Ascension, no Nighttime for the next minute, no Ember Spirit with, you know, I'm sure they know that there's a lack of remnants as well, so this is exactly what they need to be able to get back out onto the map. Take this Roshan, use the Inner Beast Aura, be able to quickly wipe it out. They don't even care if it's under vision. Look at all the vision that Dire have around that Roche pit, but they just can't fight into this right now. So, I mean, it does mean that, again, Molasses, he's not going to be in this vulnerable state during the daytime. He's going to be able to kite that one out. As soon as they take Roshan, he backs off immediately. Looks like he'll be able to get away, although that's a long TP. Still does, though. I should even see the DD rune bottom shortly.
My waters rise.
How big do we feel like this Aegis is going to be for Supernova? Can they look to play aggressive off the back of it, or are they still
have to.
waiting for a little bit more timings? Okay.
I think it's about, like, when I say aggressive, I don't think they want to fight yet. I think they want to be able to farm on Meteor's side of the map. So if they take a fight, they can take a tower. Oh, that's a great route.
It's a beautiful start. And now Winter, oh, they're going to be able to catch him out before the Wukongs. Aegis means nothing when Meteor are this far ahead at the early game. Off the back of the respawn, Winter's going to go down for a second time, and they're going to be able to catch up to Chen as well. Come back here. There's no escape for the Beastmaster. An ultra kill for Echoes. And what a way to look to utilize that DD in full effectiveness.
It really just does feel like the Echo show, doesn't it? He is, again, the ultra kill in that fight. He always seems to be able to find the supports. Part of that is on Supernova, right? It's happened about 3 times now where they've just grouped up together. They've given him the perfect Searing Chains combination. They got forced up on the Rubik, and well, he's starting to work into it on the AA as well. But even just something like a Glimmer Cape feels pretty value this game. I know you can just buy a Dust to be able to protect, but it's not even just for yourself. It's for a little bit of that lack of vision that they just have to be able to make that instant jump onto you. I was wondering what he was going to go at level 15, whether it would be the Dark Ascension damage or the status resistance, but I mean, they've got a lot of status resistance right now, and I kind of feel like with that Beastmaster Hawk, if he pops the BKB, they might even commit to using the Roar onto the Night Stalker just to give the supports a little bit more breathing room to be able to play around with. Let's go on Blink Dagger next. Again, wouldn't hate a Nullifier. Takes off the Jingu stacks. Means that you're not going to have the effects of this 4-star of the, I said Glimmer Cape before. You can get rid of the Pipe buff as well.
It's just this awkward item in his inventory with the Oblivion Staff. It's just like, what do I do with that now?
He can go back into the Echo, but I guess he feels strong enough overall.
This is all while it's daytime as well. So just imagine what's about to occur in a minute 30.
Yep.
Gonna
Probably
be
before
that
then,
much.
you've got the Dark
Yeah.
Ascension up in 10, and then you can just, again, maximize the amount of nighttime that...
Oh, Echoes is
exists
by
on the map.
himself.
That'd be a big kill. He's got a good kill streak.
Han's gonna jump.
Found him.
The chain control needs to be perfect,
Off
and it looks like it
everything.
will be. Very nicely done. They chucked the whole kitchen over the Ember to get that kill. A much needed one though. They got a decent ward as well in the back if Meter continue to retreat down to the low ground. Gonna look to try and jump the tusk before they get there though. Can they find the +1? Looks like no one else is gonna chase the rest of them. Whoa, TZ? Rubik should be able to catch up into the remnant. Even Winter's on the prowl as well.
There's the
They
vision.
don't
No
have the
dust.
vision though. Oh, he lives. Okay.
Very nicely done. Just that little bit of extra vision, right? Was able to get in onto the Mud Golem, move over towards the right-hand side, away from any kind of damage over time that would have broken that Blink Dagger, and yeah, Blink's on a way to safety. Again, they didn't really use that much outside of the Moonlight Shadow in that engagement, right? No BKB popped by the Ember, I don't think, unless I'm completely wrong. But Night Stalker still has his available. It's now nighttime again, so they can look to make a more aggressive move. But I almost feel like he wants to get into this Mage Slayer first. That's a good way to make use out of that Oblivion Staff.
They're going to go there. Blink now. Yeah, with this Blink, I mean, the supports are going to be food. And you still don't have the BKB on the Monkey King to get some area control inside the middle of the fights. Lasses. Instant use of the Dark Ascension. Han. Oh, the snowball. Time and time again, man. Always on point is TZ. And now they can just swarm them down. One by one, they're going to chase inside the middle. Winter's going to be able to get a pretty good Wukongs off. And as a result, they'll get the kill on the Ember. And now they're in shambles on Meteor. Forced to retreat as away is finally Supernova. They take a team fight where they get a huge amount of value out of Monkey's ultimate, and they had a great ward as well to fight with.
I think that's why it all happens, right? Molasses was a tiny bit slow on the Dark Ascension usage, means that he wasn't able to use that Blink Dagger, get it onto the backlines, pop that BKB. It was a great snowball save, though, coming through from TZ, but they were fighting under their vision the whole time. But the most important thing was that Primal Roar I was talking about, right? Because you can see the Night Stalker where most of the time he has that advantage over you because of the Dark Ascension. They roar him, they drop the Wukongs. It just so happens to catch the Ember Spirit as well. So that's the perfect fight for Supernova.
Yep. And it seems like that needs to be the recipe for success now, where if you have Wukongs, the supports can play behind it. That's going to be a way to... Because for the Night Stalker, like you said, with all the vision, you have the complete control of the team fight. But now you can rally around a Wukong. Sometimes if you're versing the Undying versus the Night Stalker, you rally around the Tombstone, you rally around a structure. So now they will have that, and it's going to be easier now with the Monkey having BKB as well. So unless he gets like jumped on by Tusk and then controlled with the arrow, he should always be able to BKB and get the ultimate off.
You'd hope so. I was
You'd
thinking
hope so.
maybe Meteor might have gone for like a wraparound to the right-hand side of the outpost when they went for that play previously, because they did still have this pretty deep ward down by TZ to the south side of where Morphling is farming right now. But at least now they've taken away that high ground vision. I mean, they've got the Mage Slayer as well, so maybe that would have enabled Night Stalker to stick in and play more on the front lines. But I'd really like to see them pick up a gem, just so that you can take away the map, you can commit to playing more aggressively. Morphling, he's got a Butterfly as well, plus the Lincolns, plus the Manta, plus a Pupil's Gift, so it feels very hard to be able to get a kill onto Morph at this stage. Oh, they could
Gonna try
have
for
picked up
Han?
the Han.
Maybe they want the support, so instead,
the
Molasses
vision,
looking to
though.
wrap around. They'll get him though. They don't see an easy target, so they're going to go for the Dragon Knight. And with him gone,
That's
it's
a
a
good
pretty
Ice
good
Blast.
Ice Blast though. Connecting onto 3. Can they look to do anything off the back of the... Looks like Nova just all-out retreat. Sheep again's going to be caught out. Top lane is getting shoved in, at least for them. And mid isn't next to the tower as well. You've got a Glyph to be able to protect it for a little bit. So maybe they won't get too much objective damage in after that fight.
I almost wonder what sort of like passive resistance you can look to give over to this DK, right? They tried to go for the 4-staff play, but unfortunately he was faced forward after that good snowball save coming through from the Rubik, so they just forced him further into the fight. I feel like if he gets forced back, you probably drop the Wukongs, and then you look to try and make a defensive play around that one, but not without the DK. He still needs to be a lot of your aggressive potential. And he's got the Orchid as well. So they're really banking on trying to find this Morphling out of position, drop the Orchid just for a little bit of that additional damage output.
Well, he's even going Satanic, so he's going to have another Dispel, though. So you're going to be relying on those being on cooldown because he has multiple ways to protect him. So
I hope they play around their ward this time. They've got, again, this deep ward by Sheep placed, but they seem to want to just venture towards where they probably set up.
He's going to be able to get the jump.
Kill, though.
Oh, Jesus. That Boundless Strike just blows him up. And now Chen, we're going to try and close the distance with the Roar. Will not be able to catch up to the Night Stalker. Marblu, a couple of leap charges still to work with as well, but Han's going to be able to jump over the top and get that initial control, and that should be all they need to help get the kill.
Time before Roche, man.
Okay, and they've got really good vision around it as well. Multiple wards to play with here for Radiant.
Oh, they got the gem on the courier.
Ooh,
this is
okay.
big. They can play around this for sure. What's the vision look like for Meteor right now? Around Roche Pit, it's pretty pitiful. They can take this one for free. Who do you give this to, though? Rubik, I guess? Yeah, absolutely. You would give it to Rubik, right?
Yep. He has the shard queued up as well, so this maybe helps him go into a different item. I hope they give it to him. There's a lot of value out of that defensive telekinesis. Do not like that.
They're giving it to DK. They want to give him a little bit more farm, but... Oh, no, never mind. They give it to Sheep. Good.
Okay.
Good. I kind of want to see him go BKB, honestly, on Sheep. Just so that even if... Yes. So even if Night Stalker gets on top of you to prevent these saves through the 4-star, through the telekinesis tossback, you've still got that spell immunity to be able to do it. Because if you're Glimmer Caping, you're still silenced. If he might go a Nullifier next on the Night Stalker, and he is. So
yeah.
I think BKB is what you have to do. It sucks, but you have to.
No, it makes a lot of sense. It's a very unconventional build here for the Rubik, but you need to go that when you're playing versus a Night Stalker. That's... It's as simple as that. This hero loves to build Nullifier because your way to address him is defensive items, 4-stars, glimmers, like you've been mentioning. So
Ghost Scepter as well feels kind of useless most of the time against him.
So we'll see. I mean, he's going to buy out for the Glimmer, and shortly he's going to see that Molasses will have a Nullifier, and that Glimmer's not going to have a whole lot of value.
Nope.
Regardless, so like Supernova, quite impressed with how they've been able to take some of the team fights. It's only a 4,000 deficit now. There is a large gap though. Pretty much all the net worth is from the carries. The Morphling's like 5,000 ahead of Han, so of Winter. So that's pretty much where all the net worth difference is.
True. So what you're saying is you just kill the Morphling and it's easy.
Okay, that's kinda. I mean, it's how do you kill him though? If he gets Ice Blasted, he has to be very careful inside the fight. So maybe you just, if you can connect with the Ice Blast, then maybe it takes him out for 10 seconds, which could be enough for you to get a couple kills off the back of that. Maybe you don't need to kill him, but just take him out of the equation for a bit of time.
TZ has been pretty on point with these snowball saves though, so, you know, even if he does, you're probably going to be able to get him out to safety, your waveform away, and you're feeling A-okay. What can I say?
So eyes on TZ then. Oh. See if he's going to be able to position himself accordingly to help keep them alive. Very close to utilizing that Hawk. Ooh. Should be fine. They're going. Winter's away from the team. They're completely split and they need the Wukongs to protect them. Roar's going to enable them to retreat. They'll turn now with the Ice Blast as well. Look at the control. Echoes toying around with the side of Zoo, and they're in trouble now on Meteor. Whoa, momentum, it's swinging.
I mean, he was on 3. I was like, this is great. This is an amazing setup. But the rest of the team just weren't there. And I'm a little surprised by that, right? Like, you've got Leap to be able to get in on the Mirana to connect through. You've got Morphling who could waveform forward aggressively. You have a Blink on the Night Stalker. That's just a fall down in communication, I feel. Not everyone on the same page. And now they're going to keep pushing. Why not? You've got Aegis, you've got Wukongs you can drop if you really want to. You've got a DK, you've got a Beastmaster that's still alive. Drums, still 2 charges left on it. We're going to look to try and find out someone on the back lines if they can afford it. Oh, constantly using that dive bomb on the Hawk. And they'll do it just to, keep a little bit of that fear away. So who would have thought that after the first, 18 minutes of this game, that it would be Supernova breaching the high ground and taking racks first.
And
no Dark Ascension, so you can't play for another minute.
It needs to be said that Supernova's cores are going to scale. Like, this is a Monkey and DK that is getting buffed up by Greaves, Pipe, Drums, almost AC, and maxed out Inner Beast. This is going to be a DK that hits really hard in the late game.
Can they defend off of this Moonlight Shadow, or do they even want to keep pushing forward? I think this is the right move by Supernova. They're just like, all right, we've taken all out of towers, we've taken a lane of racks, bottom lane's going to push in. It's already in a pretty bad spot right now for Meteor, so if they don't make a play instantly, we're going to know about it because these lanes are going to be pushing in quite heavily. So just back off as a team. Wait for that information.
What do they need to do differently to unlock the Morphling in the fights? Because he's 7-0-5, but honestly, I'm not feeling his
Feels kind of unlocked,
presence.
don't you think?
Yeah, but I'm not feeling his presence inside some of the team fights.
Is it almost a case of like you almost never want to go a Blink Dagger on a Morphling, but like, do you need to just be there to instantly blow up the AA and Rubik? Even the Beastmaster at this stage, right? If you can't get off the Greaves or the Pipe or the Ogre Seal Totem, the Roar, think of how much more effective that's going to be.
Yeah. He's got a Silver's Edge queued up, so it kind of does a similar thing if he can find an angle around.
They've got Nullifier as well coming through on Molasses. The Aegis just expired, and it's nighttime, level 20 as well. So this feels like a big period of strength coming through, but you got to go as a team. You can't afford to just get pick off like that once again. But look at Supernova. They're just playing together as well. I really want to see Monkey King just staying in the tree line, though, to be able to provide a lot of that info.
That's a big Corey. That's got an MKB on it on the Monkey if they want to kill it. To avoid it. However, they're going to smoke themselves as well. It's all on the Monkey. If you get the Wukong's command off to try and give them an area control in the fight, he's going to be able to do so. All the supports looking to play around together. As Winter has done a good job to keep them alive for the moment. Now Morphling, he committed into the middle. They've got the Roar to hold him down, but the Jinku stacks it there. Monkey's doing too much damage. There's your top of the net worth hero not having any impact. Down goes the Morphling, and now Winter's chasing for more as well. There's going to be lacking the vision for Marblu, but again, it's another fight where we do not feel his impact, and they can look to go up the high ground now.
Yeah, like that decision as well from Winter. Like, he's like, oh, I really don't care at all about this Mirana. They don't have Glyph. They already don't have a lane of racks, and we've taken all the outer towers. Let's just try and get Megas right now. See if Morphling has the buyback, and he doesn't.
That's the recipe for the fights, like we said earlier in the game. Wards, a fight where you take with Ward nearby and the Wukongs, and that fight they did both. As we see there, the supports, Sheep playing their tree line, using the command to protect him, and even
playing slightly
the
split
AA
as well.
Yep. It's just, gonna make the attempt.
I mean, again,
I
no
suppose.
Morphling, no care. You could drop the Wukongs in 2 seconds if you really wanted to. They might just choose to back off with these Megas. Oh,
they
that
forced him
stuff's
in.
not ideal.
BKB's up in a couple of seconds though for Winter. Zekros want to commit in. Looks like they will not. Up against Megas now. And they're even considering about going back in. Everything is available here for Winter.
I just want to see them set up a few more wards first before they look to do that to prevent any kind of big wraparound plays, right? Like, how do they even deal with these side lanes? I mean, I guess Mirana's capable of doing it. Tusk's okay at it,
They
but
called it.
Night Stalkers, yeah.
They caught...
I can kind of see why. I mean,
Yeah,
they've just been picked a few too many times. You like having that one last hurrah, don't you?
It's another game though. I swear Meteor did the same thing where they just didn't have that one last fight.
I did call
Alright.
it the draft was their favor, and we did see as well that, you know, they won a lot of these fights that we probably weren't expecting them to earlier on because the lanes went a lot better for them than we were expecting as well. But they just couldn't take the towers off the back of it. You know, even when Morphling was taking tier 2 tower bottom, they were taking second Roche, right? Like, it's not like they ever got anything for free off the back of a lot of these engagements. And, well, I'm sure that Han had an early game that he would like to forget, just got picked off a few too many times early on, but that game just swung back amazingly, just off the back of a single bad fight, off the back of Echoes just going way too deep on his own.
Han definitely made up for it in the end. I think he had some pretty good jumps and the setups for the Ice Blast, and that's what you needed. Like, that is kind of what you drafted your hero to play with the AA. So, yeah, had a rough start, but and especially probably should have done a little bit better in that Ember matchup, but with what he was able to do and scaled as well with his itemization. You know, it kind of avoided the Aghanim Scepter, wanted a little bit more control, and they got a lot of value out of it in that game. So quite impressed for the discipline and just for them to be able to keep their cool and find a way back in, because at this stage of the game,
look, now DP
like
is
25 minutes in,
all the boys.
6,000.
That mini-map, they're so far away. Oof. Doesn't feel great, especially giving up. Was that it wasn't any kill streak at that stage, but two heroes that you really need to be active. Like, these are the ones that you make plays off the back of, and I think they didn't even pop the Dark Ascension at that time. Great Dragon Tail stun coming through there just to prevent the follow-up and forced a lot of moves in an unideal situation. And I like the small adjustments that Supernova made, right? They were able to play around that Roar for the Night Stalker specifically. They made sure to split up on the supports, and they made sure that it just wasn't easy to pick off a single person, because they really were kind of single target focused, right? On Meteor. You know, the Tusk can go on a single target. Marana Arrow, single target. Night Stalker, the definition of single target. Morphling as well. It was really only Ember doing any sort of AoE damage, and that was covered by Greaves and Pipes. So you just needed to split up, make sure that they couldn't find these pickoffs, you know, use Force Staffs around, bait out that Nullifier at a bad time, and they did it. They did it quite well, but it was a big comeback for sure.
That it was, and we saw in the play games as well. Pretty happy about being able to find that way back in, because it was looking like a difficult game. It felt like a lot of the fights were going Meteor's way. They were just killing everyone one by one with that vision advantage from the Night Stalker. But
now,
you just
who we
mentioned,
MVP-ing? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. I actually don't know.
Is it Chen?
Whoever killed the courier and got the gem for Supernova, that's for me. Because ever since then, they had no vision to play with. I don't know who it was, so good luck trying to work that out. Let's give it a Chen. It's just probably easier to do it that way. But
I mean, he didn't just blindly go into the Dom build, right? He flexed his build up. I think he got a decent amount out of the lane. He went the Bassi into the Arcane Boots, which meant that the Wild Axis spam was going to be good. He bought a shard for himself so that you could find that extra little bit of information that they could play on the back of. And I really feel like the team fight that the game turned around, like, was that Roar onto the Night Stalker when he had the BKB and was diving for supports, right? They find the pick off onto the Ember Spirit, they take away that big kill streak from him, and then suddenly you had something to be able to play around. So I think Beastmaster for sure is the one that I would go. And this was a first phase Beastmaster with the potential to counter it as well with the last pick of that phase. So that can't be underrated either.
yeah, so incredible performance from Supernova to be able to find a way back into this game one. And this is a team that's continuing to build some really strong games and a good case to maybe be in competition for that second slot to be promoted. They're currently 2-2, and if they can win that next game, then they're going to jump up to 3-2. So it's just a question of, can they set themselves up with a strong draft and execute? We'll find out after the break.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, we are back with our second game here, Supernova taking on Meteor Gaming. We should have our draft coming up pretty shortly. Daniel, something we've been speaking about is how important the drafts are going to be as a whole for the Chinese region. What can we expect for Meteor to adapt on heading into this next game?
Something that can push off of one team fights. That's all I want. You know, You've played games with me. I hate it when we win a team fight and the team just goes back to the jungle or feels like you need to push and you just can't do it. So that is my biggest pet peeve. The way to resolve it is pick these pushing heroes. Beast, Lycan, Brood, Visage, DK, Nature's Prophet, DP. There's plenty of them. You can't bat them all out, so look to pick one out wherever you can.
There are indeed plenty of them, so we'll see which one they're looking to try and choose. In the first phase, we do have our draft underway. It's going to be a Death Prophet first pick with a response of Tusk and Visage. And Supernova, they're going to follow up with a Phoenix. So they've got it in the name. They've got it in the hero now as well.
Can I just say that I kind of hate the Visage pick here? So I know I just said that I really like that sort of thing, but you're picking it where they have the chance to respond to it. You already had a lot of damage over time with this Death Prophet. You already had a lot of sustain with this Death Prophet as well against the Soul Assumptions coming out. And again, you've given them the opportunity to counter. The Familiars cannot hit the egg, and I think Phoenix is probably one of the top 3 counters to the Visage. And now you've given them the chances to ban out some of the things that you probably were wanting to pair with this. Like, I would ban Marcy now. Luna, Marcy, Visage, still incredibly strong. I think just Visage on its own is quite weak right now. And they've still got chances to be able to counter it in the lane too if they really want to.
No, I agree. This is a very, very interesting choice for them to go for the Visage. Maybe it's just overcompensating for the weakness that we were speaking about where they were lacking Tau push previously, and now they go all out for it, and all of a sudden you just get counted. And it's also a hero that Supernova really like to run. They picked the Phoenix up in their last victory as well against Poke. So something they enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's something that... I mean, is this even going to be a game where we have to think what's good against the Visage in lane? Can you just rely on the Phoenix on its own to do it? I don't think you're going to go into something like a Juggernaut to be able to be against it just for a lot of that damage over time. But I mean, what are the other position ones that you can really think of that excel in that regard? Could they be thinking Bristleback or something like this against it? I know it's not instant damage over time, but you toss the Soul Assumption, just turn your back. It doesn't feel quite as bad.
All right. Well, let's go all the damage over time we would ever want.
Yeah.
This is...
Treant's great with the DP as well, right? It really just unlocks its potential. You've got slows to be able to enable the chase. You've got a root that pierces BKB, and more importantly, you've got living armor. Even again, it was nerfed, but just 1 point. That extra 4 armor does a lot for an int hero like the DP that doesn't like to buy any armor items up until that plate mail. So it's really going to get you through that tough period.
Radiant team back.
Okay, so we'll get Echoes as Primal Beast. They have picked it into the Ember though. So a little bit of a favorable matchup it should be for Han in the mid lane on the Ember. I guess the Dino is going to be pretty nice though with the Mirana to be able to set up for the arrow. You can also hunt the Tree Protector down in the tree line, but
5 seconds remaining.
it doesn't provide them a lot of team fight, which they are currently lacking. How are you going to 5-man into Supernova once it's 25 minutes in, and if the game's even? You're going to be going up against EXO, against Phoenix Ultimate, against Overgrowth. They might have some issues in that area.
I think might is an understatement in that regard. They will have issues in that area, in my opinion. Now, what can you even do against this? Maybe they can round this draft out. Again, it's going to be more single target, but Sniper, Drow, that's all I can really think of. Because other than Ember Spirit, you don't really have anyone that's going to get right in on top of you, right? So even something like... I don't know, man. Like, you need a way to be able to buy BKB early. You need a Manta builder, perhaps, to be able to get out of the root or the silence and the chains. And, like, there's so much. What can you do against this?
Dire team ban.
I'm bamboozled. I don't think there's a pick that ties this all together.
You could still Marcy. I think that maybe just Marcy able to address the Phoenix. You can go Scepter to get rid of the Tree and Protector Overgrowth, which is nice. The chains as well. Great pairing with the Visage. It's something you brought up before, and I think it's probably the only way. I think I'd like them to go down that route, because I think you just can maybe end early off the back of the Marcy Visage combo, and you can take objectives.
I gotta ask though, like with the Overgrowth that you were talking about with the Ags, are you really looking to pop Unleash reactionary to Overgrowth though?
Yeah, not really.
Yeah. I don't see a pick. If Supernova win this, if Meteor win this game, I'm going to be stunned. I'll say that. At the moment, it's like 90-10 in terms of draft favor.
That's not good considering they have the 24th pick. I mean, if we're struggling to see an angle, often the 24th pick is the gotcha pick. It's the one where you're able to take over the game with the cheese and have that favorable lane matchup. So Slark's being banned out, Naga's been banned out. See what other carry options are left for position 1 on Meteor. They're even trying to ban out some carries as well, because we're still looking for our winter heroes. So
maybe could be Ember, right?
That is very true. Could be Ember. Ember safe lane, run the Death Prophet mid if you want to. DP can be played as a 3. There's a lot of flex for them.
They could even. Could you conquer? Probably not. I'm just thinking like what wants to lane into Primal. I guess something that's just going to be able to push quite effectively. They're just Morphling. Fine. It's a good Primal Beast. Not counter, but they felt solid enough with how they were able to play it over the tour so far. It's not amazing into the Visage is the downside to it, right? But you can maybe save the waveform to dodge soul assumptions and play aggressively off the back of that. I don't know. It's another thing that makes them hard to kill though, doesn't it? You're either mobile or you've got a ton of heals. There's no AA pick that can come out here. They have very limited stuns, and if it is, it's kind of like hard to land, that sort of thing. They're going to go the Drow. I was saying Sniper Drow is probably the way that they need to do it. You're going to have that additional armor, though, the green armor or yellow armor or whatever it is, given over to the DP from the living armor, so that's not going to be quite as impactful. And you've got, 3, potentially 4 ways, maybe even 5, to get on top of the Drow. I'm sorry, I'm not seeing it. Are you seeing it?
I much prefer Supernova's drop, but I can see how the Drow is going to fit in. I think you just have to... there's a lot of pressure on Echoes to make a lot of early rotations. He has to be ahead, which is going to be difficult because of the Ember matchup. But in fact, looks like it's going to be Morphling mid, though. So let's see if that continues to be the case.
I do like the damage over time against the Visage, but it's a Marblu Visage. It's a Molasses Tusk. Offlane okay, it's over. Offlane Tusk. You know I hate it.
No. Yeah, I know. It's, no. Look, I think for Meteor, again, regardless of if it was Ember or Morphling mid now, I think Primal Beast needs to take over the early game. That's a lot of their playmaking. And for them, they can take early objectives with the Visage and the Drow Ranger, but you need your heroes to be strong early on, your Primal Beast and your Tusk. So let's see. It's going to go. I think you have to have a pretty sizable lead at the 20-minute mark, and if they don't, I'd be a little bit concerned because I think there's going to be a lot of difficulties with dealing with the team fight that Supernova have.
They're going to have a lot of difficulties dealing with a lot of what Supernova have, in my opinion. Morphling, you could waveform away from the Primal Beast, right? We know that the Ember Spirit matchup is still favorable into it, but the Ember Spirit is just way too good into this Visage. I'm struggling to see what Visage is actually going to do in this lane, right? You don't need to get as far forward to be able to get last hits, but I really still feel like you're going to be in a vulnerable spot. Do they think they can
Kill
get
the
a first blood here?
trees!
Yeah. I think they're not wanting to take the bait. They are not as strong, level 1 for sure, on Supernova to be able to play around with.
30 seconds to
They are
battle.
still considering it, maybe expecting even Dire to run up aggressively into the jungle. A lot of the trees are going to get cleared and should be back in time to be able to get the potential top rune or even contested at least. They've got a great ward as well set up though from Dire. And Nova do not know anything about this.
We'll see. Looking to back off on Winter. Again, they know that they've got that vision up on the high ground. Maybe assuming that that's going to give them a little bit of information. And it is. Molasses is actually the one that bought that Sentry Ward as well. So he's going to get a lot more of that gold.
Marblu's a Visage player. I forgot.
Still, though, like it's... I mean, I guess it's a Quelling Blade on Molasses just to be able to deal with the tree and stuff. But, I mean, I still don't feel better about this. It's still just as bad of a lane, in my opinion.
What do you mean? Oh, like the
Visage.
The Visage being 3?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah. Okay. I did forget, though, that Marblu is the one that runs it, so... It's very interesting how they've got this swap that they can play around with. I do think Tusk is one of the few supports that can be okay into the lane versus the Nature's Prophet. The the Treant Protector with the tag team. So early on, we'll see maybe if he continues to put more points in the tag team or not, but... The Visage still, your strength is level 1. That is really when you're going to be at your spike until you get the familiars. So I think we're both in agreement. His bottom lane should go pretty well for Supernova.
I mean, they just missed a deny pretty easily. A last hit onto a range creep. Level 2 is where they're really wanting to play around, right? They want the slows from the Leech Seed and the Nature's Grasp. They want to get it before you've got that snowball save away, and you want to have that Flame Guard constantly ticking out if possible. Again, though,
I've seen actually...
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I've seen Han, the recent series I saw from Supernova, he played the Morphling mid and he bodied it. I think this is a very specialty mid hero where it's got some pretty good matchups, but it just, how good are you on the Morphling? And I was quite impressed. So don't be fooled by his level 5 Dota Plus.
It's true, he's one of those sneaky suckers. It's just able to change it up, and Nova clearly want the lane to be closer towards them. They've got this creep wave 3/4 pulled, I think it was, so the range creep is actually going to be denied in the lane, and you're still going to be able to get a lot of this free XP on the Ember, so that's all you want, right? You just want to get a bunch of levels, probably, I mean, if you could put 2 into the Flame Guard, then you're going to feel a lot safer at the Soul Assumption not being able to break through it. Still, though, that lack of getting the range creep is continuing to haunt them. Not quite yet level 3. You've picked up level 2, though, on Shola. He just wants to be as far away from that experience range so that Winter can get into it nice and quickly. This is the one thing. Like, whenever you're playing a melee hero into a Treant Protector, you are going to get the Leech Seed onto you. And it is going to make your life miserable because Treant is just going to out-trade you every single time.
Already seeing some of the back and forth going on. Molasses. Is he going to be able to secure the kill? Chola will go down to the Soul Assumption. Marblu going to be rewarded with that first blood. And meanwhile, top lane, TZ and Sheep are duking it out. How do we feel about this lane? We've got a quadruple ranged lane. You don't see that too often. Do we feel like maybe one core is going to have a little bit better of a time over the other?
On the top side?
Yes.
I think it's probably just going to be a farm fest, to be honest. There's not a ton of kill threat going either way. Certainly not on Supernova's side. They can look to out-sustain, I feel, just off the back of the Spirit Siphon. The Fire Spirits is able to provide a lot of harass from afar. Pretty strong right-click damage as well, coming through from the Phoenix to be able to rival a Mirana. They're even going to be able to clear out at least the camp here. They might even be able to get a kill onto TZ if he's not careful, but... well, just the 1 point in the leap so far, won't be able to get away. So now they've got that to be able to play around with as well, taking away that kill threat. Echo, he's making the rotation up top. About to say, realizing that this is kind of untenable. At least he's got the boots of speed now to be able to make the play around with, but he's kind of undecided. They don't know where exactly they're looking to pick up, and I mean, this is the downside of, well, they missed the pull onto the camp, though, up top, so that's not going to eventuate. Still going to be in a risky position, but Primal's forced to come back mid. You can't leave a Morphling solo to get all of these levels early on. Not the quickest pusher of lanes, but a great user out of a lot of that experience in early net worth.
And once it does get those levels, though, the tower will be under a lot of threat once you're able to find that attribute shift maxed up. So it'll take a little bit of time. You see, though, he should not be in any trouble. He can play around with the attribute shift. He's even got a bottle as well here on Han. So Morphling's off to a very good time. Still, he's not going to be able to slow down the Primal Beast. His bottom lane, though, Marblue in a lot of trouble.
Nice.
They're going to make the first attempt onto the Visage.
Good shots.
So that'll be enough to protect him, thanks to Molasses. So still some back and forth going on down bottom, but it does look like both cores are getting a decent amount of farm.
Topside, not so much for the Drow, right? She's forced back underneath the tower. This time around, they make the pull happen. It's with the siege creep wave, which isn't ideal, and it's going to keep the wave away, maybe. So I guess maybe that'll allow them to hit up into the level 6 on some heroes, connect through onto the siege creep wave if it's able to stay here. But the creep wave has actually completely annihilated the neutral camp, so siege creep's going to go back in onto the lane. It's just a constant battle between Sheep and TZ right now.
Echoes. Oh, pretty good reactions out of the Pulverize. So able to play around with that attribute shift. So, of course, it's not a long cooldown, but that first attempt going begging here for Echo. So continuing to wait to see how he's looking to try and play this game here from the Dino. Because again, we speak about, kind of feels like he needs to get off to a good start to help some of the side lanes. They've got to get that early net worth lead. We're already have to be very happy with the start of the game. All three cores are off to a phenomenal start. You take a look at the last hits and even towards the net worth, they're sitting pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing that I really see when I think of, like, this is a great Primal Beast game, right? It's the ability to deal with illusions, it's the ability to deal with high armor heroes, and ones that like to clump around each other a lot. And I really feel like that's not what Supernova wants, right? Treant, Phoenix, they're going to be off on either sides of these team fights, just trying to find that avenue to drop their ultimates. Ember Spirit...
Oh, sorry, keep going.
Ember Spirit, he can jump in at any point, right? So you don't need to be playing up aggressively in front of everyone's face. So it's really only DP going in first, and I feel like you've got the saves and sustain for the DP if she is going to be playing that role.
Chola might see Echoes. He's going to get a glimpse of Molasses at least starting to move on over. A really good shards once again. Echoes is in two minds. It's another rotation where he doesn't know whether he wants to commit heavily or go back towards the lane. So another time or another movement that is not going to work out here from the Primal Beast.
At least he does make that movement back before there's too much damage into this tower. Of course, Han needs to be careful with how agi-morphed he is, considering the Pulverize was back up and available.
It's going to come down to Echoes. Does he have the mana to like use Pulverize and then shift Q the Onslaught? Because he will have some chain control if he's able to catch Han off guard before the attribute shift.
Like this adaptation down bottom. Now that they've got a little bit of net worth on Supernova, they've both got raindrops, so really not that scared of the Visage. Of course, Treant has a lot more trees to be able to play around with as well. 2 points in the Leech Seed is going to do just fine for their sustain. They've even got the Orb of Corrosion, so a third slow coming through from them.
Echoes, finally that first rotation should be able to connect. Jen wasn't able to really do too much to act as a deterrent, so Echoes able to pick up a kill. He didn't even commit the double damage rune, so let's see if they feel strong enough to use this to dive Chen. They've got to be pretty on point, though, because if he turns with Exo and Siphon charges, they'll be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, coming up in 2 seconds. He's able to get that onslaught into the immediate arrow afterwards, but they'll see it, and they'll be able to back off. At least you put Molasses mid to be able to play off of that experience, but he's not putting any pressure onto Han. Unless they're able to get this charge through, but again, Observer Ward sets up completely. Little surprised that Marblue has been able to get as many levels as he has in this bottom lane. Again, no points Flame Guard. He's opted to go for the Sleight of Fist Searing Chains instead, just to be able to hold him into place. But especially now that you have the Tusk revealing mid, I felt that was a prime opportunity to be able to get that kill.
Do we think as soon as the level 6 is picked up from Marblu that they're going to need to bring an extra hero down bot to address the familiars? Can they still even play just with the 2 members on Supernova against his timing?
Oh, they're actually going to send the Treant Protector up top, actually. So maybe looking to make a bit of a play there around the Exorcism before that Visage Familiars start to truly have their impact. I was expecting Primal to be the one to rotate down, but instead he's going up.
A lot of damage onto the Death Prophet, and wasn't able to activate the Spirit Siphon onto anyone before Echoes held her into place. So that first Exo, not getting a whole lot of value out of it, just maybe about a quarter damage into the tower, a bit over. And Echoes might even get the rune as well on his way back to mid lane. So a good rotation now. Back-to-back times we've seen Echoes. Finally, those rotations are going to be paying off for him.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that, I mean, I think it's good that they're playing reactionary Dota, because I really don't feel like you could play all that proactive this game. I know I said that, you know, you maybe need to make a rotation towards the Visage. I think that was just purely off the back of Tree and Protect TPing top and revealing that fact. So if it's Ember Spirit on its own, you might not get the kill, but at least you push him out of lane around this siege creep timing, and then you can look to take the tier 1 tower for your Drow to be able to play around with.
Who overall has a pretty good Winter.
He's fine.
He may be baiting, hoping that Marblu steps a little bit too far forward, because now Sheep's got to look to TP in. Winter does a really good job. You know, kind of puts himself out there, dangle his life, maybe seeing if Marblu takes the bait, and he does indeed, and that's where Sheep's able to TP in as well, just to help out. You have Dire starting to rotate down to bottom though. Echoes and Molasses in combination together. Don't have a whole lot of mana. Gonna be able to dodge the snowball, but the familiar stun means that Echoes can get straight on top of the Ember. Beautifully done. Great micro from Marblu, and even getting involved if he's dead.
They just wanted to keep this pressure up. I mean, it's so important that they look to take these towers as quickly as possible, and they do have a pretty early Vlads to be able to play around with as well, so that's some additional damage that can be going into this tower. Molasses really just playing a little bit more of that sacrificial role, cutting in to the back lines of this tower, trying to scout out where Chola is. He's, of course, a big part of that tower defense, and, I mean, if almost everything is Molasses, kind of deep there.
Oh, what the heck? No detection. But it's not going to matter. They'll be able to catch him out. Very interesting. Maybe mid lane off the back of the Moonlight Shadow. Sihan is playing a bit more defensively. And with all the stats, he's got Treads, Dragonlance, Magic Wand. I mean, even a little bit out of the Bracelet as well. So he can play in a decent health pool where it will be difficult to blow him up.
Like the fact that he went under the tier 2 as well, both for safety as well as the fact that it gives a little bit of that extra regen as well. Going to get every little bit of value out of that attribute shift that he can. But again, this is, you're playing into a Treant Protector draft. He's got the 2 points living armor, so again, not the most, but your push is very one note. It's all around the Visage, so they just need to make sure that they respond to that. His Morphling is going to be in line to carry the game, and Treant, Phoenix, they are late game supports for sure.
What do we make out of the Drow Ranger going Midas, though? Because he does have some good matchups against the Death Prophet and the Morphling in particular.
I'm not the biggest fan, to be honest. Like, I think they really needed to... It's not really a Drow item, though, is it? Like, rush into some sort of root disable, you know, or something that gets off a lot of these damage over time, or the slows coming through from Supernova. So BKB rush, I guess, is not the way that he wanted to be able to go about things. Are there any talents that he can really select that would help him out? Not really.
Well, see Nova, though, put a lot of attention on the mid lane, bring 4 heroes. And they still have the top tower that they want to claim as well, so mid to top they go. Han's going to activate a double damage rune, so yeah, but you see the Drow has to get out of this, so they will probably be able to trade towers across the map.
Will they?
And maybe
they got
even
TPs on everyone else. Oh, actually, Ember, he's going to back off. Did he place a Remnant down? Let's see. Don't think so.
No, I don't think so. No. Yeah, top tower's going to go down. They'll be able to take bottom as well, and with all this going on, Winter no bottle, but he's going to be able to pick up an arcane as well. So it takes that out of the hands of the Dino. So, but the early game was
Yeah, I
back and
still
forth.
kind of
with-
think they could defend this, man. They've got living
Alright.
armor. They've got a lot of
And
big
Exo.
ultimates now.
Let's see if they're going to be able to blow up Chen. He can look to activate the mechanism. A defensive use of the Supernova, but the Death Prophet, it just goes down instantly.
He went in too
Wasn't able
early.
to activate the mech or the one charges, and now without the Death Prophet, they're in a lot of trouble here. Sheep's got to get caught out off the back of the arrow. They'll even get Chola in the tree line. So just a bit disconnected with Supernova, in two minds whether they wanted to defend the tower or not.
I don't know if they were in two minds. Like, if it was me, I think that Winter probably like didn't need to not leave a remnant around. I think he needed to be part of that fight because he had all of his fire remnant charges available. He had an arcane rune as well, and you were just a little bit short on the overgrowth coming through from Chola. So maybe that's the thing that was dissuading them, making them feel a little bit more anxious about going for that defense. But I feel like he just went in without waiting for the rest of his team to actually be there. Those really long TPs were his undoing. So not just a tower, but 3 kills going their way. Certainly helps to even things out a little bit. Han, of course, was farming that entire time. Couldn't even have TP'd down if he wanted to. Was still on cooldown.
See if they can protect this now without the overgrowth and without the Supernova.
I really want Chola to stand a bit closer so he gets that range creep. Get
They
the
could
XP.
easily...
There we go.
There we go.
Level
It's
6.
got the 6 now. I mean, that's huge because I was just going to say, like, Dai can kind of easily retreat whenever Exos pop and just onslaught away, protect with the... Oh, Echoes. Good say, is right. Mirana can leap away. Visage is pretty goddamn fast. Tusk can be a bit of an issue with, like, Snowball and Shard, so it's really big that they have that overgrowth now to just further enable Chen inside the fight so he doesn't get kited.
They smoked on division, by the way. So
Okay.
TZ is just here to be able to break this.
Still
They're
get Marblu.
very deep on Marblu. I'm really not sure what he's doing down there.
The team's coming. Let's see if he's going to be able to stay alive long enough with the hood activated. Marblu's okay for the moment. The turnaround potential. Finally, we're going to see a team fight with all the ultimates, and that's when they can look to come out on top. Down goes the Drow. Echoes, they'll catch him even though he had the haste room activated. And they're not done just yet on Supernova. Finally, a team fight where they take it with all 5 members and all ultimates available.
Just didn't need to be there. They saw the smoke was happening. It was way too deep in the lane. You know that they're moving down towards the south side. Mirana was in the right spot. She can leap away. If you die, it's just a support, but Visage ends up getting away and get the rest of the team killed.
Maybe if it was a little bit closer to the tower, once they jumped him, it could have been different. Tried to go for that bait potentially. They felt strong enough to take the fight.
Maybe if he had the full pipe, maybe if he had Shard as well, just to be able to stall out for that little bit longer, but man didn't.
No,
Another
he did
bunch
not.
of kills. Triple kill going to Han.
Which is scary because he is furthering his progression on top here, Han. Going to be working on the Scardy after that Manta style is completed. Of course, a great item against the Drow Ranger. They're going to look to smoke though on Dire. They know that all these ultimates are on cooldown. Nova are playing together though, so this smoke is not going to be easy. How do you start? Chen? Alright, they'll make the go. Sheep's going to be off to the other side. It's only level 1 Sunray, so it won't be enough to keep the Death Prophet alive, but it's still... If Winter has a free fight, this Ember could prove to be an issue, but he feels hesitant about maybe going towards the backline, so Chola, he's going to go down as well. Double kill secured for Echoes.
They're finding the right
Ultimate's
jumps
up shortly though.
I almost wonder if, like, Treant might buy back if he really wants to defend this, but no Glyph, I don't think they can afford to. I mean, they're finding the right jumps for sure. Molasses with that Blink Dagger in onto the DP. I think she actually had her buckler backpacked all during that. So I was saying before, she's not really one of these heroes that likes to go into the armor items early on. She's got double Wraith Band, buckler as well to be able to play around with. Didn't really help her that time though. I think she's really going to feel a lot stronger once she gets into the Greaves, and even just the casual cloak I think is going to be amazingly good for her. All of that trample damage, you don't have to worry about the maxed out Starstorm from chunking you down for what, 500 let's say damage, when standard resistance is taken into account.
It was a good call though for Media to take that fight, knowing that all the ultimates were on cooldown and there was a bit of a window for them. So as a result, getting those kills, and now the tower is able to open up the map and just even protect them a little bit more. Having this Drow Ranger feel a bit more secured inside her own jungle. Hurricane Pike now completed for her. She's very close to level 14, so very close to being even with the Morphling.
Still does feel like they are a little single target focused though, doesn't it? I mean, they're going to go for another bit of a rotation through with Molasses, seeing if he's on point once again with that blink initiation. They see where they're playing on Winter, but well, they set up a bunch of defensive sentries around just to make sure that that doesn't happen once again. But yeah, even just like the Phoenix, I'm thinking that Sheep is like, look, I'm probably going to get silenced at some point by the Drow. You know, maybe the Gust is going to land in onto me, but as long as I can Yules, I'm going to get my egg off. You know, there's nothing really... you're going to need to use a lot of these stuns to be able to kill the Death Prophet or the Ember or the Phoenix instead of me, and if you don't, then they're just going to run rampant over you.
It's a slow-paced game here, only 1,000 net worth lead for Meteor. Do we feel like this slow-paced game is favoring one side over the other?
Supernova for sure. I mean, again, they've got a Treant, they can protect their towers better. Visage's pushing potential doesn't get that much better. You know, I mean, yes, he gets the level 15 timing, but he's not going to have AC by that point. And then you've got a Treant Protector that still is 700 gold away from the Blink Dagger. Of course, incredibly effective there. I already mentioned the Yule Scepter for the Phoenix as well. If Phoenix can get into an Ag Shard as well, I think you're very happy with that. And I would have to say, Morphling feels incredibly satisfied with being able to find that quick blink jump onto somebody.
Radiant's top tower is under
Echoes, they're going to see him posture pretty aggressively inside the jungle.
It's got a DD to play around with as well, but they just back off.
Yeah.
Under the vision now as well. Chen's maybe a little bit too far forward. Has to be careful with his positioning.
A bit more survivable now though, isn't he? Greaves and even the Cloak. He's even got the Van Brace for a little bit extra magic resistance. And with level 2 Exo, they may just... Maybe they want to pick off before Roche, but...
under attack.
Even just TZ might enable Roche. They saw the multi-shot, so they're going to go for the Drow. She'll be able to get away, but... TZ though, they'll catch up to the Mirana. So with that, I think you just go Roche, even though it's just a Mirana. That's a 30-second window where it's going to be a 4v5. It's a great call. I mean, if they do that, bottom lane, you see, they'll use the Glyph to protect it, but this tower might go down afterwards. They push pretty fast.
Yeah, they're going to pop the Exo just to make sure that they're going to take this as quickly as possible. You can take away the vision, instantly go back to the wave. I think if you get any sort of inkling, they don't have scan for another 2 seconds. Probably by the time that no one's reeling on the map, they should probably know that Roshan's happening. Can they get this in exchange? They instantly make the TP back, at least on the Treant Protector. He's going to try and pull the wave away. Slow this down. Again, they want a slow-paced game coming through.
Does Ember not have TP? No, he doesn't. He's already used it. Molasses, they're going to jump. Ember can't be here. He went all the way back to base. Oh, he's going to buy back on the Treant Protector, maybe to provide them living armor in case it's required. Echoes. And to BKB, he's going to be able to just get out of the shards. So, you get the kill on the tree, he buys back. You got to get out of the jungle, though. Supernova, they want something out of this. They're hungry for a fight, and Han is going to be able to run into Molasses, gets the snowball before the blink away. They'll drag him over to the triangle. Down, Dyra's still nearby. They feel like they might be able to take a team fight. They're be cautious of their position. They're going to delta split to the right and the left. So it's like Tusk will be the only sacrifice.
It's hard to pick a winner out of that engagement, right? Like, you get a buyback out of the tree, really sets him far back from this this Blink Dagger timing for himself. He might even be looking to go into a Solar Crest instead, just because of how far away he is from that. And it's just about getting those value items coming in first. I guess that is something that I didn't consider. The Drow going into the Aghanim Shard is going to be quite nice against both the Treant and the Phoenix. And, you know, if you're able to pick off one target, then the Shard explodes, goes to another, gives you a little bit of that extra split damage that you need. TZ's really been on point with his smoke breaks as well. 3 times now, he's just been at the right place to be able to create that little bit of extra ability to stay out on the map for the rest of his team.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out if Drak can solo carry this game. Like we mentioned the good quarter core matchups. You just mentioned the value of the Ag Shard now versus multiple heroes. And as the game goes on, like Visage is, if he can keep up in farm, he can start to get pretty survivable and play in front of the Drow Ranger. You can have this save as well with Molasses. So I'm just...
The Skadi kind of changes things though, doesn't it? With Han.
It does.
That one picked up, just get it onto the Drow, hit her once, and then let someone else try and stay on top of her. She's not going to be hitting fast. She's not going to have that marksmanship active. A lot of your damage is reduced. You've got the Aegis to play around with as well.
I don't know.
Kind of solo here.
I don't know if it was an accident. I didn't see. I just saw it at the end. But Winter pop BKB on the Ember. So
Probably an accident.
I'm not sure
I don't
if
think he was close to anyone.
Yeah.
Oh, they'll take away the outpost. Still got 2 minutes to play with for this Aegis, but again, probably don't want to go when you don't have that BKB available. And it would have been under ward, right?
What? Okay, Chola's still gonna go down. Oh my god. So the tree used the shovel, the kobold jumped out and he punched the kobold because it was on top of the tree protector. So he went down anyway, but very funny if he would have lived because of that.
He's going to keep it. Maybe block an arrow in the future, you know? But they know this is a dieback, so they're going to try and force it. This is a big window for them to be able to make a play. Chen keeping the top pushed in. Wants to make them make a decision. But they don't even go. Even with the Morphling coming back, I was really expecting Han to be the one to put himself out there, but I think they're going to lose mid tier 2 as well.
Look how fast they're pushing with the 15 on Visage. The tower's going to go down. They'll start to TP back, but Media, very good call for them. And this network lead is still continuing to grow. The Death Prophet's struggling to keep up with those earlier deaths. The Ember as well. So they're looking to try and take the fight though on Supernova. Another smoke though, and they're just going to be a little bit too late to catch them off on the retreat. Maybe they'll get Molasses, but a blink away. Winter's on the hunt, but he's not going to get anyone. So yeah, multiple smokes now we've seen from Supernova not being able to pay off for them.
Yeah, and that was the smoke back in the base, right? They didn't use a second one, did they? Just to be able to get that consistent chase? Okay, good. But yeah, it really does feel like they're constantly making plays off the back of Chola dying, you know? Bottom tier 1 tower, 3-for-1 trade plus the tower because he doesn't have the overgrowth available. Bottom tier 2, same sort of situation. Bottom tier 3 off the buyback, same sort of situation. So the recipe is simple. Just kill Chola. How many towers we got left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 more times.
Okay. And hope that on some of those times it's a dieback as well, so he's dead for even longer.
For sure.
Seems like either side, we're not going to get a fight before Roche. It's a very, very passive game. 18 kills, only 27 minutes in. We'll see. They got just nothing out of the Aegis there for Nova. So very impressed with how Media are playing the map. Just kiting them, dancing in and out. That is kind of, I guess, an issue with Supernova is, yes, their team fight's very strong, but their pickup potential and their catch potential, like, they are lacking a lot of stuns, so Meteor are just toying around with them.
That's why this Blink Dagger is so important for Chola. That's why that dieback was so impactful. That's why I was like, okay, he's going into the Solar Crest instead. Obviously, it's still going to give them value now, but for that aspect, the pickoff that you were talking about, it does hinder them a little bit. And they actually popped the Glyph as well, so no refresh Glyph available for Meteor. Does allow them to keep pushing into this top tower, though. And he's bought the Shard on Marblue. Doesn't have it out to him yet. His courier died previously, but if you take another tier 2, you're pretty happy with that. And again, they're going to be looking to go for a pickoff that just won't connect.
You are putting all your gold into the Morphling, who is counterpicked from the Drow Ranger. So let's see how that's going to pay off inside the fights. And Han is continuing to find his items, but is it really going to be enough? As BKB now delivered, Shen as well has got a BKB, so this could be what they're looking for. Triple BKB on all the cores from Supernova. But without objectives, it's very difficult for them to force team fights.
Another smoke coming through. Chola's not connected with the rest of the team, but they got all the towers to at least force them back a little bit. I like the fact that Meteor, they're clumping around this top side, maybe feeling like this is where they feel safest right now, but they're going to go behind enemy lines, maybe set up some vision before this next Roshan in some unexpected places. Instead, just the busted cliff is going to be the main priority for them. Proactively giving away that Solar Crest as well onto Han, just so that he can burst anyone that shows up. But they know that they have spent way too much time off the map, so TZ even gets to leap in, quickly push out that top wave, and give even more information to the rest of his team.
They're going to be too late to protect the ward. They're trying to come over. They do have another one down to the south of kind of the triangle location, but they're happy with that on media. They'll back up, get the ward, maybe look to smoke. They need to get themselves set up for Roche, which Radiant already have done with claiming the outpost and even dropping that cliff ward next to the pit. So that's probably the next thing on the to-do list for Meteor to get themselves set up for this second Roche.
They might be using Marblu as bait here now that he's got the Aghanim Shard for himself. We're even going to give him the Tome, try and get him up to that level.
Split again. Echoes gets the jump, and Phoenix is just going to get blown up. I mean, they're starting to move to the area. That's an exorcism committed. Can they find the angle in? Han onto the backline. It's a beautiful chain. So onto the Drow. That's a big kill. And they'll find Molasses now will be chased down. There's no escape for the Tusk. And that might be the opening they've been waiting for on Nova. Roche is not up just yet. 50 seconds till the spawn, but they might be able to crack the high ground.
So they won't have it to be able to defend this tier 3. You can't buy back on the Drow, surely not. They didn't use the overgrowth. Exo running out just now, so wonder if they could look to just completely... Yeah, that's the
They're going to buy back off the back of the arrow.
Yeah.
But the Ember Spirit's in some trouble. They're going to have no way to stop the Pulverize, and Ohan as well. How's he going to be able to escape? They've slowed him down to a crawl. A TP out should be stopped short, as that buyback pays off huge for Meteor. They won't be able to catch the TP out from Chola, but they are more than happy with running down Chen onto the Death Prophet. 3 down, and Roshan now up for grabs.
So many picks that probably shouldn't be happening, right? Like the Phoenix early on. I guess he was playing around his ward, so he felt safe-ish, but he was away from the team when Roche had that potential to spawn. And then, I mean, I think TZ's been playing a really solid game on this Mirana. 3, 1, and 8, broken 4 smokes now, multiple great arrows to be able to connect through for the rest of his team and set up for these big objectives.
One of those arrows was just then, and they saw an opportunity. You don't get many. It's going to come down to, can you capitalize on? That's where the Drow Ranger buyback was able to come into play. And whenever you don't get something out of the waveform, it's an easy chase down from the Drow afterwards. If you're not waveforming on top of her and blowing her up, then there is going to be no chance you can escape from the slows. So this is it's a big opening here for the boys on Dire, being able to play around that second Aegis and the Shard, importantly, which I think went to... Yeah, okay.
So if you get that refresher, you can chain stun people for like 12 seconds with this Primal Beast. It's kind of nuts. You need to be like perfect with your charge length. It needs to like, you know, bounce them into the rock throw and stuff like that. I can't do it, but maybe Echoes can.
You got the boomer fingers. That's okay.
All right,
the Echoes, he does not, and he's a mighty fine Primal Beast player. 7, 1, and 6, continuing to scale. We'll see. And you've completely dewarded the map as well. How are Radiant going to be able to get outside the base here with no vision? Yeah. Like this gem pickup on TZ is just making it that much more difficult now. They're sweeping across the map, got rid of the wards, and they're going to have firm control of the map.
Ares and Gems. Name a more iconic duo.
Gems is undervalued.
I don't think it's undervalued.
Radiant's middle tower.
You will do your best to make sure that's not the case.
10 minutes in.
True. Start the game with it. Yeah, I know you can't, but...
Well, let's see. They still have crazy team fight on Supernova. And they execute it, though.
They want the back
look for the wraparound.
They want a quick, easy pick-off for a change. I mean,
they might pop the smoke on the low ground, though. Sheep's a big kill if they get him. Oh my lord.
They
They saw
should
the
have seen the
invis
illusion.
picked up. Yeah.
Illusion. Invis.
No one pinged though, so maybe they're just gonna go bottom. They got creeps inside the base.
I guess. Yeah, why
on.
not? It's exposed. You've got
Yeah, they
Visage
can get a-
with no AC yet, but still plenty of damage.
Are under attack.
Hello. It's only Visage hitting. They're gonna be able to get the jump on the Ember. The chain control, it's perfect! No one there to protect him. Winter doesn't have a buyback. And they committed the exorcism as well. A heavy loss. Not just with the hero, but now with the ultimate on cooldown. Meteor, they'll get one set. They might look for a second as well. I don't think there's much that's stopping them.
They should. They should go for more. They've got a Visage just freshly picked up that level 20 as well, so increased movement speed for the familiars. They might be able
Blastus
to find
again
a
with the
pick-off.
jump. A really defensive supernova. Chen's going to be able to activate the BKB, but look at the damage from the Drow Ranger. Chen cannot charge forward, so everything used defensively. And now without this to combine up for a defense, they're probably going to go top afterwards.
Yeah, I think they might back off after this one. I mean, yes, you don't have the Supernova, but Ember Spirit, we haven't really felt the impact of him in these team fights. He is still very important towards forcing them to back up, and we still haven't seen a great overgrowth come out this game. I mean, they bought a gem, your favorite item, on the Tree of Protector to be able to just try and get back out onto the map. It just so happened to be, like you said, that top wave was pushed in, so bottom lane was ripe for the taking. I mean, if Chen can get up to his level 18, maybe things can change. If Han gets his level 20 with Daedalus, maybe things can change. But to me, it's just, you gotta have this Blink Dagger on the Tree and Protector. We have not felt his impact at all, from the lane to the mid game to late, being picked off while trying to defend a tier 2 tower. Chola still has the chance to be able to turn this game around, but needs to step up.
He doesn't have much time left though.
Nope.
Media, they're looking for maybe this one last fight. Still eggs on cooldown and EXO as well. You have the full 5-man. Not a lot of buybacks. Morphling's lacking the gold. Only 35, so we have it surely. Ember's lacking the gold as well. 30 seconds till the age is about to expire. What's the call from Meteor? This is a fine line you're playing now. They're going to look to get the jumper to the Death Prophet again. Look at the damage. DP's gone. She's got a buyback to look to rejoin.
They found
a lot
Chola.
of damage onto Blastus early on. Should be able to address the task. And, all right, they'll be able to bring him down. Off to the left side, though. Marblue, can they stop the TP? They can. Sheep's going to be there. Your Scepter at the buzzer. So Marblue, that's the second person to be
They
killed
still get
off
a range
inside the
X?
fight here. Ooh, 38 health. I just went.
Another buyback
I don't think
on
we-
Treant.
Yep.
He gets caught out. He landed Overgrowth onto Visage only. Yeah, they get the kill onto the Visage, so it's nice. And it's onto Han. Just takes you further away from that next item timing, though. Still won't have... He's gone into a Ghost Scepter. He's like, you know what? Maybe I'm just not meant to be able to buy this item this game. What happened with the gem? Someone still holding on to
there's-
it? DP's got it.
DP and Marana, yeah.
Yep. Because Treant was
It's just-
holding the gem. So, and I was like, if they got away with that gem as well, oof.
Yeah. Oh, your map control's just gone. Ever a hope of taking a fight around a ward by this next Roche is not really going to be a possibility. So, Media just...
With just 2 kills, I think that gave Ember like 3 levels, I think, or at least 2 off the back of that one. So now has at least got a little bit more of that sleight of fist damage to be able to find that quick pick-off onto the backlines. But the thing is, like, you've got armor. Like, you've got a Lotus Orb on TZ. You've got an Aeon Disc on Tusk. You've got Drow, who very farmed right now. I mean, this Midas has paid off.
Yeah. Drow's doing them. So she's got some good matchups, and they're doing a really good job to protect her as well.
Map's real
Have a
dark,
look.
though, for Meteor right now. So that's what they want to use this, go back out onto the map to be able to do. At least you've got the safety of being able to play around that cliff walking on Marblue with the Aghanim Scepter. But bottom lane's kind of pushing in too. So who's going to address this? Seems like it's probably going to be Ember Spirit. He put a
Split
remnant
again
down.
without
Surely
the
he
Ember,
did.
though. No, he's going to be able to rejoin. Bottom doesn't get dealt with, though, so the creeps will be inside the base. And Dire going to be able to sweep through their jungle to get rid of the vision. Radiant, they're pinging out like they want to protect it, but Gotta get everyone over pretty fast and they'll be too late. So there goes your ward and makes it a little... Oh, they're gonna try and take the fight. An aggressive jump in from Winter. Ember's not playing with too much mana. It's going to be an early use of the BKB. They want to try and target down Marblu, but a great force stuff, and there's the lack of the stuns. Once again, Egg committed, Exo committed, and they'll get nothing out of it.
Bot's still pushing as
Now
well.
Echoes, what a great rock throw! Overgrowth to try and disrupt, but it's not going to matter. The arrow connects, Ember's gone.
He's back in.
Through onto the Drow Ranger onto the backline. Morphling's going to wave form aggressively as well, but the BKB covering the escape. Can she continue to get away though? Chen trying to lock onto his target, but they've gone too far. The formation's broken. Drow's still alive. She can turn and stand her ground up on the high ground, and Radiant, what do you do now? You've gone too far. There's going to be no escape for Chen.
No buyback.
Echoes is in with the pulverize. No buyback indeed. In fact, that's a dieback. Chola dieback for him as well. Now Han, he's going to try and waveform TP out. He will be able to escape. That is 80 seconds without your death prophet, and they could probably walk it down and end the game within that time frame.
Yeah, lots of buybacks being expended. At least they clear out that mid wave. Bottom lane, someone needs to address that as well. It's really going to be the safest place to be able to play, so that's where Ember Spirit goes. Han still has the buyback available for himself, so I really want to see him address this mid lane. I know it's scary, but worst case scenario, you're going to have a buyback. You just got to try and stall this game out for the next 50 seconds until the DP is back up and available. It's not going to do it though. It's just going to let them walk up into the base. They really should have backdoor protection for this.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen. The Dire now have mega creeps.
Are we going to see the GG called without a fight again?
Radiant's middle
Yeah, just
tower
ping and
is
Roche.
under
It's going to be up in 1 second. Molasses walks in just as it spawns. Refresher as well for them to be able to play with. Echoes, of course, already with that Refresher Orb, isn't even going to need it. Should even give this one to, I guess, Drow. Feels nice to have a second usage of the Hurricane Pike, BKB, Manta, even just the Ninja gear to be able to get away from a lot of that pressure. But the kiting on Meteor has been fantastic, hasn't it?
That's been perfect. It is. Their read on the team fights has been incredible on how they need to take them. Just as soon as you see the ultimates, just reset. Get out. We know Radiant are very reliant on these cooldowns, and I've been able to use that to their disadvantage.
Chen, you can't get caught out like this again. A little far forward. At least he's picked up the plate mail now, so a little bit more survivability coming through from him. But yeah, they're just going to stand behind this Drow Ranger, let her do the pushing. Why not?
One last fight for Nova. Up against the Ages, up against the Megas. Chen is looking for the wraparound. Somehow his smoke popped, and so they know that the DP was outside the base, so they're going to back up and change their formation.
Got to do something. I don't know what they're waiting for.
How do they start? Winter's going to make the attempt, but they're out. Exo committed as well. Look at the reset. It's just been the entirety of this game, in and out. Meteor. What? Making,
No one's there.
Chola's going to try, but no one's there to follow up. Chola's going to go
Nice
down.
rock throw.
And Echoes, he's going to be able to jump in, capitalize on their window. They're completely split from the team. Chen, he's trying to get towards the backline, but no one there is to follow up. And in the end, let's see what Han's going to be able to do on the Morphling. An aggressive waveform in. Couple of crits will bring them down. It's a decent supernova, but all of Meteor just swing their attention over to the egg. It's going to be off
Ancient's
the back of the
dying as
Morphling
well.
if he can do something, but the throne, it's exposed. No one's there to be able to protect it. Han's doing what he can. The creeps, they'll be able to win it out in the end. And what a performance from Meteor. Very, very impressed with how they're able to take this second game.
I don't know what happened. Like, TZ played exceptionally well, I thought, but they should have never been in a spot to be able to play that game, in my opinion. You know, maybe I've got a completely wrong read on it, but I feel like you had the lane setups to be able to make it happen. You had the pushing potential. You had the team fight outside of the catch, but that catch all centers around just getting into that Blink Dagger on the Tree and Protector. And what was that? 4 times that he just gave up his life for free, and it really felt like he never should have done it. Even just that last fight, right? It showed kind of the cohesion from throughout the game. Overgrowth hits onto 4, but where are the rest of the boys?
Yeah, it was a disconnected game. That's what it is. There was a couple of mistakes. And Media capitalized on those mistakes. We spoke a lot about how their read on team fights and just looking to retreat. And once they're able to find those items, it just made it that much easier. So, like, yeah, we both thought this Supernova draft was going to be favored. We thought the team fight was going to be able to win them through, like a big reason why and some of the other things. But we never got that team fight. And maybe the decision to buy back is going to cost you. Maybe the decision to even just buy out for the Solar Crest and just say, screw it, let me just try and save that gold for the Blink. But in the end, we just never saw a fight where Supernova were as 5 and where they got full usage out of their big team fight abilities. So props have to be given to Meteor and what they're able to do in this game. I mean, this one in particular, you see like Chen's trying to chase down the Drow, but BKB, he's running away every single fight. Very nice read.
Even just the little things, right? Like, they knew that almost all of their catch was on the back of roots. So let's say, hypothetical situation, you land the perfect overgrowth, right? Primal Beast has a Stormcrafter, so he can get out of it without having to pop the BKB. Primal Beast has level 15 talent, which means that he can just prop the Uproar and be able to get out of it. You had a Yule Scepter, I believe, on the... I thought Mirana had it, but maybe I'm wrong. You had 4 stars to be able to get away. You had Ascetics Cap. You had Witchbane as well to be able to dispel that one off. You had a lot of damage mitigation as well with the Greaves, the Pipe, the Shard on the Visage as well. It was just a lot. And they were able to protect the Drow Ranger somehow, despite having various different ways to be able to get in onto her. I really feel like, maybe if Chen got a Blink Dagger, things could have been differently so that he could, continue to stay on top of the Drow. But to me, it's all about Chola needed that Blink Dagger. Never got it. Scratch that. Got it at the very end of the game, but it was a little bit too late. Did he, sell a bunch of items to be able to do it? Not sure. But could have had it much sooner. I think TZ is the MVP for me. He got them through those scary parts. He broke 4 smokes. He landed the arrow onto the Ember Spirit that allowed them to buy back on that Drow. Very risky position. You lose that fight, you lose the game. But you pick off the Ember Spirit. You know that the Phoenix isn't there because he'd been picked off previously because of another TZ arrow. He was always in the right spot. He itemized perfectly, and he's got 2 gems for 2 eyes, so why not?
Very well done for TZ there. And it's good to see as well that Media have this capability to even swap their roles in particular games, with Molasses playing the Tusk on the 4, and I think he had a pretty good game overall as well. Like, nothing crazy, but there were some scenarios where we saw the snowballs be very impactful, and just his jump as well. There were a lot of times where Tusk was making it difficult for Chola to get those overgrowths off. So the fact that they even have the potential to, put their offlaner into the 4 and then the 4 into the 3, depending on what the hero is, means that, there's going to be some nice flexibility and can make these drafts a little bit more difficult heading into some of the later games and potentially in even the next game as well. So for our second series of the night, we're going to have a 1-1 tie. Let's see who's going to come out on top after the break.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, we're going to be going the distance here in our second series of the night after a great showing from Meteor Gaming. We'll see what we have in store for us, because this is a team who is needing to get some wins in the second tour. And well, for Supernova, they're kind of on the brink of potentially being a team that could qualify for that second promotional spot. For them, you got to get every single win to be able to compete with those other teams like Cactus and Team Bright, who have also won a vast majority of their games.
They got to win games like that, though. If they, like, let's say they qualify, they would get stomped by the rest of the Div 1 teams if they played like that, if I'm being completely honest, right? Because it felt like they had the game in their hands. It felt like they had the lane set up to be able to counter. The one thing they were lacking was that pick-off, but they just took about 5 too many bad fights that let them get into these items, like, the Mantas, like the Visage Shard. He got that, like, 4th item, I think. He got it really late, so they were just able to kite them around long enough, 4 stops on both of the supports, just things like that. So I think you just got to know what the strength of your draft is and execute it before the enemy team is able to make something work.
Okay, well, we'll have a different first phase. Broodmother's going to get slipped through, so Supernova, I'll look to pick that one up. I wonder if Meteor, how they're going to try and respond to it, if Echoes, I'd like to pick his hero early on if we want the Dino or the Ember. They're going to go Visage, though. Okay, so back what worked for them. Let's see.
I think you could run the exact same thing that you did again, just do it better, to be honest. I mean, the Rubik felt like a little bit of a Disruptor block pick, because we know Disruptor's great against the Broodmother, can hold him into place, can glimpse him back. But Rubik, of course, acts as a bit of a deterrent for that sort of thing. And, of course, just very flexible in general. I would still train Protector, honestly. Like, a lot of the damage
I don't think they will.
I think they will. Like, you should. Maybe it's going to be a hero comfort thing, but it's great against Visage. Lots of little attacks into the tower means that armor does a lot for protecting you. It slows down the push. Again, damage over time against a Visage feels pretty great, and they just didn't do anything in the lane with it. And I don't want to keep harping on it, but like he had the keys to the castle. He just, maybe forgot him in another pants pocket.
That can happen. Sometimes you've got too many pockets. You don't know where things are.
At least we're not in like the northern hemisphere with like, the old winter coat, and then you end up leaving something in that, and then you only discover it next year. Although that does give you like the happy like surprise $20 note, in your pocket. You're like, oh, extra $20.
That's okay then if that happens. But if you like have an item in there that you then replace, and then all of a sudden you find it next,
you
in
bought
a couple
50
months when you put
chapsticks
it
and they
on,
just happen to be in these jacket pockets. Have you ever used a full tube of chapstick?
Yeah? What?
A full tube without losing it.
Yeah?
Down to the nub.
Weird?
I lose mine all the time, man. I've never gotten more than a quarter, probably.
Maybe you should get a little bit better at
skill issue, is
stuff
it?
on you. I mean, something's going wrong if it's happening to you. I don't know.
It happens to everyone, okay?
Well, I'm not everyone. Obviously, people have some issues with keeping stuff on them, and I am built different. My chapstick right now that I have in my hands they're almost out. So, unless I lose it until then, I don't think that's. I don't know though.
I'm going to send out the agents to be able to steal that chapstick.
Send the agents. Then I'll just be built like everyone else. I'm just a measly old individual that loses chapsticks as well before it finishes.
Exactly. So what are they going to do to be able to address this brood? You know me. You know what responses I like to it. I like Disruptor, I like Mars, I like Conquer. Those are my main 3. Monkey King feels pretty decent, but Meteor have actually banned that out themselves, surprisingly enough. Maybe they feel like that would have been decent at being able to lane into the Visage. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't know what avenue they're going to look to go down, because a lot of those heroes that I've mentioned are like, off lane or support, and even the Disruptor into the Visage, I've already covered why that doesn't feel so great.
I wonder if the Mars will fit in for Meteor, because we already see the Primal Beast Bandar. Even though it's a hero that has a pretty low win rate at the moment, Echoes plays a really, really good mid-Mars. So Maybe that's something they consider. Like, there we go, Ember's banned out as well. So some of these better mid heroes aren't available, and some of the great ways to address the Brood. So maybe they can see a way to slip it in. They'll need to go, if they do pick it up, they'll need another support with a lot of AoE damage. That's a bit of a different way to address the Visage. You'll bring up the Treant Protector.
They're not going to
Definitely feels
Juggernaut,
like-
are they? They're not going to Lich Juggernaut this lane. That's kind of what I'm thinking, dude. If you do, it's just a snowball for saving, right? You just never use snowball aggressively.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I like Tusk in the lane versus the Jug for this with that.
I'm just thinking Lich pairings, you know?
Yeah, there's probably a lot of other options that we're just going to have to see what media want to go for here.
Or
Would be
they're not going to
Maiden.
pudge, are they? Naga? Not the worst Naga game.
No, it's not. Naga, Pudge, couple options here to be able to play with the Brood.
I just want like something that doesn't really care about all of this.
5 seconds remaining.
Mitigation in Frost Shield and like...
Yeah,
Fade
because
Bolt.
you've got Fade Bolt to be able to play around with as well, and you're going to have Greaves and Pipe and that sort of thing. So either something that's going to be able to just, back off and deal with it later, or find that initial pick off onto something. And I feel like Naga is pretty decent at that, just playing around the illusions for a little bit of chip damage. It's pick off, at least with the Storm Spirit, right? But what are you going to lane into this? Like an Invoker, a Quap, what else can we really think of? Not really a bat. Yeah, maybe it's a bat game.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll see.
5 seconds.
Nonetheless, though, Storm does play pretty well with the Crystal Maiden. Going to get a lot of value out of the aura. You pick Echo's hero up as well, so he doesn't continue to get some of his mid laners banned out.
What do you think is going to come out? Bat, Lesh, Quap, Invoker.
I would probably prefer the Lesh, I think. Storm has a pretty good matchup versus the Bat mid lane, but overall for the game, I think it's a nice way to address the Visage. But I haven't seen anyone run it in China, so I have to imagine this is just something that they don't prioritize and maybe don't feel comfortable playing. So I think that's maybe a little bit less likely.
My concern is if you go the Lesh, you're once again going to be lacking in catch, right? Like you can't rely on a Rubik to do that. So I kind of feel like they need the Bat Rider for that aspect there. Invoker, I mean, maybe you go like a Boots of Travel and you're able to catch someone out like with a quick Hex or something like that. I know I'm thinking real late here, but the lane against Storm is really good if you just go Coswex. And the Quap, it's not real catch.
It's not, but if you're looking to try and dominate the lane against the Storm, maybe you feel like he's a lot of their early game rotations. So if you're able to stop him from coming online, maybe that's the call, just to make you have a really bad time.
Mm-hmm. Taking a while to think about it though.
Dire team ban.
Oh, okay. It's not catch, but lane's fairly solid.
Team ban.
You don't know what core you're laning into yet, though. Like, you're playing the game against those, so surely this favors Meteor, right?
I think Chor has a majority of pretty good carry
10
matchups.
seconds remaining.
I mean, Monkey's
Dire team
gone.
ban.
Yeah, Illusion's probably the other one. Razor, Bloodseeker are the other two that are not great.
I think maybe there might be a little bit more value on Bloodseeker just because the Crystal Maiden can set up for the Blood Right. You go like Frostbite into Blood Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit of an annoying lane for the Brood. Rupture against a Troll.
I believe
I
I
think maybe
forgot
there's
the
a
Puck,
little bit-
by the way.
Seconds remaining.
Puck's a pretty great. It would have been a great
Yes.
hero into the Storm.
Yes, definitely.
Radiant team
So is there... And there's a Quap ban as well. I guess let's look for Meteor because they do have the 23rd. So we said Razor, Bloodseeker. Is there anyone else that we could see getting picked up from them?
I'm just thinking anything else that has kiting potential as well. Like, you might be able to stop him from running at you, but if you can just escape, then you're just as satisfied. Again, they don't have the greatest catch right now on Supernova. And yeah, they've protected the Storm's lane, but also taken away that Puck, the Pango, for a lot more of that catch. I'm actually going to go a Shadow Fiend. I mean, I guess the Requiem feels kind of nice, right? And really, you just want to make sure that he runs away not in his own control. Just force him to back off on his own. And I mean, a CM feels pretty good with an SF, a Visage, and a Storm to be able to play around with. That Arcane Aura is going to give you a lot of value. And now it's just even more important to be able to find that catch right. Who wants to slowly walk up into a Shadow Fiend? I think it's bad.
I have a lot of heroes left to pick from. Will be Invoker, like you mentioned earlier. Okay, so...
Not the worst. The lane is good. And the pickoff is okay, right? You just want to be able to find a route, for example. I guess you're not going to have Sunstrike early on. It's going to be a Quaswex build for the lane.
So my big issue is just how are you going to address the Frost Shield on Lich? Because I think Shola is going to be really important inside a lot of the team fights. So that's going to come down to Echoes. If he can catch Shola, who is definitely looking for a game where he can recover from previously, because probably hoping to make some amends. So Frost Shield is a very, very... Well, we don't see Lich often, but I'd say Frost Shield is probably his best ability, especially if you're going up against the right-clicking heroes like the Shadow Fiend and like the Visage. So I think this game is going to be pretty off the back of Echoes getting Troll inside the fights. If not, then that could heavily enable Winter on the Troll, because you're going to have an Alacrity as well to buff him up.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times you want to play Lich, if you don't have a Terrain Protector, to be like a little bit of this tower defender. Just drop the Frost Shield onto the tower. That slows down the push. That allows the team to connect through. Not against this lineup, I don't think. I think the instant you do that, you're just going to get jumped on by the Storm Spirit, and you might even have Marblu. Sorry, not Marblu. Yes, Marblu on the Visage with the Familiars to be able to scout you out so that that jump is actually coming through onto the right target.
All right, well, who do we feel like has the edge here? Where do we think this third game is going and the series overall? Is it going to be Media that come out on top, or will it be the boys on Supernova?
I'm going to say Meteor, just to make things spicy and plenty of potential for tiebreakers coming through. Again, I think it's a good CM game. You're going to set yourself up really well against this Broodmother. I think even just rooting the Troll Warlord feels pretty horrible, right? 4-staff build for this game. Arcane Aura is going to provide a lot for the Shadow Fiend, Storm, and Visage. Storm lane, pretty horrible, but I really don't feel like they've got stronger kill threat for this Visage Tusk lane than they did last game. So I'm going to give it to Meteor. Just out of range with that sentry as well. So both camps going to remain blocked.
Pretty Winter. Guaranteed first blood. Beautifully done from Molasses. Gets a shard to make sure there's no escape, and it's going to be the Shadow Fiend that picks up our first blood. So it's already off to a great start, and they're already looking to try and posture aggressively as well. Maybe checking if there's a ward nearby. Did a good job to kind of show themselves, so they didn't get a guarantee whether it's a hero that gave them vision or not.
Oh, Cholo.
Well, they knew it still was going to be
EMP
nearby.
though.
But they'll get the kill. So a second one picked up. Let's see what they want to do now off the back of the Meteor. Shadowfiend has no mana.
Yeah.
So
is that worth it? Having no mana on
actually,
basically everyone. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, the other thing as well that Supernova are going to be hating is that you leveled up Frost Shield, level 1 on Chola, and it is not what you want. You want to be getting that Frost Blast out level 1, level 3. Then you can look to put, one value point into the Sinister Gaze, max out that Frost Shield as quickly as possible. But this really does not do much for your laning at all.
Look, I was going to say Nova, but I don't know now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, those 2 killers make me a little bit hesitant on if I want to give them the edge or not. I don't know, and I haven't quite been impressed with Quaswex Invoker. I know you kind of need to go up versus the Storm Spirit, but
it's so good to the lane. Like you just cannot get away from that EMP onto you. It really ruins your right-clicking potential. And it's not like Invoker's casting a ton of spells as well, so you can't get value out of something like a wand or anything like that. Of course, you can get great value out of that against a Storm Spirit. What's Invoker got coming out to him? Yeah, it's just that stick.
Yeah, it's so good for the lane, but the issue is how you going to be able to scale. Like, you have to get kills on the Invoker to be able to keep up and hope to get like an early Midas off the back of like a Meteor or a Spirit Vessel. So that's just my concern. Like, Crossworks Invoker, we've seen this way too often where it can be good for a game, but you can have a difficult time with being able to keep up.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to be like an Urn Invoker coming through here, make a rotation towards either the SF or the Visage, use the fact that they're not going to have BKBs. Again, it's damage over time against a Visage, who's in a little bit of danger with that fresh level 3 coming through. And then, use that gold to maybe snowball yourself into a Midas. I don't think it's a Spirit Vessel game, but Urn always going to be great value whenever you go in this Cold Snap build.
Well, we saw last game, though, that Marblu got a decent chunk out of the lane. See if that's going to be the same case here. They're up against two different heroes and two very strong laning heroes as well as Molasses. Pretty low. Looks like he's going to be okay. Marblu's going to be cautious. Cholo, though, just unable to step in to get the range here for the Frost Blast. Got plenty of mangoes to be able to continue spamming abilities, but
kind of feels like they were just asking themselves, like, hey, why did we just not do this in the previous game? They had the heroes to be able to do it last time around. Triad plus Ember Spirit level 2 is a lot of damage coming back, and Lich Troll is as well, but they've actually used it this time around.
And our last lane up top, seems like a pretty tough lane for the Broodmother. You've got the... Oh, okay.
I don't know what's going on with... Like, he got the first blood, he's missing Shadow Razors like that, and Broodmother is 200 net worth ahead of him in net worth.
Tough start to the lane. We'll see now he's got that second point up in the raise, and you're going to bring out some more regen. He's got the one, so hopefully that's going to be able to keep him up to continue spamming out. I mean, it's nice that TZ has a Bassi, so should be able to have plenty of mana to look to utilize in this lane.
They've been able to get the pull off as well. I mean, Shadow Fiend, I guess, is relatively happy with being able to quickly claim this one up. I want to see CM make that rotation near it. Gets him onto this level 3. There's the Arcane Aura. So a lot of the time you look to put, the second point into one of your damage spells, but for this game, Arcane Aura is king. Even buying up a Bassi ring on TZ for the Shadow Fiend is going to be great. Oh, this is a great Sentry Ward as well. Covers both the small camp block, which he gets before the minute mark, and then he's going to be able to de-ward that one as well. A great time by TZ. This isn't the lane.
No, it's not. Marblu, nice body blocks. Looks like he might just turn to Molasses, though, instead. Grave Chill helps him out, and now Storm Spirit's bottom. Echoes one of the bounty rune. Can they hold the troll down? They've got the shards.
Oh.
It's not going to matter, though. They can hold him down into place. Echoes can close the distance.
Surely.
Need the vision. Oh, Han, great rotation. Just gets Winter out of danger.
No matter.
And now with the troll wall, he tries to turn to get the slow with the axes. That's enough to get another round here. The cold snap Echoes, though. Can he escape this? Any more spells? No one dies off the back of the mid rotations.
I kind of want to see Chola just constantly be standing between Molasses and himself, but, well, that Observer Ward is going to go away. Just with those right clicks that went up onto the high ground, they would have known that they've got vision, but maybe now you'll get Molasses to waste a Sentry Ward up there as well. I don't know how that Troll Warlord didn't die. The second point, I guess, in the Frost Shield, that extra 10% was the value they needed.
Playing Tizzy, very nicely done. Might be in some trouble now, though. Sukambola's still on cooldown with the Fade Bolt coming up shortly, but Tizzy is going to be okay. So a lot of damage going back and forth in pretty much all our lanes. It's very much a different start to this third game than what we saw prior. That second game was a little bit more slower paced.
With how spammy they've been on the top side, again, he didn't put the second point in the Silken Bowl. I know it's not a big damage increase, but again, against two heroes that are this low.
We'll go down, Han, though.
Oh,
Tornado's going to be able to clip onto both of them. Beautifully done. Han finds the double kill. No Urn, I should say. Looks like he's actually going to be rushing the Witchblade.
Okay.
Yep, so
keeps your damage up. You like to go into things like the Scythe of Vice as well, so plenty of intelligence to be able to play off to keep your damage high. And now they're actually making a rotation with an Arcane Rune and that Ball Lightning available. So they got to try and slow down this Troll Warlord if they can.
And they should be able to do so. No, but they haven't been able to oh, well, now they do. Great scan. If they were any slower on that, then more than likely the rotation would have connected from Meteor. They're well aware of this, and it looks like Storm is not going to stick around just to see if they step over the line a little bit too far. So meanwhile, Han is going to do the right thing. You know, shoves out mid, gets a lot of damage onto the T1 tower.
Pretty insane value out of a Crimson Guard this game for Meteor, right? Like, you're going up against a Troll Warlord, which really brings his damage down to almost
Speak of the
zero.
Troll. Winter, what a rotation. Troll Warlord wants nothing to do with his bottom lane. He's going to out move up to top to get a double kill. Very interesting movement out of the Troll. I'm feeling like he cannot continue to play this lane with the level 6 about to be picked up in maybe a minute, and now mid lane Han. A little bit of poke. An EMP is going to act as a deterrent though, so they're going to be forced to retreat back to safety. They do get, I suppose, a TP out from Sheep, so that's a minor thing.
Does he look? I mean, you don't really need to connect down bottom, though. They would have known that the TPs are coming up towards this top side. Maybe expecting someone to just be sitting down here, but this rotation from Molasses and Echoes really shouldn't result in anything other than just confirming that the tower goes down. I guess maybe feeling like doesn't want to be sitting back in the jungle quite just yet. I guess him and Storm are two of the heroes that can look to take it relatively quickly, and this is more actually about the Visage just being able to stay out on lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, really want to see a Crimson Guard from Marblu this game against the Broodlings, against the Troll Warlord. Really feels like
even
it's going to have a
against
high level
Invoker
of
though.
impact. Yeah, I think it's fine. I know you get the Dispel from the Tornado, but I mean, you're not going to land 5-man tornadoes every fight, you know.
We do see it's going to be an exchange at T1 towers across the map. We are looking to play around with the Invoker, who currently has a DD. A little bit of time left on it as well. They have to be really cautious about this wraparound. Ekros has a great position on the Storm Spirit.
Is under attack. Radiant
Not
structure.
on Division
Bring an
either.
extra member.
Yeah. I like this when Broods get a little bit more active, you know. You can be greedy, you can play on the top side of the map, but just help your team a little bit to be able to get that initial start. And certainly have done that, of course. Invoker, if you're not going for like a Meteor Hammer build, you're not going to be taking towers. Troll Warlord with the Battle Fury build is going to need to sit back and farm. So the fact that you've taken 2 towers early, big plus coming through for Supernova.
I wonder where the Troll's going to lane though, because you don't really want to play top. And he feels like he can take the Ancients. Maybe he can with the Ring of Health. He's got the Possessed Mask actually as well, so looks like his region's going to be okay. So maybe it's just a triangle into mid, and Han's going to start rotating now that he's got the Witchblade.
I think so. I think that's going to be the plan. They've even got an Observer Ward sort of set up for it with Sheep on the left-hand side of that mid lane.
Top
He's
lane.
never really going to venture too deep.
Chen, great smoke. They had the ward, so they knew exactly where the Broodmother was going to be playing. But you see, this is the value of the Storm Spirit. You can easily get on top of the Brood, and then the rest of the team can follow up to provide their extra control. So there's a big kill for them to find, just to continue to slow down this Broodmother's game.
We're just sending the Spiderlings at heroes instead of blocking up camps as well, though. Could have gotten maybe a little bit more value out of that. Again, I was saying it before, Storm plus Shadow Fiend. Very capable of... actually clips on that.
A mana.
Don't want to use this
went to a
Arcane
whole
Rune.
lot of damage. Some poke though.
Is he going to go for a turnaround play? A little low. I don't think you can afford that. I mean, the Witchblade does provide kind of what I was talking about with the Urn, but also gives you that scaling potential as well, right? Give a little bit of extra physical damage protection. Yeah, you get a little bit of armor from the Urn, but 6 from the Witchblade feels much stronger.
Yeah. And you, even if it's just a little bit more armor, I mean, that's going to have a lot of value this game, right? Against the Visage, against the Shadow Fiend.
Yep.
So seems like Supernova pretty happy with what they're getting out of the map. Going to even find a D-Ward as well. Really nicely done from Cholo. That could have proved to be a bit of an issue here for Chen, with scouting him out constantly on his farming patterns around the top lane. But
I mean, they don't have the greatest pickoff, again, on Supernova, right? So I like the fact that Cholo's just playing alongside Chen, he's just going to enable him to farm. He's going to be sitting behind with that Frost Shield available. If they dive in super deep near a creep wave, Chain Frost can look to have some value now as well. And if they look to move away from this lane and prevent that kill threat, then Chen's just going to look to take your tower.
He's gone pretty deep though.
And a very
That's
early
a
use of
great Chain Frost, but it's not going to do a whole lot to turn it back around as Echoes. Plenty of mana left to get the kill into Chen, and now TZ held the Frostbite to also get the +1 onto Chola. So just thinking that they had the damage to dive Molasses under the tower, but an instant TP from Echoes proves it otherwise.
I mean, that was a really early Frost Shield usage. You know, you want Frost Shield to be reactive or to be able to, you know, chase someone who's away in a lane away from towers. But this is a 12-minute tier 2 tower where no one's had to TP previously. That Frost Shield isn't going to be the extra damage that you need to dive. Crazy stuff after a great D-Ward play.
And maybe thinking like they could force some reactions and then get out, but Dire were already set up enough to clip them once they were out of position. I mean, you do see, though, Nova, what they're getting out of the map. I mean, this is a Midas almost completed for Han, so he's... I question if he was going to be able to scale. He's top of the net worth and having a great start. Winter as well, second in net worth. It's going to be a very good Battle Fury timing from him.
I guess the question again is, though, like, where are they looking to play exactly? Like, is Han, and is it just going to be about getting into this Midas and then looking to get a little bit more active? I'm sure he's going to be saying to Sheep, don't take my creeps, even if it's just the one range creep, because any time that he's just spending farming is time that this Broodmother doesn't have the space to be able to wrap freely up on this top side and create more space for the Troll Warlord. Not the highest damage trio, though, you have to say. Invoker, Rubik, Lich. No real instant catch, no blink daggers yet, no gap close, no escape potential outside of the Ghost Walk. So they're trying to, you know, avoid the vision that this outpost provides, but they're just walking underneath an observer ward the entire time. And they know this. That's why Visage is going in, pushing in so deep towards this bottom side of the map. They're going to force a defensive movement. And yeah, Troll's farming, but I feel like you're relatively happy if Storm and Shadow Fiend are farming too, at least until that BKB.
Yeah. Do we feel like that 15 talent timing from the, well, actually top lane rotation starting to come through? Echoes again. That's why they're able to make the jump. Freezing Field blows him up. It's the vision game, and this is with them picking the Storm Spirit up for Echoes. Again, it's one of the big heroes to be able to get on top of the Broodmother straight away. Sometimes you can have that weakness, but not in this game in particular. Nova are going to try and get something out of the map, though, off the back of the smoke. They'll be too late to intercept the Shadow Fiend. Going back to the T2 tower, they're going to try and get Marblu instead. They're able to do so, though. He's playing ahead of the team. They wanted the Invoker there potentially, but I think even Nova popped the smoke maybe on a D-Ward or on a creep, so unfortunately for them, that smoke's not going to work out. Now for Supernova there. Back to farming, but for Dire, I did want to bring up, like, what do we think about this 15 timing here for them? The talents in particular, for the Shadow Fiend with the Presence Aura effect in buildings, and with the Visage with the minus armor corruption as well. Is that really their big spike that we're going to see coming up shortly?
You'd think so, right? They're going to have the drums by that point. They're going to have the pipe by that point. Marblu has stayed level in levels with so he's going to be able to hit that at a similar sort of timing. And we talk about the kill threat that this roaming trio of the Storm with the Invoker +2 Supernova supports has. You would have to say we've seen twice now that Echoes is able to make that jump into the Frostbite, into the Freezing Field, and people just die. It's much more reliable damage coming through compared to what Invoker Lich is able to output.
Okay, so if we feel like that's then the big timing for Meteor, what does Supernova need around that to be able to address it? The items in particular that they need to kind of change up to be able to deal with the push that we're going to see come out very, very shortly?
I don't even know if there necessarily is anything that they can do against that. If it was me, I would be looking to play a little bit more aggressively around this top tower and make sure that Shen is actually able to take this tier 2, because the way you're going to get to those items quickly before you've got Troll big enough to be able to address it, or before you get the Invoker into, I don't know, a Scythe of Vice, for example, is by taking away that strong Dire jungle.
They'll finally get the ward top at least, though. The one that they were continuing to stand on as the Crystal Maiden also died. Nice ability for Sheep to steal on the Frostbite, but we see what's happening across the map. That's 5 heroes you need on Supernova to get a tier 2 tower and protect the Brood. And, well, meanwhile, bottom, all you need is 2, and they also get the tier 1 mid. So it's just another... It's another time that we see Meteor are just edging out the victory in regards to the macro game, just getting a little bit more out of the map.
Yeah, and I mean, you can really afford to, again, just leave Marblu down here. They've got no vision, they've got no outposts, they've got no towers to be able to make plays around with. They don't take Roshan exceptionally quickly unless Troll commits onto it, and that becomes a bit of a risky play because you can look to scout it out with the familiars if you're really wanting to. You can use the Static Remnant, the Crystal Nova, to not fully commit your body into that Roche pit.
We're going to look to smoke though on Meteor, playing behind Marblu.
Bit of
Passes on the front line. He's got the blink, and they're going to see them. A great way to start the fight, and Echoes has got the follow-up. Tornado's going to try and disrupt, but it won't be fast enough. His 2 members go down. They buy back on Chola as well. Looking to try and take the team fight. Chen's got a pretty good wraparound. They've got the ward on the cliff as well. So they're going to scout out all of Meteor on the retreat, but unfortunately for them, they just weren't able to capitalize on the buyback. So another thing will go the way of Dire.
And they get that D ward off. I mean, they know that they can't give up this Roshan for free. That's going to give them even more space to be able to get into this level 15 timing super quickly. They're pinging out the fact that the Broodmother's over here. They don't have Freezing Field, and they don't have Echoes either. So will they be able to lock in?
Blink.
Oh,
he jumped over the top. Yeah, maybe...
Expecting that he was farming on the quote-unquote safe side of the camp.
Yeah. Maybe he was expecting him to do the right thing. Maybe that is the right thing, where you pull the creeps over a little bit so you have more time, and he was just on the camp instead.
Mm-hmm. You see 90% of pro players do that, you know? Understandable that he expected it.
Regardless, so they've got very good vision around the pit. The Meteor, they feel strong enough
Tag team
to be able to
maxed out.
walk in. Radiant, they will scout it out though with the web and the spiders, but how do they contest this? Troll is still not at a stage where he's going to feel comfortable.
Gonna back off a little bit though, just wanting to take out some of those info-giving creeps first. They want to try and find a quick pick-off. They're still playing around this Observer Ward on the top side, and they're going to go for the jump and more likely land at this time. You can't walk into the creep wave, Chen.
He'll do just that. They'll get the kill. Meanwhile, it does look like they're trading off laners though. Mid lane, Marblu. Got the pipe still to activate, but it's not going to matter. With all the heroes surrounding him, it will be both teams' position 3s going down. I think you need the Visage to be able to get Roche, so Supernova, they're still going to be able to have some time to get themselves set up for this eventual fight around the pit.
I think they're going to be happy enough to take a top tower. At least put a little bit more creep pressure into it. Force them to maybe make a bad move. Sunstrike scouts things out a little bit for them. Yeah, I'm not sure Visage needed to be mid there. I mean, they ended up getting that trade for free, but I'm really not sure what Chen was doing right-clicking and creep once he got to that wave. It was nighttime. He might have been able to just play around the trees and at least stall things out a little bit further, but well, apparently not. I'm sure that Chen is saying, they've got vision here, I know it, just where is it? And then finally they're saying, have you checked the cliff? He's like, oh yeah, that thing.
Oh, that thing where wards are usually placed.
They instantly ping out the fact that Winter's up here though on the Troll Warlord.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And you've got Storm now with you as well, with Akaya. So even more of that burst damage. I'm not sure if they saw the Troll TP back to lane or not, but if they do get that bit of information, then they'll know once again that he's not going to be able to connect through to any sort of aggressive play up towards the top side. So he just farms one neutral camp and then goes back towards mid. Not wanting to be too isolated away from the rest of the team around this Roche timing.
Meteor. They're looking to try and start the fire, being the proactive ones. Han is a pretty good spot to pop the smoke. They got detection. Central's going to be laid down. And that's a huge target to take out of the equation. And with the Chain Frost, it's only going to tickle them with the pipe activated. Chen's going to try and send some of the army in, but that'll be quickly dealt with. And they're baiting. Maybe thinking they're going to step a little bit too far over, but the ward was there, so they knew that no one continued to retreat.
No Invoker, though. That is a Roshan fight that you want to be taking, especially with that Chain Frost being used. Using the Spiderlings once again to be able to scout things out, but I mean, as it's about to die, you could just Requiem if you really want to be on the safe side.
Stepping a little bit too far, it's going to be the Lich. Eyes onto the Troll Ward, enters the pit and gets the Aegis. under the cover of the BKB, can look to turn towards the Tusk as well. Now with the Battle Trance activated,
Root.
can he lock on top of the Shadow Fiend? Hasn't got a way to hold him into place, so Shadow Fiend can reposition. And now with the familiar stuns, they're kiting the Troll. Meanwhile, Chen's also in some trouble as well, but the Broodmother's going to go down, and Troll is completely isolated. Where are the boys to keep him alive? Han's going to be nearby, Sheep as well. But a Shard's easily set up to make sure there's no escape. Echoes is out of mana. So he's going to struggle about chasing down some of the surviving members, but even though they get the Aegis onto the Troll, they steal it out of the hands of Dire. It's still a fight that goes the way of Meteor.
How the hell did they get that? I mean, again, they really don't have that many stuns to be able to play around with. Luckily for... Now, maybe he would have been able to secure it if he pops the BKB on the SF, but he's able to turn around and get the double kill. What up?
Do you see that tornado timing?
Mm-hmm,
As
pretty good.
soon as Molasses jumped in, Han, it looked like he was wanting to use it on a creep, but just unfortunate things. Sometimes it happens.
Mm-hmm. So, small learnings,
let's take a
right?
look.
If there's a creep wave there, don't jump in.
So it looked like they all turned to try and kill the Lich.
Oh,
And then he sucked him in the snowball as well. So the
Yeah.
Requiem
got delayed.
So yeah.
At least he had the BKB to be able to run away. No root, unluckily enough for Winter though. You know, it does pierce the BKB now, so you had that to be able to play around with, but I'm sure this is just screaming to TZ, root him, please! Keep this troll away from me, and, well, it's still going to be at this stage as someone else is dying. Another death for Chola. How many is he going to have this game?
Oh,
He's got 6
we're at
so
that
far.
stage, are we?
I think so. If it wasn't both game 2 and 3, I would not be at that stage, but a little bit.
Oh no. Let's go 11.
Okay. 15.
Come on, dude. Shut up. Shut up.
I'm just predicting a long game.
All right.
Level 15 on SF and Visage, by the way. Boots are bearing just 250 gold away, although he can use 7 drum charges before he gets to that stage. He even just does it now in the wave because he knows he's so close to being able to pick it up. Why not get efficiency out of it?
Radiant are
TZ might be the first point of contact off the back of the smoke. He's going to get the vision, though, and be able to run away thanks to the daytime. So TZ,
Smoke breaker extraordinaire.
yeah, and even on the Crystal Maiden. So well done.
Who needs sleep?
Continue. Just a measly old Glimmer Cape is enough for him. And there's a juicy wave down bottom, so more than likely we're going to see Supernova. Do they want to stay here? That bottom, that's a lot of farm for Troll if he wants it.
It
Han's
is.
gone.
I think they just don't want to lose this high ground vision that they've got. You know, they're both of them rotating back. He at least takes the jungle on Han, and he's starting to work towards that that Scythe of Vice for himself. So it's going to give them a bit of control. But again, it's just about how long do they need to delay this game for? Another 10 minutes, do we think? Feels like that to
Let's see
me.
if
And
they're going to get
Meteor.
that time, because Troll, instant use of the BKB, but they're going to be able to kite him. They'll stop the escape avenue. This fight's going to be all off the back of Han if he can land the abilities, but Echoes, he wants to take him out of the fight. The BKB is going to be able to
Hold on to
protect the Invoker
BKB.
for the moment. Han can stand strong. The Shadow Fiend's trying to find an opening for the Requiem. Hasn't seen the angle just yet. Will use it now defensively. There's a big freezing field as well from TZ. Lines it up, sees them all in a place where he can activate the ultimate. Now Echoes. He's going to zip on over to the Broodmother. Maybe the Rubik's is next as well. Get the damage out of the low ground, and he misses. It's not going to matter. Some one charges will keep Sheep healthy enough, but another fight going the way of Meteor.
That was ballsy by Winter to go back into that one after he was forced to drop the BKB just to be able to escape, just able to cut through the tree line as well with the Battle Fury to be able to make his way back to safety. But you know, I was saying that they needed to be able to slow this one down for 10 minutes, and Meteor Gaming, they are like, no, time is now. Why not?
Wait, what? Oh, they took the T3, silly me. Okay. Hang on a second, they're going to have a glyph after this. All right, looks like they might get the melee and maybe back off and show some respect.
Another
wants it.
drums.
Oh, Sheep. And you got the BKB for quiet out of the Shadow Fiend. Visage might be in some trouble.
got
Mir
stone
actually
form.
looking to take the team fight. Winter in the middle. Look at the damage on the troll. He won't have an opportunity to activate anything as Meteor blow up the carry on Supernova, and now definitely they're going to think about bottom.
I think they just thought that they might get a lucky bash or something onto that Visage because he's got the shard. You can't afford to make that sort of play with your lack
Echoes
of
again.
disable.
Jen's going to reveal himself for a second, and they just blow him up. Not a lot of value
No
out of the
Chain
Chain
Frost.
Frost because the Familiar is bouncing back. And this is that timing with the talents we were mentioning, Denog. That's why they're able to push so goddamn fast.
Lads, Pipe, Boots of Bearing, Arcane Aura.
On. They're going to be able to blow him up before the BKB's even activated.
Yep.
And they called it.
They should.
Man, what a game for Meteor. That was a demolishing game 3.
Reverse sweep. This is what you want to do, you know, just to give yourselves a little bit of momentum coming into the following series. Of course, like we were saying before, they've just got the 1 win so far this season. So this makes it a little spicy, right? 2 and 3 now for both of these squads. And another game that to me is based on the draft. They just could not make any plays happen at all on Supernova. It was way too passive. No one that could really afford to take towers. And, well, up on that top side, they just let the Brood die 3 times in a row, I feel, without any backup, trying to dive underneath a tier 2 tower at 12 minutes with all TPs available. Seemed kind of nutty. And there was even fights that probably shouldn't have gone in Meteor Gaming's favor that still did, like that Roche fight that we saw previously.
Yeah.
You know, they were mildly able to get away. But look at Troll. He's running back in with no BKB. He had the battle trance available, and they're able to get a quick pick up onto the Tusk. But you've just committed everyone. And what a great combination with that Requiem into the freezing field, holding them into place for TZ to really let it rip.
I think the Storm Spirit pick completely unlocked the draft from Meteor, where it was a great way to address the Chen. You just mentioned the multiple times that he died, but that was also set up to the wards. Like we saw that one ward by the small camp where they killed him, and then a couple times the ward to the north of that Dire outpost, which got another kill, but also was able to scout out when they were retreating and had supports behind him, so they never got too aggressive. They could then have that chance where they took the tier 2 tower down bottom and the tier 1 mid for that top trade. So I think not only was it Echoes making sure Brood was a non-factor, but it was just the supports. Like you, and I think TZ was well-deserved MVP in last game, and I think the supports this game did another incredible job with just the vision placement. That was a big catalyst to why I think Meteor came out on top.
So we giving it to TZ again?
I kind of leaning Echoes, but I wouldn't. I mean, TZ's 8, 3, and 14. So
Yes. The thing is, like, I think Echoes did a fantastic job as well, but I don't think he actually confirms those kills if the supports aren't there with the vision set up to be able to anticipate the movement, and the freezing field always seem to be used in combination together with it. So that's why I think TZ is well deserving. Again, the CM pick was fantastic for the 3 cores that they wanted. If you just want to ball up and go, you want anything that's just going to be able to keep you healthy. That's why we've seen Pugna resurgence start to happen a little bit as well, right? Just from both the health and mana fronts. And, well, even just with that game, we mentioned like why it's a good Storm pick for being able to find those pickoffs, but look back the other way, count the stuns that they have. You know, the lane was good for the Invoker with the cold snap, but once BKBs are out, you don't really care about that. And you had Lift, and you had Sinister Gaze on Chola and a cold snap, and that's basically it in the form of lockdown. You know, at the very end of the game, you had Skullbasher on Winter, but he wasn't even able to get it off, and they were able to quickly kill him before BKB, before Battle Trance came through. 92% kill participation as well. Very, very well deserved. Even that game 1, honestly, I think TZ on his Mirana was hitting a lot of great arrows that just weren't connected through onto by the best of the team. So he's man of the series for me.
Yeah, very impressive performance here for TZ. Big reason why overall they were able to take the series. So we've this makes it a little bit spicier now in Division 2. Like we really have that outlier in Piggy Killer up top, but for the rest of the boys, like that middle of the pack is getting
bit clumpy.
It seems like we might, a bit clumpy. And I mean, next up as well, we got Bright versus Cactus. So 2 teams that definitely, I think, are probably some of the favorites to take that second slot. So this is a really big series. Whoever comes out on top against their opponent who they're battling for the promotional slot has to probably be favored, honestly, as we get towards the later stages. So I'm very, very excited for our next series. We're going to have a bit of a break.
Yep.
Shouldn't be too long.
Yeah,
but,
I think
next up's a high
it's
one.
more important for Cactus, I think, because the one series that they've lost so far has been against Meteor. So, whereas Bright, they lost to Piggy Killer already. So they've got that one out the way. So if Cactus lose this one, then they've still got Piggy Killer to play against, and then maybe it's going to be a little bit too far out of their reach. So we'll see. But Bright, you would have to say, is probably the mild favorites here. We'll see what happens, though. It's two even teams matching up against each other. Won't be too long, actually. We're basically right on schedule. So we'll be, after a short break, back with that third series of the day. See you soon.
And we are back for our last series of the night here for China Division 2. We got two of the teams, Danog, that we feel are probably the most likely to take that second slot here to be promoted up in Division 2. So up into Division 1. It's going to be Team Bright up against their opponent on Cactus. It does have to be said, though, Cactus, their last series did not go the way they were hoping for. That was a loss versus Media Gaming in pretty convincing fashion as well. We were actually casting that series, and I think that was one where we felt overall was a bit of a draft loss from them. What are we hoping to be changed from that if we take a look at that previous draft versus Media compared to what we're hoping them to have in these ones coming up?
Well, I don't even necessarily know if it does need to go all the way down to draft. It could just be trying to focus on who you feel is the key playmaker, right? Like I feel for Meteor, it's going to be Echo. That's the main one that they look to play around so much. You got the MVP, and I think both of the games that we were casting, and you just got to try and address. All right, well, who is the one that you're going to need to play against on Team Bright? Who is that key game changer, I suppose? And for me, it's Irving. I think whenever they look to have a good time, it's around Irving having a solid start. Imitator does a good job to be able to secure that, but for Team Bright going back the other way, it's got to be Butterfly Effect, right? He is the star player. He is the one that they look to really center a lot of their drafts around. I still am not over Heart pointing at the wrong side of his body for the Heart as Irving gets it right. But yeah, Butterfly Effect, he gets given the mid Shadow Fiend. He gets given the mid TA, these sorts of heroes that are set up to carry the game out for the team.
So would we like them, either sides, to leave their Irving hero to later on and their Butterfly Effect hero to later on as well in the draft? Is that something that needs to be considering? So more of like an in-game thing where they look to really enable him with like support rotations and picking up runes and just babysitting, maybe making stacks. What would we hope?
I mean, in terms of the draft itself, I think they're going to need to think about it on the fly, right? Because it's really going to depend on, okay, well, this is our pool of heroes. Have they banned anything that's actually helped us a little bit? And because of that, can we pick Irving's hero a little bit sooner just because we're going to have the bans to be able to protect it? These sorts of decisions need to be just made at that sort of stage. So I think in general, you just got to put an emphasis towards protecting him because he is the one that opens them up to allow a little bit more greedy farm, I suppose, to come through from the rest of the cores. Like Heart, even though he's not like that huge win condition that they look to play around, a lot of the times Phoenix does shoulder a little bit of the load. You got to give him the space to be able to do it. I don't think he's quite at that stage yet that he can just like blow a game open on his own,
It's good to see the most pick heroes between the two teams and what's contested.
We know that there's
like
no Undying for Undying as well, so you don't need to worry about banning that one through. No.
5 Shadowfiend games.
Yeah. Again, we talk about these heroes that they want to give the Butterfly Effect, right? Shadowfiend's number 1.
Seems like there's not much of an overlap with the supports, like Disrupt the Rubik on Bright, and for Cactus, Undying, and Snap, Clockwork as well. So,
Got to remember as well, the Disruptor's been 4 a lot of the time as well. It's been Imitator playing it.
When it's probably very draft dependent, but do you have like a preference on Disrupt the 4? Why would a team want to play Disrupt as a 4 over a 5?
Maybe it's just going to be around like playing around the Dire side in particular. I think is how they've been doing it in the past. And if you just feel like it's a little bit more emphasis on getting into that Ags or into that Blink Dagger, if you're not going up against BKB targets, just little decisions like that, ones that are going to enable your team that naturally is going to be farming more to be able to take some of those stacks and you get passive gold. I think I remember in one of the last games that we cast, he had like 9 stacked camps on Imitator, which really just does funnel a lot of gold into him.
So we'll see. We are still waiting for the players just to get themselves ready here in the lobby, so we should be jumping in very, very shortly. Get to compare some of the stats between the two teams. Cactus, it doesn't tell a whole lot to you. Do you feel like
can we just cycle back to those old stats? Actually, I was a little confused. The ones that we just had before with game length and that sort of thing. just because like they do more hero damage and similar last hits and more obs wards destroyed, but didn't they have like 10-minute less game duration or something like that? Or oh no, the game lasts longer. Okay, makes a lot of sense. I was like, well, that really starts to blow things out a little bit more. So Team Bright, obviously, they look to play a little bit more on the front foot than Cactus do. That's why it's really important to enable Irving to have that good start, so that you can look to get a good map position for yourselves and really just take control of the game in that way.
Trying to think of some of the heroes that we've seen Irving play so far. There was one in particular with the Darkseer that they lost, but I thought he had overall a really good performance, and probably the more experienced person on this Bright team, considering the recent team we've seen him on was VG Gaming. Unfortunately, wasn't able to have a whole lot of success on that team in particular, but I imagine he would have got a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience passed down from some of the players that he played with. I mean, the likes of Yang, Eric is on there as well, and VG has a lot of backing overall. So hopefully he's been able to use the wisdom that he's gained to help out with this team.
Yeah, and I think they play so much around his Death Prophet, so I think that's where the emphasis needs to be given in the drafting phase. Obviously, again, like you're probably going to be banning out an Undying yourself. That kind of helps out the DP a little bit. You know, you're an int hero, but you don't really want to be laning into an Undying and putting yourself in this position where you can just get burst down 100 to 0. DP is about that longer sustained engagements as opposed to that quick burst. So, well, we'll see. We'll see what slips on through. It's been 8 tiny picks as well, I think. Is that wrong?
For which team?
For Bright. I know I didn't say it on the graphic before, but you know, it's Dota buff line.
Homework.
That's all I gotta say.
Dota buff
Might have been the open
maybe
calls
line.
as well.
He probably. That would make a little bit of sense. So, well, we'll see. We trying to connect over inside the lobby. Hopefully, we're going to get underway pretty shortly here. Like you said, it's maybe a bit more of a important series for Cactus, right? Because they hadn't versus Piggy Killer just yet. So if they lose this, then you've got to go up against another team who's looking very dominant. I'm just making sure that's right. You did say Cactus, yeah?
Yes, they've lost to Meteor, the series of the cast we were talking about just before, and Bright lost to Piggy Killer.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. All right, so let's see. We do have a draft underway here. Cactus going to be first pick in on the Radiant side. Bright second pick on the Dire side. Look at that. Shadow Fiend banned out.
Yep.
Ember banned out as well. So, yeah, some of the more picked heroes for Butterfly Effects not going to be available.
Again, it's you play the player, not the game a lot of the time. And it's just like, all right, let's just make Butterfly Effects life the most difficult that we possibly can. I like the fact that they're able to play together in a little bit of a mini boot camp. Clearly, they're taking it quite seriously.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I wonder where they are.
China.
Just cruising. Yeah. Very bad. I mean, I was honest. It was a pretty dumb question. That's okay. So
why are they playing? Where are they playing? I don't know.
Yeah, they're playing in a house. In a house.
Although, have you seen some of those GeoGuessr streamers that are like, they look at an image for half a second and they're like, oh yeah, this is in Lima, Peru, just based off of like the road signs and the architecture, and they do it within like a second or so. It's kind of crazy. So is there anything about the walls or the stairs that screams, maybe this is Shanghai,
No, I'm not that good.
What about that boba tea? What about that bubble tea? Is that a specific brand that's native to, Shenzhen maybe?
Yeah, that's there you go, Shenzhen. We've nailed it on the head.
We did it. We cracked the code.
Top ranked GeoGuessers here in our spare time. Looking to go pro. All right.
Can't wait for the esports circuit of GeoGuess.
It's coming surely, man. Come on. Well, you don't believe? You don't believe in the scene?
No. No,
I believe in the Dota scene. That's what I believe in.
Of course. We've got a lot of great events coming forward, and, well, clearly one of these two teams is going to be able to make it through to one of those larger events if they keep forward. We talked about, some of these invites that are based off of performances in Division 2, Division 1, third-party tournaments, whatever you want to call it, but it's the experience for a lot of these players. I like having teams that have a mix of old and new, and I feel like that's where both of these guys have really found that right mix.
So what do we think of this Primal Beast getting picked up as a
Into the NP.
response? Of course, it's... I was going to say, like, we know Cactus really like to play the Clockwork. I think it's one of the most small pick supports, but you're probably not too worried about it, right? Like, even though the Clockwork does adjust the Primal Beast pretty well, it's just you pick this hero for the Nature's Prophet. Like, that's solely it, and you probably don't care about some other support answers, right?
Yeah, I would say so. What it does mean, though, is that Cactus are probably going to need some other form of initiation, because the Clockwork, especially once BKB is available in the Primal, he is a reactionary support. He is there to stop the Pulverize whenever he makes the jump happen, unless someone's just in, like, a really poor position and you can find a hook shot. So that's where I'm really looking for Cactus. Also, another initiation form, like, I mean, the Puck's gone, the Ember's gone. It really does feel like they're targeting Butterfly Effect even into the second phase, doesn't it? But I wouldn't hate to see a Storm come out, considering you have banned out 3 of the heroes that are pretty decent against it, and it's going to enable Initiation and Nature's Prophet to be able to join in onto a lot of these pickoffs as well.
Just got the 15th. Okay, right. Got the 15th, so going to be looking for a secondary support. Trying to see what's left. Disruptor's still there.
For Bright?
Yeah, I'm just thinking what support they want to pick up.
I think it just needs to be something that responds well to ganks. For some people, that's Disruptor, as long as your positioning is good. Glimpse them back, drop a Static Storm on their face, that sort of thing. But for some people, maybe they can look to react with, like, a Treant Protector. Maybe they can react with a Wyvern. Maybe they can... And there's not going to be a Wyvern. Maybe they can react with... what else controls space really well? An Undying. I mean, they don't really pick it, but it still seems fine to me.
I really like your call, though, about you need to be reacting to the ganks on Cactus, because you know Clockwork's going to be running. You know they're going to try and use this Nature's Prophet +1 to their advantage. So I completely agree. I think you're going to need a support that isn't really vulnerable to people getting on top of you, and is going to have some nice early damage and maybe some stuns as well to help out. So
yeah, and I think, like, Cactus have a little bit more variability in their draft right now. Not necessarily, well, I guess where Nature's Prophet plays, it's kind of similar to the Primal Beast, right? You're probably going to bump down the NP in priority. Don't hate the Tusk. Good reaction, stuns, some damage components as well. Holds into place so that Primal Beast can trample, as well as get off the Pulverize. So you really maximize the damage coming out from him. I think this is probably one of the best heroes that they could have gone for as well, because what I was saying is, I think you need something that, if they just don't go for a lot of these dives in onto you and they just sit back and farm on NP, that you're able to punish that. And I feel like Tusk is able to get on the front foot with the Primal Beast and be able to find him, quick pick off, and there's not too much he's going to be able to do about it. Do you Disruptor on Cactus? No, not into the rig. I was just thinking, I love my combination of Clockwork Disruptor, right?
Yeah.
One you get out of with 4-staff, one you can't. One you get out of with BKB, one you can't. Stops Primal a lot of the time. They're just going to go DP. Feels fine, right? Like, this is something that...
flex.
Yeah, it's a lot of flex. It's something that TZY plays. It denies it away from Irving as well. So I think it's very versatile. And again, unless you are perfect with your chain lockdown, and they've got a decent amount of chain lockdown, this DP can look to survive. It gives them a lot of extra early pressure as well, which I like. So what support are they going to have to be able to back this one up? I still wouldn't hate an Undying coming out here for Cactus.
You feel like they might be lacking some damage with the two supports, though, with Clock Undying?
I feel like their cores do a ton, though. These aren't, like, passive cores, you know? So, and it's going to protect both of them. You don't necessarily reveal the lane either. If you really want to put the Undying as a 4, you can, just to be able to pair together with... I mean, it could be a mid DP. Who knows, right? But Undying just feels good against these with these ranged cores. It feels good against 2 strength heroes. It feels good if they're going to be going in onto you. And I think it's just a solid pick overall. Pango's already banned. That would be the main one. What are you liking?
I was going to say, I like the Lesh. They don't really have a pipe builder on Cactus. I don't...
Clock probably can get into it.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team banned.
You got to remember, he's the one that's going to be going in a lot of the time. So your ability to withstand a little bit of that damage coming back the other way is important. We also see clocks a lot more these days by the jetpack, which I'm always a big fan of. Provide a lot of vision for DP, NP to be able to make that right secondary form of initiation or counter initiation, whatever you want to call it. I do think, like, to me, this is probably like now a mid DP, and it's a 3 Nature's Prophet still. Like, you're not going to have the counter for it, but I think having that Aghanim Scepter on the NP is pretty important, just to be able to take away the Tusk's roll component, the Snowball, to stop the Primal before he's level 15, to bump yourself down in priority, and Lesh doesn't buy BKP until after Bloodstone, and maybe even the Kaya Sanj. And
it might just be a similar occasion to what we saw in the early series, where it was a Death Prophet. I can't remember what the other heroes were, but where we saw them retreat. The Death Prophet, Train Protector, and Phoenix, where you just had no control inside the middle of the team fights. And they don't really have that for Cactus. Like, it is solely the Clockwork and, like you said, potentially Scepter of NP's 3. Because right now, Bright, if you see Exo popped and Undying Tombstone pop, you're just going to look to move away from that area and take another fight. Wait for the cooldowns to expire, or just at least take a fight where they don't have that control. So I think that's really bumps up the value of the Nature's Prophet to go as a 3. But then you
it's
don't
definitely
really
a shard game as well on Rubik. Like, you're into a DP, you want to be able to reposition easily both yourself and the rest of the team. It gets you out of Sprout later on as well, so I think it'd be really solid.
Yeah, so that's my big concern for Cactus, and I don't really know how you address that then. Like, if you want to fix your control, it's kind of easier to do it with a position 3, but then you're putting the Nature's Prophet as a 1 into a couple of bad matchups.
So with these picks, though, do you think that this is now a Nature's Prophet 1 and it's going to be a position 3? Because I feel like AM and Monkey King would have been pretty decent for Cactus up against this, right? Like, it's not necessarily stuns, but AM into Lesh feels pretty damn good, right? The Monkey King, Boundless, it's a little bit of extra lockdown, and it really lets you anchor fights around objectives, whether it be Roshan, drop the Tombstone, drop the Wukongs, high ground, similar sort of thing. But with these heroes being banned out, it really does feel to me like these are heroes that we don't want to be on top of our Nature's Prophet, so they're going to go the Tidehunter instead. It's another stun. It's another layer of control. Is it the best one that I could think of? I guess they feel like Team Bright are just going to get a little bit more aggressive and, doesn't really want to lean into either of these. But do you just go Ursa here?
Yeah, I'm thinking Ursa.
5 seconds remaining.
Feels pretty nice. Hop out of Cogs, hop out of Sprout, get rid of the Tombstone, take care of Tidehunter, can build into Basher, can build into Blink Dagger to, again, get on top. Feels decent to me. What are we thinking? Slark?
I say maybe you could Drow.
It's a pretty good Slark game.
It is a pretty good slot game as well. I think they have a lot of options, honestly. You maybe just looking... I'd like maybe someone to have a better lane versus the Tide, so that's probably where the Slark and your Ursa comes into play.
I'm going to say Slark, just because... Naga, okay.
Select your heroes.
Don't know how I feel about that.
Free Tide lane.
Yeah, kinda.
But okay, so the supports don't deal with illusions at all. Like, Clock and Undying are really going to struggle.
Mm-hmm.
Death Prophet can kind of, like, later on you can be okay, but that's like 3rd item, 4th item, maybe go Shivas, and you've got some levels as well. It's going to take a little bit too long. I think this is a pretty good Naga pick. I wasn't expecting it. I do think Tide's going to have a really good lane, though. That's my big thing. I thought they were going to kind of address the Tidehunter lane and try and shut him down, which I don't think the Naga does. I think they'll both free farm, but after that, it seems like, how do you deal with the illusions? Like, can you see any way?
I see one way, but they're probably not going to do it. So I really want to see someone go this Death Prophet level 15 talent with a -2 seconds on Crypt Swarm. The alternative is 300 health. So if you go into that and you get like Octarine Ags, you are just spamming those Crypt Swarms every 3 seconds, and then you're getting a lot of the health back as well. So, and they don't, I mean, I guess they have the Naga though, right? So they're going to look to get the mana burn in onto you, and it makes you a little bit more difficult. I don't know. It seems kind of tough to me for them to be able to deal with this Naga. So it doesn't necessarily give you a great lane, but it's a pretty good game for it.
I like the Bright Draft. I really like the Bright Draft. I think they're going to have some issues with damage at the early game for the boys on Cactus. I think it all comes down to your Nature's Prophet and your Death Prophet. That is how much damage are they going to be able to put, because they can do a lot, but you do not have a lot of control as well. Like we could see a couple of fights if they don't execute their team fights well. Like if they don't use Exo and Tombstone and Ravage together, it could just be a very similar game to what we saw earlier on, because they can just song to reset.
Yeah.
Like as soon as you see Exo pop, song,
True.
dip out.
That's the other
Tombstone, song,
aspect.
dip out. Like that is actually maybe another big reason why they picked the Naga. So
Yeah.
I like the Bright Draft.
I do too. I think TZY, he needs to go Meteor Hammer, he needs to go Pipe, and then Blink Dagger after that. You know, just to be able to protect if they're going in onto you. That Pipe obviously giving you a ton of value, makes you, I don't want to say unkillable, but a lot harder to be able to take out. And it's all about getting this early pressure onto the map before the Naga Siren is really able to get into a groove.
So do we think there could there be a fast-paced kind of tempo from Cactus with this Nature's Prophet and with the Exo being able to take objectives? Is that where they can look to get a lot of map control and build an early net worth lead?
That plus Meteor Hammer is going to be the important thing. And again, you've got to remember they're playing on Radiant, so you can't let the Dire farm the Dire jungle. That's the downside, right? You've got a Naga Siren, you've got a Leshrac, you've even got a Primal Beast to be able to play around with. What are we owing about?
Do you like TZ going Meteor when you have these two heroes? Well, why do you feel like he's going Meteor?
You just want to stay in the
Can he-
lane for as long as possible, and it's going to give you a little bit of that mana regeneration. You basically act like an old school Timbersaw. Just boot someone out of the lane because you can't farm into it.
I hope he goes Pipe.
Yeah, me too. I think I want it to be Meteor, Pipe, Blink.
Okay. So I like what they've done with,
Putting Jumi up
I think
top
the
instead of the
Clockwork
clock.
has a lot. Yeah, a Clockwork has a lot of value in this bottom lane. You destroy the Primal Beast with the mini stuns. You don't get a lot of value out of your Onslaught and your Trample. And Clockwork versus Rubik is really nice as well, where you just run him down and you force him just to Fade Bolt the support instead of trying to get the nuke onto the range creep. So
Imitator's got to be careful with his pathing, though. He's even going to get some body blocks off to help the creeps keep up with him. Was at least able to get that block off onto the camp, though. That's a lot of damage. Really, all you want, though, is your NP to start to get a lot of this early farm, especially if it means denying a wave farm from the Primal Beast. But obviously, that's not the case. He's right underneath his own tower, so he'll be just fine.
why
6
do we...
Dire's top tower.
Oh my god, wait, why is Roche not hitting him?
He's
Okay.
he wants Tusk. He owes him
Dude, that
money.
was an awesome shot. I thought Roche was going to start smacking the Undying while he was in the pit, but it's not going to matter. Why do we feel like Radiant are pulling this lane up top?
I'll be honest, I don't know. Do they feel like they could just deny a little bit of the Naga experience? They want to try and force a one-on-one matchup between TZY and Hart because he feels like he's able to deal with that a little bit easier. And, you know, one-on-one Undying Tusk, you'd have to feel is pretty Undying favored against another Strength Hero with 12 Strength stolen.
Okay.
Because Naga wants to get all of these creeps if she can. Tusk, it's nice for him to get the last hits, but more importantly, the experience. But I really feel like it's just slowing the game down a little bit for the Naga Siren, which is what you really want, right? You don't want Naga to get out of control before your push can take over.
It's going to be a lot of that. I think that was a full wave completely denied away from the Naga, so...
Yep.
See, Hart was forced to try and farm some of the hard camp, but over to mid lane for the moment. Butterfly Effect, I think this is arguably one of his top 3 heroes. A very long time ago when he was on IG Vitality, they loved giving him the Death Prophet. So something that is back in the meta and something that he knows how to play to a very high level. But how does it match up versus the Leshrac? Do we feel like Phoenix is going to have a pretty good time?
I think Vegas will have a fine time. You know, he never really needs to get in range for those Spirit Siphons to truly have an impact. This is going to be a farm trading lane. Nothing too exciting, I don't think.
When does that change, though, between these two? Well, when are we going to see it not be a farm lane anymore?
Maybe it's going to be a little bit more on the back of like when Irving feels confident to be able to fight. Like, again, you're into a Clockwork lane, so good luck trying to find that sort of situation, but it could be something as simple as, hey, Clock doesn't have mana, let's make a move. Or like this. Yep, no mana, they make a move.
Pop is, hang on, whoa. Jumi goes down. They're nice to know in the tombstone at least for TZY, but was not expecting that.
No, I'm trying to see how he died. It was just like a bunch of right clicks coming through from the Naga. The Riptides really started to come in, but again, this Riptide is it's magical damage, but really those illusions themselves shouldn't be doing that much with TZY, just that anchor smash in the face. This isn't a kill lane, no point in going into the gush, so you're going to be able to deal with them quite well. Can't even say it's a tactical death either. Wasn't able to refill the water, the bottle. There was a water room for that. Still makes it TP towards mid, but you know, giving over that first blood to a Naga Siren is a dream.
So what does Jumi do in this lane now? Because Tide's going to be fine. So what do you feel like the Undying's role is? He just maybe looking to make some stacks and rotate mid to secure some of the runes?
Looks like he's trying to pull, but yeah, I would certainly look to make stacks. To me, it's the faster you can look to get this DP and Tide Hunter in particular, they're going to go on him.
And yeah, look at that. Hard. As soon as Jumi re-enters the lane, they instantly start to play aggressive. A beautiful shards. And they've got the tag team. And now multiple illusions on top of Jumi. Still, the anchor smash is stopping a lot of the damage. In fact, they might be able to turn on to Heart. They don't have the gush to slow him down even further.
Would have been a disaster if he went down again, but Jumi, with that tombstone dropped the second it came off cooldown, wasn't going to be the case. They're going to look to try and get a pick off onto him while he ventures forward to try and make this pull happen, because they know they're trying to push in the wave, or slightly off the mark with the shards. Can he get away now? Not quite.
Yes. Another kill for Hard as well at this top lane, so a very good start is the Naga Siren, and that means the Undying's not going to be around to secure that first power rune. So Undying, he can freely look to rotate. Going to be top or bottom? It will be top, so Phoenix is going to get a refill thanks to the invis.
Probably one of the least ideal runes to get at this stage, but you'll take it. You know, it's an active rune to be able to play around with, and, well, again, Clockwork going down. It's just about playing around that battery assault timing, right? Either not having the mana to use it, or not having it off cooldown.
We do have the potential for our first exorcism of the game. Would we like to see it around mid, especially with the two supports here, or do we want Butterfly Effect to maybe go top?
Well, there's no need. Tide's about to take top with the Meteor Hammer. He's tanking up a lot of these right clicks from the tower because of the Kraken Shell. He's got a bunch of tankers available. I think the ideal situation would have been that they preserve the siege creep in the mid lane, and then Tide actually makes a rotation to be able to take it. Yes, it gives Naga a little bit of time free in the lane, but just to open up the map by taking that mid tower, that's much more important.
Okay.
Oh.
Coming pause.
Oh.
Oh. Incoming another pause.
Oh. Carly.
You always know another pause. As soon as if someone pauses accidentally, then unpauses straight away, another one's coming.
Mm-hmm.
There's always kind of the respect. Sorry guys, G, are we good to go? Sorry guys, sorry sir.
Heart's doing the right thing, cutting the wave, just not laning with the Tide Hunter, continuing to sit him up top of the net worth charts. I think Tide needs to just continue to stick up top now, up until he gets the Arcane Boots, and then go mid, secure that, get a cloak, get a pipe, get a blink, try and end the game off of that.
Okay. By that stage, at least, we're going to probably see the Ravage as well, more than likely leveled up when he has the Arcane. So be a great usage of his ultimate in conjunction with Butterfly Effects to help maybe get a kill and the tower as well. Bottom lane, Irving's in a lot of trouble here with the Dino. Trample himself away. They're putting pretty much all the emphasis on securing Phoenix and stopping that eventual push that will come out shortly from Cactus.
I don't know if it's that shortly, though. I think they can just look to hold on to it for now. Again, TZY, he's got the boots coming out. He bought a Clarity and a TP scroll, so he just wants... He knows he's unkillable at this stage. It's just about where can I find the most farm to be able to get into this next item so that I can actually be a presence for the rest of my team, because you can't leave the Naga Siren for too long on her own. For now, it's fine. She's going to get out of control, though, if you don't make these quick attempts. So look at Summer.
Mid lane, look at this. They know it TP'd somewhere. They just got a glimpse. So Phoenix has had some time to react to this. Butterfly Effect won't continue to chase, but like you said, they'll just force him away. They got a great cliff ward as well over to the right side, so they're also going to see the rotation starting to come out from Bright. So as a result, Imitator, he's going to be killed down before the rest of the team was able to connect. Dying's going to try and drag the way, but they've still got to creep in. I mean, regardless, the tower is going to go down even with that attempt. So very nicely done early on from Cactus. They've been able to open up the map now.
They know where they need to fight into, right? Like that observer ward, it's going to get dewarded, but who cares, right? We've taken the tier 1 tower. We've enabled ourselves to be able to make these aggressive plays. Clock still only level 3, which is probably the one downside for Cactus so far, but you know, they're going to feed him over the tome. They're going to make sure that he gets a lot of these levels from the bottom side as well. So they can look to eventually invade into... Well, there's actually starting to be some stacks built up. Not getting the successful stack, though, was Imitator.
Hard is... He's got to commit. Might
Zombies!
Get oh, no, oh, he didn't kill the tombs! Oh. Oh, no.
You know, you can't sing and hit at the same time. It's a common weakness of the human body, or the fish body. Oh, they've even got the ability to respond down bottom if they want. Ravage is available. Cancelling the TP, though.
I can't... Sorry, are you trolling or am I wrong? I'm almost...
No, I'm trolling.
Okay, dude. I'm like, for a second, am I wrong with my mechanics here? Okay. I wanted to clarify, because then I didn't want to look silly through the rest of the game. Fucking, he got me.
I boomed him.
But damn, did you... What? You boomed me. Butterfly Effect? So this is that build... Well, actually, hold that thought. They will actually catch up to Undying with Summer tip. Very nice shards. And he's
did it bump him out of the
able to
sprout?
survive. Yes, it did.
Nicely done.
So with that time, unless they want to instantly go... No, they're not going to kill TZY. Is Phoenix down here? Okay, they might actually. They need the Lesh. With Lesh here, TZY is very vulnerable. He's got a cloak. Close to the tower. Could use a defensive Ravage. Oh, the Kraken Shell gets rid of the Split Earth. It's not going to matter, though.
He stopped using it, though. He stopped using the Ravage. Maybe just saying... The clock said I didn't have TP, so they didn't feel confident. You gotta love when a player goes the exact build that you said, though, don't you?
Yeah, no, it's a great call. Your pipe blink queued up. But that is an even bigger kill, though, for Bright, being able to get rid of... Like, Tide is acting as this tower defender. That is the person you have to bring multiple members to deal with bottom. Let's see if he's going to be able to TP back to the lane, though. They won't be able to bring it down at a rate before the Tidehunter's back alive. So tower still will be up for Cactus.
Doesn't get the last hit on the siege creep. Oh, well.
So
now you got the hook shot available, though. And I'm sure the call is going to be, please don't let yourself be caught out without a TP again, because I probably shouldn't have died there. It's very important for me to get into this pipe just so that we can group up before Naga gets out of control. So, yeah, I think the call is going to be play away from me, but...
This is a lot of information that Undying's given them. He saw both Undying and Fish King mid. So that means that Phoenix and Imitator can just run straight tops for Summer. We've got the telekinesis drag back. He's a little bit too far away from the tower. Fish King's going to try and make the attempt. Got some one charges, but Summer's still going to go down. There'll be a rebuttal, but it's just not a worthwhile exchange in the end. So very nicely done from Riot. They're going to be able to get a big kill onto the carry Nature's Prophet, and they might be able to take away the Arcane Rune from Butterfly Effect.
Yeah, they're going to make another play bottom. They forced those TPs up top previously, so instantly Phoenix makes a play down bottom, looks to join together with the rest of the team. Is he going to go under vision at any point?
See, TZY. TPs. Ravage will now come out.
They don't have
TPs. The clockwork. Irving tries to juke over to the right side with the TP. Do they have the damage? They do. Jumi just gets the last swipe. So this time, I think last time they had 3 heroes. This time they only had 2, and it just was not enough with that defensive Ravage from TZY.
And that's the thing as well. They had the TPs available on other heroes as well. They did not have TPs on Cactus because of that response up towards the top side. So yeah, they made the right move, just felt like they would have had a little bit more damage than was reality.
So I do want to speak about the Death Prophet build, because something you brought up, the potential of him going the Crypt Swarm talent. It looks more than likely, I'm pretty sure this is that build when you go Treads and Witchblade. That's going to be built into the Scepter as well eventually for Butterfly Effect. So I do believe he's going to go down that route like you were mentioning to address the Naga issues.
We'll see. I mean, Naga hasn't opted to go into a Diffusal Blade for herself, so she's just looking to maximize the farm. I think he's going a BKB first, but I'm not sure if you even... I guess you need it to stop a lot of the damage going back the other way still, right? But it's just about spam, spam, spam as much as possible. And if that's the case, would you not have gone the Arcane Boots instead of the Treads first, just to be able to have that disassemble for the Octarine or for the Aether Lens?
I think Treads is nicer with your farming speed on the damage. Yeah.
You make up that farm elsewhere.
I'm pretty sure this is... Hold that. Yeah, there we go. There's the jump. Fish King. He's not dying. Nice stroke all over the top. He's still going to kind of get pushed back with the cogs and... Will die, but die. Look at the pincer, though. Imitator's going to wrap behind them.
He's got the hood this time.
They want to deal with TZ by as soon as the Echo is activated. He's got a haste on Butterfly Effect, so he still will at least be able to chase down some of the members. But you were hoping for a little bit more value out of that ulti, so maybe he's going to look to try and farm top, because Summer's in some trouble. What was that attack range? Hang on. Butterfly Effect, can he get the turnaround? Any stuns? Well, it's the DP, not going to have any. No one else is nearby.
He was in summer trouble. But you just saw how quickly they retreated from that mid lane, right? Exo, Tombstone dropped. Primal turns around, Phase Boots, Pigpole, out of there. You know, doesn't want any part of it at all. So they're just having a pretty good read on this game, how they need to take these fights in. Really, this game is going to come down to macro plays, right? Map movement. What can we force out of the enemy team to be able to make our next move? It's about like how you can just maneuver people around this map to be able to find yourself on the front foot, because both teams want to make aggressive plays, right? You want to make sure that you can take out this Tide Hunter before he gets into these big items. You want to make sure that you can take away their pushing potential so that Naga Siren is able to get huge. And she is the hero that this entire game is based around, right? Cactus's aggressive moves are based around not letting her farm. Bright's are around making sure that she can still farm.
And they're doing a great job at enabling her farm. Top of the net worth, that's a lot of it on the back of the early kills that she's been able to get, especially in the lane and some of the supports afterwards. Fish King, it's a pretty good spot to take the fight, but they're going to see Jumi and Butterfly Effect looking to veer their attention down to bottom. So with that high ground ward, they're not going to commit too heavily, getting the information that some of the boys were also coming. But it might reveal there's a ward there, and yep, great read as well from Cactus.
This double damage rune feels kind of nice for Butterfly Effect with that right-click build.
They're going to be able to roast very shortly. He's got level 2 in Exo and a coming off cooldown. You pop Flesh Goblin on Tombstone, unfortunately, but it's not even probably required for that roast. So they might need a kill though, because there's a threat of Dai still taking a fight with like Song and Lesh coming nearby. So and Dai have very good vision nearby as well. So you might need a smoke kill before you can attempt this.
They see where Heart's farming is the thing. Like if they can find a quick smoke and be able to lock in onto him. They've got decent potential to be able to kill him. I mean, you've got the 1 point in the silence now, right? Hook shot coming off cooldown. Wrath of Nature, 20 seconds away, but you can TP in 5. Instead, Heart.
Oh,
That's the thing. You just take a little bit too long, and well, they're still going to pop the Exo.
So this is the thing about taking a fight around
Illusion.
Bush, where you can't retreat if everything's committed. You might be able to song to steal it, but
too
you're
fast,
not
though.
going to be able to avoid them. Might try it on dying.
Oh, he's
A little bit too late.
committed.
And now he's fed to the wolves. See you, brother. So Undyne's going to go down. And this is overall how, like what we just saw then, if they are using their spells to get objectives, Dai cannot use this kiting to avoid all the abilities. That's kind of going to be the big thing. Cactus, for these tier 2 towers, we're going to need to see the Exos and everything committed to bring that down because, right, you're probably going to have to look for a trade across the map. You can't song and reset.
They found the real one. Oh, having to be very careful with that movement back. He's just trying to be as much of an illusion as possible. Might be the case.
Do you think they can fight knowing that Exo is on cooldown into this Aegis?
I think they want the BKB on Primal. They want his level 12 as well, just for that little bit of extra damage coming through from the Pulverize. Looking to try and push in that bottom side. I think this is one tower that they're just going to have to give up. They're trying to slow it down as much as possible, though.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like the supports will be able to do it for too long, unfortunately. Got to be cautious because there's even a ward to scout them out on the retreat. Fish King onto Undyne. Imitator's blocked in the tree line as well, so they're more than likely going to get both the supports here. They are getting pretty close to the tower, but with Phoenix TPing in, he's just going to be idly watching by.
Nice little bonus coming through there, being able to pick up those couple of supports. I mean, again, they were doing the right thing, right? They're just trying to slow the game down until you get into the next item. Hart is holding on to a lot of gold, and he finally queues up the Skadi for himself. Feels pretty decent, right? Going up against the Tide. DP, Nature's Prophet, makes it a little bit easier to be able to run away as well. Of course,
It's a great Skadi game.
his role's going to need to change pretty shortly after picking that one up. He needs to play a lot more on the front lines. I really want to see him go the 15 strength talent as well, just so that you can make a little bit more space for your Lesh and your Primal Beast to be the main damage dealers for now.
This has got to be a concern, though. It seems like Cactus with this Aegis are going to go just tower after tower after tower. Like they are just instantly mid. All the lanes are in a pretty good position. I think
That's why Heart's pushing bottom as well. They're just looking to at least make it only 2 lanes that are completely pushed out, not the third, but you can just backdoor that bottom tier 1. Don't ask me what that means.
I'm not going to ask you. So it does seem kind of obvious, right, what the next move is going to be for Cactus. You're going to take this tier 2 mid, and you're probably going to look to get control of triangle then to the bottom tier 1 and bottom tier 2 as well. Do we feel like Daya can try and get some vision set up and like spring a trap around that area, or do you just look to play on the top side of the map instead?
I really feel like they're not capable of fighting until they've got BKBs, is the thing, right? Like, they've got okay stuns, they've got okay silences, but it's just about, I mean, more cores, more supports dying, but you just don't want anything to stop Irving from running in. You don't want anything to stop Leshrac from running in. They're trying to split up the map as much as possible, but he might actually get caught out here by, I was about to say that the Tusk just TP's back in time. Nature's Prophet doesn't look to fully connect in onto him until he does. Okay. But he's getting closer, right? Nature's Prophet has to be careful with his courier micro, though. Ooh, the good name recipe.
And wait, what? Let's see what they can do off the back of the respawn. Summer's in a lot of trouble, though. His positioning, no one's playing in front of him. A Ravage will come out to protect, but Irving activates the BKB, turns around with the Pulverize. The retreat needs to be caught as soon as they see the stolen Ravage. Imitator, is it going to be enough for them at the moment? Butterfly Effect is still charging forward. Won't be able to get the kill into the valuable members of the Naga in particular. Looks like Irving, he wants to make amends for this. Gets into the middle. Phoenix has got a lot of mana to work with as well on the Lesh track, but the silence is going to prevent the spell follow-up, and now the hookshot's back available for Fish King. They're just fighting into the Exo. One by one, they run in, and one by one, they die in the meat grinder.
Probably a kill that shouldn't have happened to be able to start things off, but, you know, Occasionally you get out of position. Maybe he was just looking at his career, trying to micro that one. He was playing underneath an observer ward the entire time, pretty much. So, they get a valuable kill, but who was the one that ended up picking it up?
Is this the Nature's Prophet kill?
Yeah, Irving. Yeah. Okay. Could be better, could be worse. I mean, he did have an Aghanim Scepter queued up previously, but I really feel like they sense that it's time for the Naga to start to get a little bit more involved. She's got the Skadi, she's going into the Heart next, just because, again, they are lacking those ways to be able to deal with the illusions. I'm still just keeping an eye out on Butterfly Effect, seeing what talent he goes at that level 15. Has that given away anything? I don't think it has. Like, you still got a bunch of kills. Yeah, you give up one. It sucks. But you got the tower. The kill didn't go over to the Naga Siren. They didn't get a ton of levels off of it. I think it's still okay.
Yep. It will be a minute, though, where Bright should be fine, like with Ravage and Exo on cooldown, so... Which is a huge minute, especially for the Lesh and the Dino, considering how behind they are. They're kind of struggling to keep up. Maybe too expected with the Naga Siren, with how much you just suck across the map, but... Phoenix with this BKB is very shortly is going to be much safer to run inside the middle of these team fights.
Rubit's got the shard queued up. I like it. He's considering finishing up the Glimmer Cape first. Not sure how much value that's going to give. It's not like they have an overwhelming amount of magic damage coming through on Cactus right now. I feel like that single target save is going to give you so much more value this game, as well as the potential to steal that Spirit Siphon and get Fears going back the other way as well. You can already see, like, these Naga illusions are starting to be annoying. It takes a while for Butterfly Effect to take him out. Oh, he went the Crypt Swarm cooldown.
Imagine Shiva's into Ags, I think, for DP.
Shiva's Ags Octarine is what I want to see.
Yep.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Even without the Aegis, they're going to get the tier 1 tower down bottom, and they might look to go for that tier 2 as well. They've got all their ultimates back at the ready. This is, of course, still giving Dire an opportunity to be able to find their farm. TZY has an Ag Shard now completed, which I really like. We were mentioning kind of the lack of control from Cactus, so got that now to work with. Still a bit of a cooldown, but nonetheless, it's something.
We're a fan of the Tendi.
Yes, we are. Some playmaking potential even more, so there we go.
Radiant's middle tower is
Went the gush damage as well, so I wonder if he considers about a Scepter, which he might need before the refresher. He's going to lack some mana, especially with Meteor and Pipe, but they smoked and he just used the tenders. He's just practicing. He's just trying to.
He wants to see how fast it comes out. It's pretty slow, man. It is incredibly slow. So you got to be on point. It's basically like a post Ravage stun.
Look at the positioning. Undying, very peculiar with the toss. Maybe trying to pop a smoke, see some TPs. He'll do just that. Drags down TZY.
Oh no. Okay.
You won't get out. So smoke just for the Tusk. You're pretty happy with that. Continuing to stall the game out. Heart's almost got his heart, and
Primal's wearing mismatched shoes right now.
Interesting.
Some streetwear, some business casual.
Which one's the business casual?
The boots of bearing.
Why?
Because of the flavor text. Resplendent footwear. You wouldn't call business casual that.
No, you would not at all.
That's right. I got an answer for every situation. I was going to make up some bullshit about, like, you're going to bear the weight of something on your back. I don't know.
That may have worked.
Yeah.
Falling for that one as well.
Doesn't take much to impress you, I understand.
No, I'm an easily impressed guy. Not by you, though. Not often.
Always by me. Every single day.
You say some weird shit sometimes.
Yeah, but it does mean you're not impressed by me. All right, what are they going to do next is really the main question that needs to be answered. I think that's a BKB now coming out for Summer, so he's going to be saying, well, hopefully I don't get caught out again in that situation. Glipnir onto the Primal Beast, though.
Got a BKB, but what's that really going to do? Irving's going to go down anyway.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense at all. Just to put that on cooldown. Even now when he comes up, he's going to have 40 seconds without it. They're going to be praying that Roshan's up. Not quite. And Hart, his job is basically, well, my Primal's dying in a place where he probably shouldn't have been. Let's shove out mid. Let's try and stall this game out a little bit further.
Radiant's top tower
But it's... You need to get yourself geared up for this next Roche on Team Bright. You're not sure where it's going to spawn. You at least do have a pretty easy way to scout with the Naga illusions, but you need to now be taking a discussion between the team on how we need to execute that Roche fight. Because if you don't, and Cactus get the Aegis and they get the shard, you bet they're going to go high ground. And Naga's not at that stage where she can like 1v5.
And they want to guarantee that Roshan. They just bought the gem as well on Undying, I believe. It's coming out to him now. He's got the plate mail just for a little bit of that value. They're just doing a bit of patrol of the lanes, see if there's any sort of deep vision down, and secure that area around the Roche pit. He's actually dodged the one place that they had an observe ward set up inside of the ancient camp area. Got to be careful he doesn't get picked off here.
It'd be nice to be able to get the gem. As soon as they see the Axo, the call is just going to be retreat. Song will still be used to also get the tombstone. Do they want to stick around afterwards? Summer popped the beacon up the higher cover. There's the jump him. It's a pretty decent ravage. The flop. Tendies are going to be there as well. And Hart, he's just getting beat down. No one is nearby to protect him as now Butterfly Effect. He can start to chase down some of the remaining members, or can they turn it around? Phoenix, off the back of the BKBs, they'll get the damage. Furion's down, but Phoenix, he's in some trouble. Tries to wait for the Bloodstone, will get it out the last second, but they completely surround the pony. Wait, Jumi's beyond godlike? What's an Undying doing beyond godlike? Regardless, it does not matter. Cactus, 4 going down. All they lose is Summer once again, and now they can get some damage into the high ground.
I mean, they're going to be rocketing Roshan. They're going to see that it's coming back up, and, well, unluckily for them, they're not going to force out at least the glyph onto the high ground, but instant backwards rotation coming through. Jumi, with his Beyond Godlike streak, looking to try and 1v1 Roshan. I mean, that was just desperation around the fact that they saw this gem and they felt like we're losing way too much of our map already. We don't have any towers to be able to play around with. Let's see if we can find that quick pick-off. But the rest of Cactus were just there. They were there to be able to respond.
Husk again is looking for a steal.
He's got the blink at least this time. Looking to try and cancel it is Mr. Clockwork. And
oh, well done.
No steals here. Oh, he's caught. He's stuck.
Oh, no. So, A just picked up on Summer. I did
Shard of assuming the
I think
DP?
yeah, I think so. Good lane.
Oh,
That's
they
the real
see.
Naga.
Oh.
Whoa. All right. Very nicely done.
Run
They're taking
away.
into the outpost, though.
Tide's coming. He's got Blink Tendy. Even give him the boots. Oh, saving Private Heart. Gonna have a purple heart after this one.
Wow, very cute.
I know I am.
Is that? But does he get it, or does the Dino get it for saving him?
Pretty sure he gets it. It's when you're injured in battle, the purple heart.
Oh, okay.
Get like a medal of bravery or courage or something if you're the Dino in the right position at the right time. He's just trying to find anywhere on the map to find his like towers.
Oh, no.
Team.
Phoenix is going to be cautious if he reveals himself. Already used the Galapnir though, so they won't be able to chase down the less Shack, but this game seems like it's getting mighty out of control. They're addressing for this late game insurance to be able to deal with the Naga. I don't know if we're ever going to fill all of her net worth in some of these fights.
I mean, right now it feels like her main goal is to just kind of exist in a lot of these fights. Like, she's gone pure stats, basically. And even into the BKB after that, just so that she's not getting locked down, I guess? I mean, there's nothing really... Again, the magic damage on Cactus isn't that high right now, you know? Maybe they think it is because of Jumi being beyond godlike, but he's even going to Shivas himself. You know what I mean, though, right? Like, this just doesn't feel like the sort of game where you really need a BKB. You need to start outputting a lot more damage than just living.
Oh. Yeah, because he's going to die to the Death Prophet and the Nature's Prophet.
Yep. So what can you go? Like a butterfly? horrible. BKB worked on all of your illusions, then sure, BKB until your heart's content, but not this time. Maybe he's relying... Radiance Nagasai, bring it back.
Oh god, don't do that.
Don't bring it back. Yeah, please don't.
Oh, they're gonna go high ground off the back of this Arcane on Butterfly Effect.
Yeah.
They do have an issue with dealing with the waves. We're probably just gonna see a Glyph pop, then... Oh, Radiant might aggressively Glyph, I suppose. There we go, aggressive Glyph. Not gonna have to worry about the backdoor protection. Top's also getting shoved in as well, so eventually they'll have that inside the base. So they might be able to get
And
two
mid.
full sets of barracks here.
I don't think they will. They'll have backdoor protection. Naga
obviously
Illusion
taking a while.
cut it, yeah. Rubik was up there as well, I believe, using the Nature's Call to be able to stop this next wave. So they'll get one. It's just the delay game. So, I mean, you gotta say, Bright are doing a decent job at being able to, like, stall this out.
Yeah.
I really just feel like, again, Naga needs to do damage, and she ain't right now. She's got the BKB coming out to herself. She's almost level 20. That's not really gonna change too much of anything. And now she's got the Butterfly.
Maybe the Scepter on Irving will change something. Like, that's going to help out with your damage against the Tide with getting the break. So, what's going on here? TZY, speaking of the Tide.
They instantly TP
They've
to
got
the outpost.
to TP2, and I mean, the
Might
Lesh
be
is
nice
just,
for
that's
them.
an easy wave. No one's nearby. They'll turn with the Ravage. They'll be able to kill
Totally gonna
Rubik.
kill
Still, TZY is going to go down. Summer might be in some trouble now. Radiant, they're starting to connect to top, but Dire, they're also too late. What a hook shot. Fish King catches Phoenix out in the tree line, blocking off the escape from Irving as well. And he bought out for the Scepter. So this is going to be a Dino without a buyback. And Dire, there was just no Tusk and no Naga to be seen.
Little unfortunate, isn't it? Like, you have to split up on the map to be able to claw back this net worth lead, because they all still just need to go in onto the one person. Their draft is very, like, ball up together, move on forward. So you're going to get probably 2 lanes worth.
They might be able to get Summer.
Okay.
The team is very split. They've got some TPs. There's one coming out. Are they going to stick around?
He's got BKB and Song to be able to get away, but got to be careful with that hook shot. Although
He's
Fish
going to be
King's not
forced
with
to do
him.
something, I think.
Nope.
Because he's actually coming from the north. Maybe an angle they wouldn't expect.
Nah, team's not there. It still goes,
Oh,
though.
that's a... Ooh, no mana for Cogs.
Yeah, no boys.
Dude, that was a great hook shot, though. If he had Cogs... I mean, they're probably just Song and still run away.
They
You'd
probably
be
just
happy
kill
with
him,
forcing Song. but-
honestly.
Yeah, I mean, true. Get the kill then run away, but they're stalling, like you said. They're doing a great job, but kind of stall for what, in a way? Like,
Oh, even the Clockwork's going to have Ags soon. Oh, come on, he had it queued up for a second. I wanted to say that as a response to the Naga Siren. Just that AoE battery assault as well feels kind of nice to be able to deal with the illusions a little bit. The rocket flare going here, there, and everywhere.
let's say maybe Dial. Fight on fire with Ravage still on cooldown. They're all
Shots
kind of
back up
grouping
already.
by the triangle. They're going to get a glimpse of
Ooh.
Heart, but a nice side set puts the hook shot on cooldown. Aggressive blink in from TZY. They want to make the start of the Naga Siren. She's pretty goddamn survivable. An early use of the BKB, and they just want to retreat now by the looks of it with the Exo committed. Butterfly Effect trying to get into the middle of the team fight, but won't be able to hold
bit of a
anyone
win.
into place. It is a bit of a win indeed. Yes, they used the BKB on Heart for it, but not the worst thing.
Even going into the Silver Edge on Heart next, just to make himself a little bit more elusive.
I
They
think
want
you
the
have
break.
to rely. Yeah, but you got to rely on the primal. He went.
I
Left
know.
off.
But that's why they're doing it, I feel.
Yeah.
Almost
see
level
now.
20 as well.
Right, I got to smoke
Ooh.
up and support's a pretty good position. Pop the smoke. They want to protect the Clockwork. Ravage is ready from TZY. Oh, he jumped into the stun. So TZY won't be able to play around. It's got a refresher though, so it might catch him off guard. They need to take the Tide completely out of the equation, but they don't have the damage just yet. First Ravage is out. Can he get the second before he dies? TZY
got a pipe.
will activate a pump fake. There goes the ultimate. It'll secure the kill onto the Lesh. The Bright, it's an all-out retreat. The signal's been called and they should be able to escape with the control lacking. Heart. He wants to go back in. Heart, they feel strong.
Godlike
Get rid of
streak.
the Undying. Maybe to turn to Butterfly Effect as well. He'll have the ensnare up surely. Butterfly Effect's pretty speedy. He's got the BKB as well. And They'll force it out. So some signs of life here for Bright. They'll also get the clockwork as well. So a third member that is going to go down inside that team fight.
I mean, the Shadow Blade paid dividends. Was able to get him right in onto the front lines to be able to deal with them. Even got out that refresher on the Tidehunter as well. I was thinking, oh, we were so close to being able to land another pipe. And to me, it's still just about, can you delay out these BKBs? That's the main goal that they really need to be playing around now on Cactus, because they're kind of strong enough. You know, they're clawing back this net worth lead a little bit. You've got the break to be able to deal with the Tidehunter a little bit easier. So can you look to get away? Can we afford to see like more 4-stars coming out? Even from a Tidehunter, I wouldn't hate to see it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Look at
attack.
Undying's build.
Radiant
Greaves, Shivas.
structures are fortified.
Get your wand, brother. I mean, not your wand. Force.
What? You want to force staff in his inventory?
Yeah. Why not?
Other wants a gem though. Come on, it's the best item.
Oh,
Oh, we got one gem on Undying, and wait, hang on. He's about to have a scepter. All right. So what's it called? Is this just like another
Who's Scepter?
another tool?
Oh, Tusk.
Tusk.
You said Undying, and I was like,
Sorry. Is this another tool just to reset fights? Like if Nature's Prophet jumps in or TP's in, you kick him away, or if DP activates Exo, you kick him away, or are they maybe gearing up for isolating one person and blowing them up on an eventual push? Because
It's hard to say.
more than like
yeah, like it doesn't feel like they want to take an honest fight, right? They want to run away when you've used everything and we've got the ability to reset. The one exception to that would have been if they could get some sort of high ground vision set up to the right of the Roche pit. Now with this Aghanims on the Tusk, maybe you use that to kick someone back, quickly pick them off, hope they don't have buyback, and actually look to contest into Roshan.
Is under attack.
They'll get their first tier 2 as well on the bottom side.
Radiant's
outpost control, baby. The buyback start is pretty important by this Roche, and whoever gets the outpost control. Only a couple buybacks throughout this game. It's going to be the Rubik, Dino, and the DP. Look at Heart's positioning.
Just a couple seconds left on the Shadow Walk. He made sure to get rid of that Cloak of Flames as well, so that it's not going to reveal when he's hiding in the tree line.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a pep in their step, right? Really the first time we've seen them posture as a team aggressively inside Cactus's own territory. Feeling strong enough off the back of that previous successful engagement.
They're just waiting for anyone to step out of position, because they're going to get kicked back the second that they do. Irving actually ends up using the Pulverize just to take that a little bit faster if they find this initiation in onto them, or even if they just go into Roshan and take it incredibly quickly. The lack of that is going to be huge. They will, but
they know what's going on.
5 seconds on Pulverize. Probably takes about that long to get there.
It's falling fast. Oh, wow.
DP got the axe.
Irving. He charged through the pit. They're going to try and identify the Undying issue. They'll bring him down to start the fight. Now, the Clockwork's just brute forcing into the middle as well. Early usage out of the BKBs. Heart's going to be able to activate the song and look to reposition. He can't run up the high gun into the Clockwork. It's going to avoid him and go through the river instead. They've dealt with both supports, and do they feel strong enough to go back in? The Exo has expired. This could be the final opportunity they've been waiting for on Bright.
They got Ravage.
On top of the Death Prophet, Heart trying to address him. The Ravage
stolen.
Stolen though. How can they look to utilize it? Imitator's going to try and get to the middle. He gets clipped as well, but it's not going to matter. They've been able to deal with the first fight, but they don't have Heart, their main damage source. Still, it's going to be up on the back of Irving. Tries to charge on 4, but the Satanic activated with Edge Prophet stands strong. Butterfly effect with him as well. They've got the damage out of the two heroes. Yes, you dealt with the cause.
Tendy.
They are too strong. Oh, very close. So the supports go down on Cactus, but it's a cause that reigns supreme for them.
More importantly, it's that Naga Siren that went down. It just, I want to have a bit of a look at that fight recap in terms of the damage, and that's the real one that I'm looking at. No damage on the Naga Siren. This is the hero that you're looking to address all this time, and I just really feel like she hasn't done enough with the amount of net worth that you've looked to pump into her. You know, you can't just be a song bot and
Kick back potentially.
Oh,
Okay, into Phoenix's stun.
Primal could buy back.
Oh, Summer, he's going to go down. They won't even need to buy back. Again, this is a fight without Ravage and without Exo. That's a deep attempt tonight. There we go. The Dino buyback, and they need a retreat. Jumi's going to get caught out from the split earth. Fish King stuck inside the base as well.
Found him.
Irving, he wants a core and he'll get him. Irving, what a read. Goes for the +1. He wants the core instead of the supports, recognizing the rest of the team can address these members. So he'll get the +1 in TZY.
Look at that line being drawn. Get these creeps out of my base. I just want to be able to push. I want to be able to farm. I want to be able to take some objectives for once this game, because it really feels like the creeps have been doing the majority of the work. It's just been delay, delay, delay. And, well, there's the value, of course, of the Tusk Aghanim Scepter. Just one single hero repositioned, and they just feel a little bit too strong. What a hero to be able to catch as well. Couldn't get off the cheese, couldn't get off the satanic. The chain stun there, even without the Primal Beast buyback, until they were even deeper.
Say one of the best heroes to get caught off to start the fight. So we'll see if they can look to utilize that tool now on this high ground push. No tie for 25. He will have Ravage on the respawn. Hang on, Death Prophet. Back in all the right click damage. Butterfly Effect. Tries to turn to get the Siphon off. He's repairing a lot of the damage at the moment. BKB's going to get activated for hard, and he'll get no real value out of it. Summer, though, wants to catch up. He's got the Sprout and the Glyphony leashed together. Going to be able to cut his way through. They want to get into the middle of the team fight, though. Hook shots up shortly here from Fish King. He needs the angle, and he needs someone to make sure they don't block him hard. He's not going to sidestep it. They've caught the Naga, but where's the team? Butterfly Effect's a little bit too late. Summer's a little bit too late as well. They'll get the Rubik, but it looks like Hart will be able to just juke out to the south.
Okay, they chose to commit onto a Rubik instead of the Naga Siren. Kind of surprised, but at least the Rubik doesn't have buyback. Naga just short of hers as well. Even just looking to cut an additional wave through to keep that farm up, maybe to get enough for that buyback. 170 gold. No exorcism. I don't think they're going to care. Butterfly Effect probably dies if he doesn't have that Axe Blessing as well. He's able to just get back enough HP from the Ghost.
Tusk? Whoa, look at the damage! He's going to try and buy back, but the Ravage is beautiful from TZY. He's got a nair to the one. Holding the Naga inside the cogs. Heart's going to go down. He's going to buy back. We saw what happened prior when Cactus dived a little bit too far. They need to respect the respawns out of Brighton. Looks like, unfortunately, TZY will be the sacrificial lamb along with Jumi's Undying. So that's a big window, though. A dieback on Heart, and that could just be the game over.
It could, but you also have to think coming back the other way. You know, maybe they feel like this is a bit of an all-in play right now. You know, you bought back on everyone. You've been able to expend 2 Ravages, and they don't know it, but DP doesn't have enough for buyback. Nature's Prophet just does because think did he sell something, or I'm not sure, but he just has enough for buyback right now, 700 gold. So if he starts to buy towards this next item, he can put himself into a really dangerous position. It almost, with these observer wards up as well, it almost could be rack time. They want to try and force buybacks back the other way, though.
I know there's a ward inside the base. Dine's looking for that pick.
I mean, they know there's no creeps, though, so you're having to fight into this backdoor protection for now. Irving just trying to... I mean, that clears out the fact that there's a little bit of vision there. All right. They're happy to give up 1. They know that they've got this big win condition. No use bleeding heroes slowly. Summer, of course, no TP. Yeah, I think it's fine.
Creeps.
It's fine.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Even set in regards to, I suppose, the objectives, minus the tier 2 still being up for Cactus Top. A lot of the vision for... They haven't been able to deal with the map. Irving now has a gem, so...
It's so much back and forth. Like, one team runs at one, then the other team does, then the other team just goes and runs right back at the Phoenix. He's going to be 20 gold short of buyback off the back of the camp that he just picked up here. Looking for some power runes, perhaps. I mean, they really do need to just be waiting for this Ravage, though, on TZY. Like, you there's no rush. You've got 5.5 minutes until this Naga is going to have that buyback available for herself. So why not just take it slow? Take the outpost, set up vision, force a bad movement, because this is twice now that they've run back into the base and been kicked into harm's way.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Gotta play a little bit more disciplined Dota here from Cactus. Maybe even hope that... You just buy Daedalus on Summer? I think so, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so big damage item for him. But it means he bought out, so he doesn't have a buyback, which really could be a vital thing for this Nature's Prophet to always be able to join the team no matter where they're fighting if they break him down to start.
They really want to get Irving into his level 25. It just puts so much more pressure onto the Clockwork to be able to hit that hook shot perfectly. It's probably going to reach the point where he needs to buy out this Refresher Orb. Like, if you can get Nature's Prophet without any status resistance, without being able to pop the Satanic, without being able to stop that Pulverize from happening. Where's the Tusk? Undying.
Of course, they group up. TZY is so ready for the Ravage. Maybe they're considering about just using it solo onto the Lesh. Comes the push, though. Tombstone as well. In a pretty powerful position where it's going to be difficult to address it.
They're going
to kick it back, though. Can they even blow him up from 4 to 0? They might be able to. Butterfly Effect's going to buy back, but he doesn't have Exo. TZY looking to play around with a second Ravage. Refresher activated, but he's dying as well. Another defense that goes the way of Bright.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting him to live a little bit longer there on the DP. I suppose just having the BKB and the Shivas as defensive items, despite having that Exorcism running the entire time, they were still able to get that quick pick. Just chain stun into chain stun into chain stun. That gets Irving his level 25 as well. He does buy the Refresher Orb too.
And the Lesh. He just hit 25. He's got the Diabolic Edict's explosion, so more damage inside the BKBs.
And 2 buybacks as well. So now kind of swings back the other way. They know that Roshan has the potential to be up. So let's look to try and get out on the map. They'll see that there's vision up here. They'll look to get rid of it.
Summer's tipping in.
Can they set up some wards on this high ground, though? That's what I want to know.
Importantly, they'll get the outpost, though. So there's a location for them to buy back in TP2 for this Roche fight.
What's up? It's got everything. So, top lane being addressed. Mid lane, it's already been addressed. Even just the Havoc Hammer with how big Primal Beast is at this stage. It's going to do a good job.
Phoenix are going to start on the pit. Human's going to be able to give them vision, so they're well aware. Wait, that's aggressive jump in from TZY. Summer's going to follow up as well. Whoa! Phoenix just evaporates.
Tip it into the mid wave. Get spotted out immediately, but
Bottom's getting shoved in.
It is. I saw it previously. I was like, oh, someone can look to deal with it. Maybe the Leshrac before he looks to join the rest of the boys. They're just a matter of waiting for these cooldowns.
Oh, TZY. That's a big target. That's a lot of their teamfight control. They might be able to get rid of him with the break. Can he activate the Refresher before he dies? He's not going to be able to. Now Summer as well is in trouble. They got the Pulverize going through the BKB. Another round of it from Irving. He's going to look to buy back as well. This is a heavy commitment out of Cactus. Can they get some value though? TZY into the middle. Ravage used Butterfly Effect along with Summer's right-click damage. Down goes Heart. That's a dieback on the Naga. Bright, it's an all-out retreat. They won't be able to escape though. Irving's considering about charging to the middle. Maybe with the help of Phoenix nearby, they might be able to do it with just 2 of them against the world. Irving again gets the control
Satanic
to
disarm.
set up for the damage on the last track, and now they'll drag back TZY. It's Bright. What a team fight. Down the numbers, it doesn't matter. Charging forward, they go for another, but Butterfly Effect.
2 seconds
off.
off.
Different beast. This man is not easy to kill off. Hook shots on the mark, and the damage is there. 3 for 3.
Everyone's dying.
Galore. Irving wants more though. He wants revenge. While Rise is still there for the taking. He's not going to see an opportunity to look to turn. It's a Death Prophet. Wanting to chase down the Imitator. Do they have the detection?
Yeah, Clock's got it.
They don't. It's going to be off the back of Fish King, in fact. Hook shots up in a couple of seconds.
He's just running out of mana. That's how long the fight's gone.
Oh, he's going to be there. They'll get the kill. Big one for DP. That's another dieback. 120 seconds without the Rubik. I don't even know who came out on top. When Dive, you take a look at the gold recap, they got more gold out of it, but...
Oh, there was enough. The fight was long enough that there was probably about 3 fight recaps in all of that. And, well, they're just going to try and two-man this, Roshan. They know that there's no buybacks on all of these bright heroes. The only one that does is the one that's still alive, because if Irving died, he probably would have used it as well. You gotta give it to the clock.
Oh, we got
Give it to
everything
the
on
clock.
this, Roche.
Give it to the clock. Come on. Come on.
Come on.
Don't you
You
dare drop
might
it in
give it to
base.
Tide. He's got
Yes!
Executor.
Yes, he used it. Let's go, Fish King.
So
Give him the
who
AoE
do you-
battery assault.
Who do you give Refresher Shard to, though? Of course,
He's got
Tide
it still.
can't take it. Yeah, but who would you prefer, though? On
DP for sure.
Or- yeah, okay.
I think just having that extra BKB is going to be so vital. The way that they're killing Nature's Prophet is chain stunning him 100-0. A Refresher's not going to change that. That's going to make you even squishier, if anything.
So, with all this chaos, Naga's buyback is back up, and she's the only one in the game that has it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what did... Primal's close. He bought something. Not sure. Shivas?
Oh, man.
They have... Why do they have 3 Shivas on Bright?
Shiva good?
I don't chilly, you know?
Yeah. Not gonna cool it down. Chill in the bones. We'll see if the ice in the veins is another thing they've got as well. Been a difficult game for Bright. You know, but the fact that they have made this even a close game, because for a while it was looking really scary, like a 20,000 lead for Cactus, where they had the full set of barracks mid, where they were pressuring top, but multiple deep dives cost them heavily. This is why this game is so goddamn close 53 minutes in.
They're still, both teams are still looking for a pickoff, right? And both teams aren't going to give the other the opportunity to do it. Like Undying, he's babysitting Heart on this bottom side of the map. They're just looking to try and rat out with this mirror images. He's gone fully talented into them in terms of the damage, in terms of the Riptide damage, in terms of the cooldowns, how many of them are spawning. So they're trying to force them back, but they're not going to take the bait. Undying's back. Who can he get this time? He's going to need to pop the BKB if he's going to stop the kick.
Oh, and he's in. They get the cogs on the Heart as well. Not the greatest first ravage.
Any
It should
pickoff's
secure
good,
the
though.
kill nonetheless on the task.
No buyback.
And that's what they need. They need this kickback to be able to isolate one of the cores and bring them down. So
That's the perfect target.
okay.
Actually given the shard over to Summer. But Exorcism's running a little low.
Gonna be
they got
okay
the
for
Tendi.
moment. Aggressive jump in from Irving. But the BKB is going to be activated. They might be able to turn to the Naga. Siren again. The Ravage holds it down. Is the Heart going to be enough to keep the Naga alive? He's in some trouble. Won't have an opportunity to activate the song, but Butterfly Effect is split from the team. Gotta be cautious though, because the magic immunes, they're starting to expire, so it means that Phoenix and Irving, their damage is further going to ramp up inside these engagements. They'll kill the Death Prophet out the once, but Heart, he just pulled back and he's in trouble. Protects himself with the song. They're all grouped up, but can they get any value of how close they are together? Phoenix has a split earth to work with, connects onto 2.
Primal.
Irving's going to look to rejoin as well. Crashes straight into the middle of the team fight, but he too might just die as well as Fish King finds an angle for the hook shot. He's able to jump in forward. Summer's not getting the damage out for the moment. The split earth is continuing to be a really big issue with the AoE control. It's providing the fights.
No buybacks left.
And Phoenix though looking to turn. Can they really bring down Butterfly Effect? Oh, that's a beautiful cogs. It protects the Death Prophet enough. The Tidehunter will still go down, but the Death Prophet's able to reposition, but Summer wants to stand strong. Looks to activate the Satanic. They'll kick it back to the higher ground. Another round of the Pulverize. And down goes the Naga. Ooh, down goes the Prophet.
Oh. even, I mean, without the Tusk, they're still able to make that happen. They're just making it so annoying to have to play into this high ground with the splitter, with the buybacks. I saw Rubik and Tusk just had to go back to the fountain a couple of times just to get mana with how much they were spamming things out on the front lines. Rubik, he was able to steal the Tendrils of the Deep. Imitator has been doing a great job with those Ravage steals so far, but...
Oh, hang on.
DD
There's
top.
a DD. Can they end with this? No buyback NP or tie.
Gotta think about it.
Go. Wait, Lesh got a Deso. They're all in. They're all
Yep.
in. They have to end now.
Deso-Lesh. One more wave, just to prevent any kind of backdooring shenanigans. And then all in. Swaps it in. Not even blink. They got a big creep wave as well. Clockwork's going to need to
Exo's
pop that
back
overclock.
up. They're going to kick the Undying into the middle. Tombstone will be laid down on Death as well, but he's got a buyback. Meanwhile, Butterfly Effect, I mean, that is the main person that cannot die, but they're not hitting buildings, though. That's the big thing. The buildings aren't going down, so the respawn's going to be up shortly. Butterfly Effect, that's a second round of the Exo. You need to start respecting this Death Prophet's damage. They're going to look to kite out to the right side, but with the BKB expiring, chain controls there, the damage as well. Down goes the DP, but again, Cactus, they will have the full 5-man force very shortly.
Again, like you said, no buildings hit. So they're basically at full HP. Nature's Prophet's alive. Who can Undying catch?
Jump in. Whoa, hang on, Butterfly Effect, just pull back. Fish King to the rescue, TZY, a Ravage. Is it going to really be able to provide them anything? Second Ravage onto 4, but there's no damage for
reset.
Everyone slept. Everyone is slept.
Oh,
high.
he's gonna
It's
get
not
caught.
cover
It
the
ran out.
escape. Telekinesis sends him down to the low ground, but what a force stuff. No way. No way he gets out.
What is this
Oh,
game?
the Rubik plays Summer. The Silver's Edge about to expire. Did they get a glimpse of him? They didn't. They didn't see him.
Oh,
Holy
what is
shit, party's out.
happening? It's just back and forth. It's like a freaking yo-yo, man. Both teams just on the back of a pickoff. What are we saying?
We're going 60. We have to go 60. At this stage, it's just no one's going to push with all the diebacks. No one has like a window. So welcome to 60 minutes. I'm not jinxing it. I swear we are going 60.
So I'm a little disappointed, surprisingly
Oh,
enough,
are you?
in this game. I haven't seen Clockwork use overclocking once. He's been great with his hook shots, don't get me wrong, but I just haven't seen the spell come out just yet. Maybe he thinks that the BKB is going to stop himself from getting stunned at the very end of it, or again, at the very minimum, stop the Leshrac and the Primal Beast damage from coming through, but it don't. It goes through that BKB, so we'll see what ends up happening. He's also level 25 as well, so he's going to have that spell immunity inside the cogs. He really wants to be able to try and catch Phoenix if possible.
Whoa. Hang on, they're coming. They've got the
For
buyback
60
advantage here for
minutes.
Cactus. Yeah, my bad. Don't get this outpost, please. Oh, they're going to see Imitator with the train. Instant Glimmer Cape and looking to escape. They serve a ward inside the base as well from Radiant, which...
Look at how much value he's putting on the telekinesis as well. Like, most Rubiks are going to be like, you know what, I want that spell amplification, but no. It's telekinesis. Like, that saved the Naga Siren. He'd used it in his past fight. Naga wouldn't have been able to buy back. That might have just been... Let's say that might have been game, but it might have been game about 5 separate times now.
Maybe he's kicking himself that he doesn't have the other level 20 talent with the telekinesis land distance, but regardless, that smoke is not going to connect from Cactus.
I mean,
Either sides are on the opposite river, though.
you don't want to be on low ground.
Yeah. That rocket flare is huge. Boy, piece through the two of them. Fish King onto the Rubik. Meanwhile, inside the left side of the fight, though, Jimmy's in some trouble. They've been able to address
Didn't
the
get off his
Undying.
first tomb.
Two fights breaking out simultaneously. Phoenix, though, importantly, is onto the Nature's Prophet, but he's not going to be able to blow him up because it's
They're
Butterfly
isolating.
Effect that goes down. The two fights are working out for Dire because Irving's onto TZY. He just never got an opportunity for the Ravage.
They're still trying for the rat, though, on the bottom side. Summer summons a bunch of treants, uses that to push in a little bit. Oh, he might be able to get one more set off, but he's actually forced to defend. Oh, never mind. He went in
They might be
deeper.
able to... They got the kickback onto TZY. There's a Ravage, but there's no one there to follow up. With
Big
Summon
Tendy.
being forced down bottom, There was no help with the Ravage, so that is a big ultimate on cooldown, but they do have the refresher.
Lash is back as well.
There's the refresher used, TZY. Summer's gonna get kicked in the middle. It's all on the back of the Nature's Prophet. It start getting the damage out. But the BKB, she won't be
They gotta
able
kill
to.
Task.
Irving holds him into place.
Satanic?
Someone needs to try and turn with the Satanic. Will look to activate it, but he's not getting enough health back. Summer can't do it against the world. They've got some buyback still to look to utilize. Do they respect these?
One more Tendy.
They find an angle for it. Irving, he just wants to go for the clockwork instead. There's the overclocking. A great use. In fact, Irving's going to go down as a result to the magic immunity. It's a dieback for him as well. But the Song could be able to set up for the stun. They don't chain it well together. And now it means that Summer's free.
They don't have that break anymore.
Doesn't get him out of the Sprout. But the Split Earth's just still raining down. They need to be concerned about all the AoE control.
Tendy.
Before start to reposition, but again, the Tendy's able to get stolen. Holds two into place. Summer's still beating them down, but no one cares about the Nature's Prophet. Her damage is just not enough at this stage of the game.
What's the Dire base looking like? It's getting hit as well. Do you go for an all-in play here? Nature's Prophet. He's gone Rapier. He's going to go base.
He's going to. What's the TP status like?
He doesn't have a BKB.
It's only the Naga. Okay, wait. Never mind.
comes back.
Okay, we chill. Oh. I thought that was someone else on the Lesh's TP. Holy shit.
I'm bouncing in my seat, bro.
Shit.
We don't even have 60-minute items yet. And there's still just one person with buyback. Oh, Naga's nearly got hers, though. That's pretty important.
It's a cycle of buybacks.
Yeah.
No.
I've said from, like, what was it? The 25-minute mark, it's just been a yo-yo the entire game. And they're going to get an Aegis off the back of this as well.
Are they?
Phoenix? I don't know, man. I mean,
might
Naga
not
can't
do
get there. Oh,
Phoenixes.
he's got a haste as well. He's got a haste coming through. He can get here fast enough.
He's going to be able to get there. Summer turns. Side of the Hex. Can they get the perfect amount of damage? Phoenix is in trouble. It's going to buy back, and they got the outpost to TP2. Heart's going to be able to address the tomb. Some of the Song, they should get Roche off the back of this as well. What's the call, though?
Do you have the item slots for it?
You can't escape, and someone needs the Aegis. He popped Refresher for the second Song. Great micro play from Heart, but Butterfly Effect, they are out.
Oh.
In fact, Summer's the bottom. He's going through the backdoor protection. What the hell?
He's got the force boots as well.
They might get him. Did he get a glimpse? He got a glimpse.
Oh. He didn't 10D. He didn't 10D. Oh, what is this game? What is this game? I mean, they nearly got them on the retreat as well. He had the Aghanim's Blessing backpacked, so he would have been able to get that net to the BKB TP out. But, I mean, you can't ask for people to do these things in the spur of the moment when it's this intense, when it's this back and forth. If win probability isn't 50-50, I don't know. It's 42-58.
That's close enough. That's good enough.
Book of the Dead, this is the one game it's pretty good for it. Just send him down the lane.
There he goes.
Oh. Gotta keep Book of the Dead. Yeah, we go. Just keep it backpacked. What is Phoenix doing with this courier? Oh, he's sending it out. Okay, never mind. Fallen Sky, pretty big. More tower damage for starters. Does Tide still have his Meteor Hammer? Okay, so he sold it. You never know, alright?
Yeah, I get it.
They are getting a little unlucky with these neutrals, though, on Cactus.
At least we got one Giant's Ring.
Oh, give it to the Tide, surely.
The seeds
It'd probably DP,
Send
to
it back
be
an
honest.
8. Yeah, I wonder who takes it, because the free pathing is really important from either.
Clock's got it. That's a big clockwork.
Adam, do you like...
I don't hate it. You can walk out of your own cogs.
Yeah. I don't even know what the hell to keep track of at this stage. Well, we've got a couple of buybacks up. Undying is the only one for Radiant. For the boys on Bright, Naga's got a buyback. Tuska's got a buyback as well. Are there any crazy tier 5s that you can see that might change the status of this game?
Yeah, Book of the Dead. Best item.
Alright, shut up. No troll.
I mean, maybe the Book of Shadows, just if they're able to lock in onto someone, like it means that you're not actually able to right-click them down. You can't target them. I'm pretty sure the DP spirits can't hit either. What level is Rubik? Almost level 28, so not quite going to have that landing distance as well.
They're coming, Danog.
Undying's almost level 25 as well.
Yeah.
Having that additional life is going to be huge. He does have the buyback, of course, but just having the additional life on top of that, they could just go for the Fallen Rat. They could just
And I think they
Rat
are.
Megas.
They might even get a ward inside the base as well, so it could catch the Tusk off guard. Great read from Dyer, though.
They should see that this is happening, though, especially with that Crypt Swarm in.
Heart's going to run forward. Silver's Edge are going to be able to scout him out. He'll look to try and get the start on the Tide Hunter. Both sides are protected for the moment. Irving's going to charge into the middle. First use of the Ravage doesn't really provide them a whole lot. But where's the damage fall up inside the cogs? Irving's going to go down without a buyback.
Stolen Ravage.
They won't have the Dino. Stolen Ravage clips onto multiple, but the Narg gets caught out. He's got the Aegis. Can they set themselves off the back of the respawn? Stuck inside the Sprout, but he's still got the Song to play with. He's not going to get out of the Sprout, though. Great use of the push away from Imitator. They want to go back in. What's the call? Tusk. He's also caught outside the base. He was trying to find an opening for the Walrus kick. The buyback at least. 4 on 5.
Gives Undying his level 25. Now he's got that Reincarnate.
They got the Naga, but a great defensive telekinesis once again. It's going to be able to keep Heart alive for the moment. Undying, he's looking for the opening. He wants to kick, but who's the target? We'll deal with the ward at least, so getting rid of some of the information.
You're not really that worried about the Tide Hunter anymore. Really feels to me like it's going to be that Nature's Prophet or the DP, but they might just have to back off entirely. Just looking to deal with a little of these creeps pushing into the bottom side of the map. They still have one neutral creep that they've yet to secure that neutral item from. Maybe that's going to be the difference maker. Maybe they need a Fallen Sky. Ah, damn.
I'd be down for a Fallen Sky.
Yeah, especially with
this
Refresher
is-
on the Tide.
So Tusk was the only one that just bought back. You did lose the Ages. I mean, it was about to expire now. I think importantly, we spoke about some of the levels. That is 25 and Undying, so he has the Reincarnation. And Butterfly Effect is about to hit 30. So that plus 8 Exorcism Spirits is a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
And they did just get their last one, right? What was it?
Seer Stone. Not horrible.
Okay.
Gives a lot of information.
Yep. What's the cooldown on it? Who's holding it?
60 seconds. Undying.
It's in the backpack.
So, okay. Tried to get that quick pick off. At this point of the game, does it come down to damage mitigation? Does Wraith Pact start to get value again? Just because the percent that you're able to reduce is actually pretty damn significant at this stage. And you want to be hitting heroes, not a little measly totem.
Undying, he's wanting to scout them out. Imitator, they still have the Stolen Ravage. Can they get the opening off the back of this for the control? TZY's in a little bit of trouble.
Ravage in 2.
They want to turn to the Death Prophet. The BKB is going to be able to protect them. Summer's got a great spot on the high ground with the Nature's Prophet. They need to kite back to their side of the map, but the Naga's caught out in the river. Once again, a defensive telekinesis will keep them alive. They'll use the Song as well. Is it the all-out retreat, or do they want to go back in? What is the
taking away
call
the vision.
from Bright? Blockwork, he's stuck in the middle. Exo's going to get committed, though, from Butterfly Effect. He wants to try and find out the Naga. Hex is there. Heart's in a little bit of trouble. Another round of the Hex as well. Butterfly Effect. He'll pop the Refresher for the Snowball. Sucks him in. Protects him momentarily. Look at the pulverized damage. They'll be able to stand strong, though. Repairing Summer. Meanwhile, Summer again. They're not on top of the Nature's Prophet. The repair damage is starting to stack up. That's where Phoenix is able to come into play. But the Sun holds him into place. And down goes Nature's Prophet. Not enough. Now with the Rapier on the deck. Who's going to look to snag this?
He's looking to rat.
Butterfly Effect is completely isolated. No one is nearby but the throne. Hang on, boys.
And
Gotta
Megas.
get back, boy.
Maybe, I can understand, maybe the game's starting to crash for these players just because there's so much going on throughout the map. Is Summer about to die?
Yeah, I like that, Irving. I agree.
Is Summer about to die? He does not have BKB. He's got Lincoln's, but he's used Satanic, and he just bought back.
Yeah, he's dead. Bye, Summer. Oh, my lord. They're going to have to do it without the Nature's Prophet.
They'll have Megas.
No one's got the Rapier. Still down.
Is it? No. And the gem.
All right, Denon. I need you to make my life easy. What do we look out for in these fights? What is the catalyst to success for Cactus and Bright?
Okay, I think they need to go... Clockwork needs to find a way to pick up that rapier. Clockwork needs a Boots of Travel. They need to find a way to break backdoor protection. And then you stand inside of your cogs. You get that massive attack speed with the rapier onto the throne and end the game.
It's a classic. I think everyone does it. They just want to check if somehow the Corys can pick up rapiers, even though it has not been changed for such a long time. I don't blame him. Undying? Wait, hang on, that boat got kicked back. It's a pretty big kill. I think he's still got the reincarnation to work with over the Undying. He's taking up a lot of spells for the moment.
There's
The reincarnation, let's see what they're able to do off the back of it, though.
He'll
They
have
turn
Flesh
to
Golem.
try and address Fish King. The Clockwork, he's going to go down easily, but he's got to buy back to help out. Lesh is lacking some mana, which could prove to be an issue for this longer, drawn-out fight.
The Clock's got
Easy
BKB
wide,
as
though.
well.
What can he do? Ravage, it's still on cooldown for the Tide Hunter. Messy fight once
He needs
again.
to pop
Two
BKB
approaching
on
out
top.
simultaneously. Fish King down to the right, able to reposition, but the BKB is going to be activated. He'll get out of danger, but Hart, he's onto the Undying. Can he stay alive long enough? The boys are doing a good job to cover his retreat. Dai just want to turn to deal with the objectives instead. One tier 4 left standing. Second one's about to fall as well, but the throne exposed. 30 seconds still, and then he just profits
edict's
alive,
out.
but it might be too long. Down goes TZ White. That's all of their AoE damage control. Butterfly effect. What can he do? Exo up in 10 seconds. Hart, he doesn't really have the damage for the throne just yet. They need to wait for the edict, which is still on cooldown, but they're just making all the space. 1/3 health, a quarter health left, and the throne will blow up and bright. They've done it. Coming back into this game one, down a full set of barracks, down 20,000 gold. 71 minutes in, and somehow after a crazy game, they're able to take it.
Sheesh! I mean, that was a banger coming through from Bright. Being able to take that game, it didn't feel like draft. It didn't feel like macro play. It was just throw shit at the wall and see what stuck at the end for me. Like, there was just way too much back and forth. And Summer, poor Summer, he tried to go for that hero play. I mean, just Boots are traveling in next to the Ancient when you didn't know the positioning of the rest of the boys. I don't know about that one. Means that he's going to be sitting idly by watching for that last 15 or so seconds of his death timer. But man, what a game, going back and forth. Did the win probability ever actually go back in Bright's favor before like that last couple of fights? 60 plus minutes it took for it to get actually back in their favor.
What do you even want to talk about?
Tier 5 items.
What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about Tier 5?
Scythe of Ice, refreshers on everyone. The fact that Fish King, in his idiocy, didn't go for that play that I was talking about, trying to right-click onto the Ancient with the Aghanims. I mean, that would have been a clip for sure if you could just see a Giant's Ring Clockwork hitting into the tower with a rapier solo with the Aghanims. Come on, man. But, I mean, who do you even give the MVP to? Is it Undying?
I don't know. I don't
Is it Imitator for the Ravage steals? Is it Phoenix for the kills?
I think Phoenix. I mean, Phoenix, if you take, he's 21, 6, and 22. He had
120,000
20K.
damage.
120,000. And the Naga was half that. And that's the thing. I mean, Naga falls off late game, but I'm quite impressed with what Hart was able to do throughout the late game. Like, just the value he provided with Hex, and just to be in the front line, just soaking up abilities and damage for Phoenix so he could get the main damage out. And I really think through a lot of some of these late game fights, just the split earth AoE from the side was such an issue. You can't, it's with all this shit on the ground, you can't see anything. You don't know if you're going to get stunned. You know if it's the second round of it or the third or the final or the first. And he's got like 4 of them inside the middle of the fights.
And then you've
like,
got your own teammate stuff to deal with, right? You've got the cogs that's on the ground. You've got the zombies that are flying around everywhere. You got the exorcism. You got the treants that you're having to worry about. So very understandable if you don't know exactly where that split earth is throughout the game. But what a frustrating game to have to play. Poor butterfly effect. 17, 4, and 18 as well to finish that one off.
Had a... Okay, let's just give it to him. Why not? I mean, sure. Honestly, I couldn't care less. Like, they won 71 minutes in. Someone deserves it. Like, here's the argument.
The fact that he got to level 30?
that was huge. Like the pulverize going through BKB in a lot of the fights versus the Nature's Prophet was a big reason of why they were able to kill him from like the
Full to
50-minute mark and on. Yeah. Like
And
when
it
he got that
was-
25.
And from 65 minutes on, for the last 6 minutes of the game, he had both. So he had the extra duration on it as well. So again, it just put even more emphasis on clockwork to hit those hooks. And again, there was so much shit on the ground. There was only so many avenues that you could have for that poor clock to be able to land that hook shot in. Is there anyone that could have bought a freaking basher? Not really,
know, dude.
you know, at that stage. Maybe the Undying, but what a game.
What a game. There's a lot on the line for this series as well. These are really, I think both of us and a lot of people are expecting these two teams are probably going to be who takes that second slot, and unless something crazy happens. There's still the middle of the pack that is very close at the moment, but with these two teams, we see the caliber of their gameplay, and whoever comes out on top with this series is going to really pull vault their chances up to be able to take that slot with Piggy Killer as well, more than likely again. So the fact that Bright were able to come back again, down a full set of barracks mid, down 20,000 gold was huge for them. It's going to boost their confidence overall. And let's see what Cactus can honestly do to recover from that, because this was a game.
Don't ask me how are they going to recover, because I have no clue. I saw you catch yourself. I've never been in a situation like that before with these stakes on the line.
This has to be onto some of their more experienced players, and really I'm looking at Butterfly Effect for him to be able to pull his socks up and pull the boys up as well, because that was a game they should have won. They had the lead, but now you're playing from a game deficit and with a lot on the line here for potentially promotional slot as well for you to compete for it. So crazy game one. Let's see what we have in store for us for our second game after the break. Welcome back to Division 2 down here in the China region. We have a incredible series currently going on to close out our night here with a battle like that. I don't know what they have left in the tank. I didn't even know what the hell we should think was even possible for the next one. It felt like we saw all of it in that game. Deep.
I'm just thinking, like, what do you do if you're on both sides, right? Because can you even call that a win if you're Team Bright?
You
felt
can.
Like, I know, but it felt like you were on the back foot for so long, and it was on the back of like the Stolen Ravagers and the Tusk just getting so much work done, right? Like they stalled the game out long enough for Lesh to truly have that next item, for Naga to actually start doing damage. I mean, she didn't really, though, actually. It was just about getting her into the Scythe of Vice so that the Lesh could do even more damage. Like things of that nature. Lesh didn't even end the game with an Ag's Blessing as well, which could have, even amplified things further with that Nihilism. So I think we just need to put this onto Cactus, right? If you're going to go this draft, you're going to have the opportunities to be able to execute. I think they played the first, 25 minutes pretty well. They took the tier 2, tier 1 mid and top by 8 minutes. They went the right items. They went Roshan when they had the opportunity to, when they'd use these big, team fight cooldowns. They just got caught out one too many times, and, they went in without buyback. And, at that stage of the game, they're going to have enough power going back the other way to be able to punish you.
All right, well...
I got my honey while we were waiting, so I'm going to be A-okay. The voice... It'll be fine.
You got tea and honey or just honey?
Water and honey.
Water and honey. Hot water?
Warm.
Warm, okay. Lukewarm. Well, we have a very different look at our second game. Primal Beast Ursa as the opener for Cactus, and then for Team Bright, we're going to get the Clockwork and the Timbersaw as well. So, already... have addressed the Timber a little bit, but we've seen that the Timber still is very capable of playing into the Ursa.
Don't go reactive.
Yeah, that's just the thing. What would you like the support to be paired with the Timber early on to kind of lane versus the Ursa? Is there something that you feel like he needs in particular in this matchup?
I think he just needs like level 3 probably, just to make sure that his damage going back the other way is going to be enough to like prevent the Ursa from constantly running at him. So it's just something that's going to be able to pull the wave. I think it's going to be pretty important that Cactus don't just go like some hero without a slow, basically, or some hero without a reposition, because you want to be able to prevent those pulls from happening if possible.
Yeah.
Dire team back.
And we are flying through these bands. What do we got? Cactus, Batrider Storm, and the Morphling in the second phase. Right, they're going to get rid of some more cores as well. It's the core show right now. Bands, a lot of respect though on Butterfly Effects here, pulling. There we go. There's at least a support band up.
Wonder why that Rubik's Big band. I mean, are they just going to disrupt her?
Radiant team pick.
Seems pretty decent. Okay, this one's pretty good as well. Get that purge to purge off the overpower stacks. Even when you BKB, you can't run at people on the Ursa. You've got a save as well for the pulverize. Feels pretty solid.
I imagine the purge versus Primal Beast would be really nice in the save as well. So
yeah,
seems like there's a lot of value with the early Shadow Demon pickup. It is kind of vulnerable to people getting on top of you though. So I wonder if Cactus is gonna go for some extra heroes that are able to chase him down.
Yeah, like, they need jump. Always. It's always going to be the answer to Shadow Demon. They've banned out the Storm themselves. There's no Ember Spirit. There's no Puck. There's no Clockwork. Tusk, I don't think really is jump needed for a Shadow Demon. I almost think that Shadow Demon should never be the one on the front lines. You've got a Clockwork that can be like your Rocket Flare onto Cliff D-Water, right? So... what else is there that's able to make that instant move? You can't Spectre into this, I don't think. Is it just the Nature's Prophet?
I think this also really limits the hero pool from Butterfly FX. I don't know if he can play as like a win condition now with the Ursa picked up.
Radiant team pick.
They're gonna be able to pick up a Doom, but I mean, they have to be really cautious. That you need a stun now on Cactus. You could easily be kited inside the fights. I think Shadow Demon's another hero that can actually play pretty well versus the Doom. And that is not I mean, kinda, but it's not really what I was looking for.
High burst damage, silence, instant-ish catch with the shard. It's not the worst.
It's not the worst. I'm just concerned about some of the fights where Ursa gets on top of someone, you get benched, and they just disengage, or where Doom uses his ultimate and then you
Well, I
just
don't think
disengage
Ursa's going to
again.
be just running up into fights. That's the thing, right? Like,
Huh.
if you're going first, it's going to be because you've got vision and Primal Beast charges in with techies, following up with a blast off onto Shadow Demon, for example.
How the hell do you play against techies, Denok? Well, I've not seen enough Hellraiser games to know.
Well, you build a little bit of magic resist for starters. Repositioning does feel kind of nice. Illusion runes feel good as well, just to be able to pop those proximity binds. It's hard to like out trade in lane. Like his right click damage might not be the greatest, but the range is huge. He's got high armor as well, so maybe some sort of magic is what they want to deal with. TA feels kind of good too, really, right? Again, lots of...
Yeah.
They do have decent instances of damage, I suppose, with the Doom, with the Infernal Blade, with the Scorched Earth, with the Trample, but in terms of just finding that quick pick-off, it becomes a lot more challenging, especially when you're playing with a saving support like the ST.
5 seconds remaining.
So it's probably looking like a TA clock safe lane and a Shadow Demon Timber off. So we're still looking for our Phoenix hero.
I think there's potential for this to be flex, right? Like, we don't know where the Primal Beast is going to go. They do have last pick overall on Bright, so if they feel like it's a good mid-TA game, sure, you know? Might just mean you need to get a little bit more active with your POS 1. What's been your favorite active POS 1 these days?
Probably Nature's Prophet, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
To play or just to watch, because I think NP just speeds up the game, which is nice.
Bit of both.
Even though Nature's Prophet's very busted right now, I'd say it's probably the better hero in regards to the carries that can get active across the map early on.
Just look at some of these bans as well. They're still banning like a Viper, despite the fact that you've got one support picked up, most likely, so far.
I guess it could be
kind of want to see a Silencer ban, and I think Bright could, if you are wanting to run this TA mid, for example, if the matchup is good, because you don't exactly want to run it into a Doom side lane or a Primal side lane either, right? So could you like Dawn, for example, as a position 1? I feel like it's pretty good as a reaction to a lot of these things. It gives you a little bit of jump. You could kite around the Ursa a little bit. You've got some additional save as well for whoever gets jumped onto. Pretty fast pace. Someone else is going to build Desolator for you, so you don't necessarily have to. You can just go that Blink Shard route instead. I still think... Okay, well, who's the support is what I want to know. Primal?
Maybe it could be Dino, yeah. It seems like they are banning some of the heroes that can blow up the Timber, but also potentially lane versus the TA mid. Just in case they want to put it there, like Viper and Queen of Pain are pretty nice versa. So, I mean, like you said, Bright have flex heading into the last pick, so maybe just looking to cover their tracks.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really OD into this. Like, it's good against the Timber, but not so much the TA. So, like you said, just that versatility with bans that are able to do two things. But I still think it's going to be a support. It might still be, honestly, with this TA going up against you in lane, perhaps. What are you?
A lot of damage now.
It is a lot of damage. I think Shadow Demon can play perfectly and still not actually change the outcome, perhaps, right? Just because of all this damage that they've got coming back their way.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is magic damage, so maybe something that's going to address that a little bit. Obviously, that's good against the Timber Saw. TA, you never really want to go into a right-click battle against that. Feels kind of nice. And how do they jump as well? That's the other question I have.
On Bright?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a little bit stumped, honestly. I'm trying to work out what they are able to pick up. I feel like they need a beefy boy.
Underlord? Yeah, totally fine running Underlord mid, T8 top.
You may now
Chaos
select
Knight.
your
Well,
heroes.
it's a bit more of that active style that we were thinking. Gives
don't
them
like
some
to
jump
see.
as well. I'm just trying to justify it a little bit. Gives them some jump if they buy the Blink Dagger to be able to find that instant pick. I mean, their jump is kind of garb on Team Bright. It's much better on Cactus, right? Like, they don't exactly have the heroes that can just run away either, with the exception of the Timbersaw. And I feel like this Zeus has the potential to just sit back and do whatever the hell he wants, don't you think?
Yeah. I'm just concerned that the Phantasm might not have a lot of value this game, because I think they have a lot of AoE damage on Cactus.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the really big thing I'm worried about.
10 seconds
He's a very strong laner, so you have some pretty good lanes. You like TA versus Zeus mid is a free farm lane for Phoenix. What are we? It's going to be a
5 primal.
5. Okay.
Into a Timber. Maybe feels like they just want more magic damage. I'm just theorizing here.
Yeah.
But again, like, whenever you make that jump, you're just going to get disrupted. So, well, I say that, but it's actually Imitator that's playing the Clockwork, assuming position 4. I'm just thinking why that might be. I mean, again, if TZY tries to run at you with Doom at level 3, then what hero is going to be better at stopping that? Is it going to be Clockwork, just keeping him pushed back, or is it going to be the Disruption? I personally feel like the SD probably would have been better, just to be able to provide that little bit of security for the Timbersaw compared to the Clockwork, but Clock into Primal feels fine too, so... Might just be, we saw in the last series, like, Marblu and Molasses switching their roles. Feels like they were fine either way, but maybe this is just what they're more comfortable with.
I'm undecided. I don't know which draft I prefer. I think we're gonna have a pretty even game. I hope we have another even game. That's what
My
I'm
brain just still
excited
needs to
for.
recharge.
So recharge. Well, we might get a bit of a passive start then. Maybe it's a chill first couple of minutes or so. Maybe first 10 minutes. Just maybe all the players need time to recharge as well. But while you are recharging, I still have to ask you the question: who do you feel like? Who do you think is going to take it? Are we going to get it 2-0 or will we go game 3?
I think we might be going game 3. I think Butterfly Effect is just primed to have a really, really solid game. Of course, you're playing as a Zeus, so you're going to be able to get a lot of these D wards off pretty easily just through Lightning Bolt spam around the map. And then what jump do they have outside of the CK having that Blink Dagger available, right? Even if Clockwork finds the perfect hook shot, can you burst the Zeus down fast enough? It'd need to be like a TA blinking on top of you, Meld Strike, Timbersaw, hook shot in, Whirling Death, Chakram to dead, right? And you've only got, how long's clock's done? 1.5 seconds to do it? Seems kind of risky.
What is kind of the build with the techies nowadays? Is there an item build that you feel like is more common compared to others?
I've been seeing like 1 point in the reactive taser, funnily enough. I'm not sure exactly what it provides all that much in the lane. I guess it feels decent against the Chaos Knight with a lot of the harassment that you're looking to go off. But to me, I think it's just spamming out the sticky bomb. You just want to be able to try and stay as far at range as possible, especially against Undyne. I don't think you can afford to like put yourself in harm's way too early on into this. So maybe it's going to be like 2 point sticky bomb, 1 point blast off, and then look to go for a kill.
Oh, I'm being surrounded. He just veers away. Like, yeah, but I don't really want to fight a Timber at this stage, so see what we're going to get out of the trade. Jimmy might be able to secure the rune. In fact, it's Irving that gets it. So we will have a 3-for-1 in the favor of Bright to start us off.
You think it's going to be Bright or Cactus?
I think Bright.
Because?
Because I think they have some Templar Assassin issues. And I also don't know what a tech is, Dino support. I think they have a lot of damage on Cactus. I'm just concerned they're lacking some stuff with like team fight and stuns. So
Stuns,
We'll see if
yes.
the
I totally see you there. It's going to be a very important game to get like a decent timing on the Basher for sure on the Ursa, but it's not like TA's. I guess she is kind of mobile, right? But they've got decent damage over time. The real point to be scared of TA is like Blink BKB. It's like, well, what are we going to be able to do against her? So let's see. Can Butterfly Effect look to try and win this lane? To be able to harass out.
top lane, Doom might go down. They got a 2-second stun from the Chaos Bolt, so beautifully done. Great start to the lane. We were saying that. I mean, CK
And they
is
did
a
change it
very,
up.
very strong laner.
They put Undying
Or
Bot as
we-
well in this Clockwork top. Oh, Irving slightly off the mark with his Timber Shade there, but well, he's keeping them away for now. Again, the important thing is just to get Irving up to that like level 3, maybe level 4, but level 3 is the important one, just so that you can be spamming out that Timber Chain off cooldown.
Maybe it's nice as well to have the Shadow Team in dump bottom with Irving to help make stacks, because I think the Timbers that we've seen like have a really good time. He's top lane again. Another kill. This time it's going to be onto Fish King's Tech. I think the Timbers that we've seen have a really good game is when you enable him back in the jungle by making ancient stacks. So of course Shadow Team with one of the best at doing that.
Yeah, for sure, but I just don't think they can do it yet. You know, like he's still in this
definitely.
precarious position. I mean, it's very important that they got those 2 kills up top. Obviously, CK, you want to dominate the lane. He hasn't put a single point into the Chaos Strike yet, so if he didn't get those kills and was just not able to sustain as much, then it would have been putting him in a really rough spot. But the fact that he's been able to do it, now he gets level 3 off the back of all of that additional experience and net worth, and they might even be able to get one onto TZY here. Block actually turns around and hits, surprisingly enough, trying to push him back maybe. Ooh, the
Bomb enough?
No, just level 1.
We will quickly touch on mid because I do think a lot of the side lanes can have some action. Just between the two, they're both going to be farming. There's not really much that they can do to slow down each other. Butterfly Effect should be able to easily CS. Phoenix as well should be fine. So more we're looking at the level 6 when Butterfly Effect has the Thunder Gods to have some involvement in some of the side lanes as well.
And that's when you're really worried about the top side in particular, I would say. You know, it's a lot of burst damage. You might not be able to get off that that magic wand in time if it's just, you know, the sticky bomb into the blast off into the Thunder God's Wrath might be enough.
Guess we got to keep tabs then on the raindrops on when they're picked up around that level 6 timing for Butterfly Effect, because that's definitely going to help out with his ultimate, and the side lanes are doing a lot of damage as well, magic-wise, so...
It's pretty important for Heart to have it, right? Like, you're not worried about the sticky bomb spam as well in that lane. That's going to be the main thing pressuring you out, and then you're just going to be able to win off the back of this Chaos Strike trade.
Phoenix in trouble.
Oh.
Yeah, they've been able to burn the refraction thanks to Jumi. Oh, I don't think they stopped the damage with the banishment. Might be enough to keep him alive a little bit longer to get towards the tower. Detection, there's the lightning bolt, but it gives him time for the refraction to come back up. Sticky Bomb's going to be off the mark, and now Fish King actually might be in trouble, and Zeus is in trouble instead, and Doom gets solo killed, and Undying might get Jumi as well. What the hell is going on across the map?
Action everywhere. I mean, I was thinking with that Melt Strike, oh, you sure you want to do that? Maybe could have eaten a Tango a little bit before, but like you said, gets him into that next use of the refraction. They are also able to get a bit of a D-ward happening in this mid lane as well. And while that top lane was going fairly well for the CK, you've got Imitator, who's going to be able to start to build up some stacks for his boys as well. I want to say inadvertently. Oh, no, actually, they were trying to stop this camp from spawning just for the Doom. They had an observer ward there next to the hard camp, so now 5 minutes in, they won't have that same luxury, although can clock look to try and save his CK if needed. He's getting run out a little bit, but he's going to look to reset the lane instead. Looking to path around for any vision inside of the triangle. Jumi scouted out just a single stack so far. Things are popping and they'll know it's around.
Importantly, they did block up both the cams and drop a ward though. So they will have ways to contest it, or maybe at least just soak up some experience.
But they'll know, right? Like if he's coming from that direction, there's nothing really that a level 3 Primal Beast is going to be doing. He wasn't buying an energy booster, so Undyne. He's just got the 1 sentry ward queued up at the moment, but I really want to see him buy another 2.
Should
He'll
get
know.
confirmation now. Yeah. Meanwhile, Phoenix going to be able to pick up a haste, which could be a kill onto Fish King if he wants to go for it, but nonetheless is able to get a refill in the bottle out of the Templar Assassin. But we're going to be keeping tabs now on the side lanes. Butterfly Effect does have this Thunder God's Wrath at the ready, so cautious how deep you want to make the attempt. Top, Clockwork. Running for a little bit low. Doesn't seem like it's still enough, though, to blow him up. Now Techies actually is going to be in some trouble. Heart, with that early use of the Phantasm, because the solo kill on the Doom, Heart is a really high level.
I really wasn't expecting that. And, you know, the Phantasm to be able to come out that early without Zeus having, of course, the effect, the ability to nullify that lane just off of the Arc Lightning. He still needs to stay mid. He needs to make sure Phoenix isn't farming. That is going to put him in a rough spot. Doom, he's level 5, though. About a quarter of the way towards level 6, so he'll be looking to try and pick up that Doom itself. I think this is a sort of game where you need to get a little bit more active as they get a play down there. They landed the blast off.
Yeah, it looks like there was already a couple of Fury Swipe stacks as well on the Timbers. The reason why someone was able to blow him up through that silence duration. We do see the difficulty, though. That can happen when the Timber is level 6, so Summer might look to get this next wave and then leave the lane?
Possibly. I mean, he's got Tangos purchased. Could look to just bring out to him. They're actually going to look to go for a play.
Yeah, he's got the Enrage to work with. As soon as it's used, Irving's going to look to play his distance. He's going to be forced to TP Jumi down. Silence will stop the chase. Phoenix is coming down off the back of the haste rune as well. They're going to be cautious, but just turn to the supports instead. They would have loved the juicy kill onto the Ursa. But it looks like more than likely both supports will go down, although the haste has expired from Phoenix. He's going to be a little bit too late to get the DD, although might contest Butterfly Effect because the wraparound's going to be there from Imitator as well.
He's got the lead.
Can he look to play around with a Heavenly Jump? Some distance away, and it looks like that is enough with the trap on cooldown from
Side
Phoenix.
Ooh. He was going for a cheeky play.
Bottom, Irving, once again, blast off. Someone should be able to bring him down throughout the silence duration. Very nicely done. 5-second duration. Plus with that level 2. And wait, Jumi's take. Oh, okay.
Just go for a bit of a steal. I mean, the reason that they went for that play is because they knew that the Shadow Demon was back making that stack. And, I mean, they saw that that was the attempt that happened. Then they looked to try and take it themselves. And, well, they still got a kill off the back of it, even though you ended up feeding one over to Phoenix as well. And yeah, now he knows it's not that safe to be able to play around this one anymore. He'll even build up his own, or try to build up his own stack.
It might turn again on bottom. Gonna be off the back of the jumping from
Just
the
TP back in, Irving.
And he doesn't get enough distance away, so this bottom lane, wow, very impressed with Techies. He's been really the big turnaround every time he's landing that blast off Summer. He's able to stay on top of some of the enemies with the slow follow-up afterwards, so they are doing a very good job to enable the Ursa this game.
I mean, it's incredibly solid against both the Shadow Demon and the Timbersaw this game. Even the CK, right? Like, you're not necessarily needing to use a lot of the spells, but just the AoE damage that it provides is going to do a lot against that Phantasm. Don't even need to worry about the Zeus solo to take care of it. Oh, they're going heavy into the Magic Burst. E-Blade already queued up by Butterfly Effect. They are going up against a lot of physical,
Phoenix.
and, well, Phoenix is going up against a lot of magic. Still haven't seen a Thunder Gods yet, and it's going to be a bot rune, Arcane rune. Looking to try and protect it a little bit. Summer even leaving the lane to be able to give him a little bit of assistance.
Fish King should go down bottom lane. Irving's going to be rewarded with a kill, so much needed gold. Given over to the Timbersaw. They have shoved the Ursa out at bottom, but it seems like Summer is very happy with how much net worth he's gotten off the back of the first 10 minutes of this game. He's pretty much just needing one more component now towards the Battle Fury, so he's going to pick that one up at a great timing.
Jumi comes back down bottom. Not quite at level 6 yet. Going to be very important for him to get that one again, just to provide a little bit of that extra lockdown for these elusive heroes, like the Timbersaw in particular. But it's always going to be, can we find Undying first? That's always going to be the question. And he's sitting right behind Irving on that Shadow Demon. Pretty high level himself, level 7.
Oh yeah, wow.
Certainly makes things
if he
easier
was
against the... I think Imitator took the turn.
top lane, Heart. He's in a lot of trouble here. With Butterfly Effect nearby, they should have plenty of damage to be able to get the kill. Now, Imitator's going to go down as well by the looks of it. Meanwhile, the battle is breaking out down bottom as well. Jumi was trying to find the angle onto the Shadow Demon, but wasn't able to catch him out before the banishment. But that's huge. You're able to slow down this Chaos Knight, who was starting to build up quite the streak and quite the lead.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Ursa even leaves that lane again on the bottom side, though. Every chance that he gets, Phoenix is just pushing in that mid wave as much as possible. He's actually rushing into the Desolator instead, so it's going to combine fairly well together with the minus armor coming through from the CK as well to be able to quickly take out any heroes that get picked. Of course, their pick-off potential is fairly solid if they've got a Clockwork. I'm really wanting Heart to look to go into a Blink Dagger after this Echo Saber is finished up. Don't think he necessarily needs to go BKB, not this early.
Do you feel like the current status quo of this game favors anyone in particular?
I mean, a TA that's farming is a happy TA, right? That's always the way that I look at things. And they haven't really done anything to be able to disrupt her. They blocked a couple of her stacks, but she still picked up a triple ancient stack, a double hard camp stack, got a solo kill.
Top lane. Able to just catch out TZY on the TP out, but the double Warstorm getting range for the Reality Rift. He can. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they're wrapping around. This is a great angle with the wrap here from Cactus. They're going to be able to catch out, though, off the back of this. They're going to try and target down with the Timbersaw at the moment. Undying. Oh, the silence. He's still going to be able to get the banishment off. Is it enough to get Irving out of danger, though? This is a long duration silence. Irving trying to paw the way through the tree line. It will go down nonetheless. A couple kills occurring across the map. Butterfly Effect is granted another one as well. So, in the end, 2 for 2. Not the worst.
Not the worst at all. They're thinking that free bounty rune for Butterfly Effect to be able to pick up, refill the bottle. He's closing in on that E-Blade. And that's going to be a big deal. You know, being able to pick off anyone except for the TA just because of those refracted charges cannot be underestimated. Even just looking to set up the cogs there. Imitator realizing that they're continuing this push on forward, and finally they're able to get rid of this cliff ward so that Phoenix can continue to farm relatively uncontested.
They're going to smoke, actually. So, still without the Deso completed, though, off the back of the smoke.
They bring the CK as well, just to be able to protect that power rune.
But the hook shot's going to be on the mark. Catch out Jumi, force Butterfly Effect to leap away. So, like you said, they're going to be able to secure the power rune. And it looks like they want the T1 tower as well, which is a big timing because with how close they are to the Deso, it's going to open up Roshan. Butterfly Effect, he's really vulnerable. Ghost Scepter's going to be activated, but it's just going to buff up Irving's damage. And now they try and jump in on Fish King, but he's just going to feed his life away as well. And that is now Desolator completed, and they might be able to consider Roast. They've also got max out Reality Rift, so even more minus armor.
Yeah, it's certainly a possibility. I mean, they haven't used the Doom, they haven't used the Thunder Gods, but you're all around. You may as well make the most out of this opportunity.
What's the call going to be? Just farm and summon, of course, with the Battle Fury. Well, he's actually going to TP in. They want to try and take this away. Imitator's in a pretty good spot to scout them out on the entry. But maybe Dire is strong enough to fight. They'll just blow up Jumi to start. It's going to be TZY. He'll get the stun. Can he be able to find the Doom angle, though? Looking for the opportunity. Will now use it onto Phoenix. That's the Aegis carrier. Phoenix doesn't care about having the Doom on top of him. Irving's still going to be pretty cautious, though. An aggressive chain into the middle, but he's going to be able to reposition safely. Phoenix, he wants some revenge, though. He's going to struggle about catching up, and we see what happens inside the fight. So when Butterfly Effect goes completely free, he gets a triple kill and the most amount of damage done.
Yeah, I mean, I can hear it in your voice. You were like, what the hell are you doing, TZ? While you're going in, you're dooming a target that probably doesn't need to be focused at this stage, but you capped it off perfectly. The Zeus just wants to be the last target focused down. He was nearly at 0 mana. That's how much he was able to just free cast during that fight. And that's the exact sort of situation that you want, especially picking up this early E-Blade. No one has a deep BKB right now. This is where you're going to be at your strongest.
ED top, unfortunately, Phoenix going to be too far away to be able to grab that. Now, bottom lane, they are very isolated. It's just two heroes. And can they play this aggressively?
They're coming.
I know the Enrage is on cooldown for the moment, but like you said, the reinforcements have arrived. It's going to be down to the control to hold Irving into place. And with the shard from Techies, they should be able to do so. Beautifully done. And now Hart, he showed himself for a split second. Oh, the Butterfly Effect, that's an aggressive jump and a buyback out of Irving. They need to get something off the back of this, and they should be able to. Summer's caught out. TZY is going to be dragged inside the cogs. The other remaining forces should be okay. Oh, they got him. Really nicely done. Imitator. Wait,
right.
Okay, I guess
he was armlet toggling.
Happy with that. All right, so it's another crazy game. 35 kills, 17 minutes in. Got a buyback out of Irving's Timber, so that really puts him down in the net worth.
Mm-hmm. Seeing as well, like he would have got about a level and a half off of that CK kill as well on the Primal Beast, so feels pretty happy with that. All that solo XP going to him. I mean, CK, I think he's just... I still think that the Blink Dagger is probably a slightly better option, just because I don't think they have good counter initiation at this stage, and you've got the ability to burst down this Zeus, especially with TA having the Deso, having the Dragon Lance, having the Blink Dagger already. You can connect onto any kind of Blink stun that Hart looks to bring in. So I feel like the BKB might just be a mistake, because it's going to delay it out long enough that you build into some of these support items. Maybe you get a 4-star on one of the supports.
Well, one of those supports on Dire, though, is going pipe, and once Imitator picks this up, it feels like you're going to be very comfortable. It continued to run down Cactus. And that pipe it's going to mitigate so much of their damage. So you can have that. You can have a couple BKBs. I'd like to see them maybe chill out for a little bit until they get this one. It is a little bit away, though. So, I mean, a lot away. That recipe is a lot of gold, actually. I forgot. So they won't really have the luxury of waiting for that one. But will be a big item nonetheless to address Cactus. Has he got? Oh, he went shard. Okay. I like the shard. Nice. Yeah, I'm a really big fan of it early on at this stage. It's a good wraparound once again. Jimmy's gonna kind of act as the person to protect Summer. Get that interception on the smoke, so Summer will have plenty of time to be able to TP out. The shard is also a huge burst to Zeus. A hero that's going to be relying on his positioning to get that jump away. They're eyeing up bottom. Imitator's going to see TZY. Now, Fish King's nearby to maybe protect him. We'll see what the blast off is really able to do. Gets the stun onto 2, but simultaneously the Chaos Bot was there as well. They're a little bit hesitant though on Dire, and that's going to mean that TZY can get the blink into the tree line. So Fish King does a great job to just give some valuable seconds so the Doom was able to escape.
Time for the Doom to escape. TP is being forced down towards the bottom side of the map. I guess this is a fine place for them to be playing at this stage. TA is actually going for a nullifier for herself really early on into the piece again against Nursa. Always feels nice. Okay, you can dispel the reactive taser, so that feels pretty good too. E-Blade. You just want to be able to burst down that Zeus. So it feels fairly solid.
Is the build we're seeing on Techies, like item build wise, kind of common? The 8th lens E-Blade after the... Oh, he's got Kaya, so I guess that's built in the E-Blade, but is that kind of what we see after the Aghanim Shard?
For mid, yes. That's typically the way that they look to do it, but I still feel like the value of the things like Force Staff is going to be pretty huge this game. I know you're going to go into an eventual Nullifier, and even the Demonic Purge doesn't feel that great, but if you could just look to reposition before those heroes are in place, because they're not the ones that are going to be making the initial jump. It's still going to be CK, once he's got that Blink Dagger, making the jump. He's gotten into a Mage Slayer first, though, but again, I feel like this is just securing him time to get the Blink.
Top lane Irving. He's got Undyne nearby. And Phoenix has activated a haste as well, so he's going to be able to connect incredibly fast. The Timber will more than likely go down, but it's just a question of how much do Radiant lose as a response to that. You'll see that Doom's going to trade his life and Jumi as well, but they're not done just yet. Phoenix, he's still got a little bit of the haste, and whoa, look at the hook shot imitator from downtown, stops the escape. Beautifully done. The read from Dire that they could connect fast enough and still protect the Timber.
The dieback on the Timber Source, so he's going to be out of commission for quite some time. Really solid positioning from Undyne this game, though, hasn't it been? I mean, he's going into the Demonic Cleanse from the Aghanim Shard. I guess that's just going to be to prevent the ethereal form onto whatever target gets attacked, even just a little bit of a heal as well, I guess, against the Doom.
So I actually wanted to ask you this next question. Do we know if the Blast Off stun is purged? Because it says the Blast Off is dispellable, but I don't know if that includes the stun now with the shard.
I mean, it would act the same as all stuns, I'm assuming. Like, strong dispel, sure. Soft
Sure,
dispel,
okay.
no.
Oakley dokley. Phoenix wants a Lincoln's pretty close to it as well. So eventual control from the Ursa with the Abyssal Blade. Maybe limited, the Pulverize, the Doom ultimate as well. So they're in a very strong position currently for Team Bright.
Yep.
Building up quite the lead and getting a lot of items picked up as well. And seems like it's just a question of, can Cactus get these items by the next Rose spawn?
They're nowhere close. That's the issue. Like, Doom is about to have the shard. Doesn't feel like it's a big game changer. The Ursa's about to have Blink. That's really the only big item to come through for them next. Whereas you look over on Bright, they got a Blink Dagger coming up at 200 gold. You've got a Linked Sphere now finished on Phoenix going into the Nullifier next. You've got BKB coming in about 1,000 gold. You've got Pipe coming in about 500 gold. You've got Shard coming in about 500 gold. So lots of stuff coming very shortly. It's basically just keeping control over this Aegis Pit, making sure you're not losing it for free against an Ursa lineup, and getting into that next item for yourself. And just using the creeps as your bomb destroyer.
Yeah, it's kind of cool actually. Very well done from Imitator. See, it is a long row spawn though, so a little bit more time to be able to find their farm. I think the one... Ooh, very close.
Yeah,
The one
aggressive time.
thing I'm worried about is Summer's item progression. You compare that between... I mean, if you want to compare it between the carry, then you're 2,000 behind, but really, like, the win condition on the TA, it's not looking ideal here for Summer, so...
Yeah. They feel like they can go with this Blink Dagger on the CK.
It's going to be... Yeah.
Setup,
All right, well, we'll still go down nonetheless. They would... maybe hoping that the Roche was going to spawn pretty shortly with the pick off of them onto anyone, I'd feel.
He's got BKB. You don't want to be popping it right before a potential Roche.
Whoa.
They have no vision of that? No, they have the TA trap in the...
They might go now. With Techies down for 25, that's a big pick off. These guys going to activate a defensive BKB, but Phoenix is dealing a lot of damage from afar. Someone's going to see an opportunity to jump into the middle, but he's going to be caught. Ooh, Summer! Oh my god! Look at the damage, and now he's on Butterfly Effect as well. Ghost Sector's going to be activated. The jump still available. Zeus going to get back to the safety of the base, but Jumi will not be able to have the same fate, and that's enough gold for the pipe. Now for Imitator.
Yeah, and the BKB and working towards the Nullifier. This is the power of that Blink Dagger that I was talking about, right? All you needed was a little bit of that catch. Honestly, on both teams, obviously CK has the stun as part of his kit. And, well, Ursa, he's going to need to get that Basher ASAP. That is going to be what potentially turns this one around. The downside is, unless a fight somehow goes catastrophically for Team Bright, they're the ones that are going to be able to claim that second Aegis.
And we see how they're posturing now as well for Bright after that kind of little skirmish win for them. They've got a great ward, all traps on the entry points to that high ground, and another pick-off now. So Fish King's gone. That's going to be a free roast, I think, without the techies to connect. And now with this Aegis, the map is going to shrink. You've got traps everywhere. You've got wards everywhere. It's going to be so difficult for you to be able to get out of the base.
They're doing their best. I mean, Primal Beast has a Blink Dagger. First item, Blink Dagger on Primal, just to be able to get that Blink catch. Again, that's what they've been lacking, but they were able to push out that mid lane as well. Roshan finally going to spawn with the Aghanim Shard on it. I mean, honestly, it feels like any one of these heroes could take it. SD's obviously got... actually, it might still be SD. He's got Glimmer Cape coming out to him instead.
Fun then. See if they're going to be able to claim Roche beforehand. BKB's just to help secure it. The jump in, TZY finds the Doom. There's going to be no follow-up though. Tim is okay for the moment, and now, oh, Summer just gets blown up even through the Enrage. And now TZY, this could be an early GG. With the status of this game, they are just running through the team fights, and it doesn't even look close.
And they should see the DD bottom as well for Phoenix to be able to pick up. Can look to bottle it right before the push up onto the high ground. They didn't have to use the glyph previously, but top tower's being whacked into. Should be able to get some double value out of it when this next creep wave looks to join in. It's honestly at the stage where you should be pushing 2 lanes at once right now. Like, maybe they're just going to let the creeps do it, cut the wave up top, and just put all of their attention onto that mid lane. Even bots pushing in. Got to get some value out of this glyph. Low. All right.
Middle tower has fallen.
Just objective to the next one.
Yep.
There's nothing that is going to stop Bright. Ultimate's on a cooldown.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, they've got a deep ward there as well.
Undyne's on the front line. So they're going to be able to get the kill into the Shadow Demon. Imitator's ready to jump in, and with a double damage rune, they should just tear apart the Cactus members. Do you have to respect how deep you go inside their own territory? Looks like they're happy with the kill onto TZY, who's feels like a squishy support at this stage of the game with how much damage they are doing on Dire.
Yeah, the massive Pidus certainly doesn't help things, and...
Oh, heart. Oh my lord.
Yeah, that's why Blink Dagger is a good item.
Yeah, Blink is quite the item. Yep. Ooh, all right. And they're just, yeah, they're out the base. Summer and Butterfly Effect want nothing to do with the defense. But it might be a full setter, maybe tier 3 mid. I mean, they still have a glyph. They have TPs, yeah. Zeus has his, Ursa does as well. I ain't gonna stop though, brother.
That's even the shard now finished up for SD as well.
Hard, another jump.
Protection, a little deep on the Imitator underneath the tier 3. Just got a little bit greedy going for a range creep, although how confident does Phoenix feel? 2,000 gold away from that nullifier. Even if he gets onto Zeus at that stage, not going to stop all that much. Couldn't even look to buy an Aeon disc or anything like that for their defensive potential. I'll give him the cleanse now. Oh, there's a regen rune.
They do see Heart alone. BKB still on cooldown the moment for Heart. Going to be up in a couple of seconds here. They're going to be able to get the initiation and the follow-up. A lot of burst potential when we see the techies is able to spell cast, and Butterfly Effect is over to the other side as well. So that's Heart down for 70 seconds, and that'll probably be the full duration of Aegis soon to expire, but...
So the question I was about to ask you before that death was, is there anything else that you think Team Bright could be doing to just close this one out? I'll give you a hint. It's you.
Hang on a second. Imitator. Oh, we found the Zeus. He got both of them. Defensive E-Blade's going to be able to keep him alive for the moment. They're doing a good job to hold Phoenix into place, but they couldn't break the cogs. Down goes the Zeus, and now Phoenix, he's going to have a free fight. There's no concern for the Templar Assassin. Summer's going to try and make quick work of Undyne, but he has to commit further into the middle to do so. Jumi, it's an ambitious attempt to charge through into the blink away, but TZY will not be able to escape as well. And it's just one by one, they end up going down. What a start to the fight from the Clockwork, getting two trapped inside the cogs.
How did they even catch them? Was it a TA trap that scouted them out?
Maybe, yeah.
Because I was just thinking, like, probably the one thing that you could have really been wanting out of that was a gem, so that you don't die underneath vision like that. And, well, they don't have it, but if you have got a TA trap, at least you've got a little bit of vision yourself. There's going to be the position 5 Primal Beast being taken out. There's going to be no buybacks to be able to defend against this second last Rax. And, yep, they just call the GG and instantly get on out. It's, again, a little bit unfortunate for Butterfly Effect. He finishes 8, 3, and 7. I thought he got a lot more out of that mid lane than he probably had any right to against a TA. Yes, TA still farms, but that's what TAs do. And yeah, really felt like this, I guess you could call the techies a little bit more standard of a support combination, but certainly not the Primal Beast. It wasn't able to provide that reliable lockdown. It felt like you really need a BKB to get the true value out of this hero.
It's unfortunate as well, because game 1 was so goddamn crazy and so close, and then game 2 just it was sad to see we didn't have really an even game, because I thought overall we were going to go game 3, and I thought it was going to be a very competitive follow-up couple of games as well, but this one just looked like a completely different team. It looked like Bright just outclassed them.
It did, and you know, maybe that game 1 broke them mentally as well. We know the value of emotional damage. It is a very significant thing, and I mean, it was a great Shadow Demon pick as well. We do have to say that.
And I have a lot of props given to Heart. I was concerned on the pick. I was very worried they had a lot of AoE damage to address the CK Phantasm, but he bodied his lane. Doom got nothing out of it. In fact, he got solo killed as well at some stage, so that was just, he had such a great time. You asked for the blink and we saw it come out, and it was a great item pickup as well, because he was just jumping super aggressively, looking to try and get that easy pick off, and then to even have just a stun so the TA could follow up as well and maybe blow someone else up. So I was really, really impressed with Heart. I, again, was very hesitant about this Chaos Knight pick, but he very much proved me wrong. 12, 4, and 9 from him. Everyone played great. I was
good enough to be MVP, or is that 13, 0, 15 TA, 28 out of the 29 kills? Is that going to be enough to get Phoenix the MVP?
I think Phoenix, yeah. The rotations we saw out of the TA as well, like just some of those power runes when he was moving across the map. I think the one that really stands out for me in particular was that top one where they used the Doom on Irving, and then we saw the TA just beeline with the haste across the map to connect. We even saw him getting involved down bottom very early on as well. So, yeah, Phoenix had a great performance here for the TA, and I think well deserving of the MVP. And now for Bright, they're going to jump up to 3-1. So that means Cactus are 2-2 now. And again, that was a big series considering Cactus, they are still yet to verse Piggy Killer. And with the rate that Piggy Killer are on, and Cactus not being at full form yet, that is, got to say, favoring Piggy Killer, which could potentially be another loss, and then bumping Bright even further up.
Goes all the way back to the open qualifiers, doesn't it? Or the closed qualifiers, rather. The top 2 in that were Piggy Killer and Team Bright, with, of course, Cactus down towards the bottom end of that. So I think Cactus have been able to get some pretty important wins on the board. You know, I don't really think they're a team that's at risk of relegation. Maybe that changes based off of the first series result today, with now how many teams? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams are on 2 wins across the board, which is kind of crazy to see. Just IG Vitality and we call him Lonely Rock and Roll, but Bocce the Rock sitting in last place. And well, we get to see the schedule coming up on the next broadcast as well. It is going to be 2 of those teams down towards the bottom side starting us off, IG Vitality and Cactus, and Team Bright, they're going to be wanting to continue to cement themselves as one of the favorites to be able to go up to Division 1.
Yeah, so again, some important series for different reasons. Like you said, towards the top, towards the bottom. So those need to see if they can separate themselves, because we are kind of getting a bit of a middle of the pack here over in Division 2 for China, but it's going to be another day that we are done. Well, that game one was a big highlight for me of the day overall. The back and forth that we got, the 71 minutes craziness, and the bright comeback in the end. So that was definitely a nice game to be able to witness, and it was difficult to keep up with sometimes. Unfortunately, we weren't able to replicate that in the follow-up game though.
It is what it is. So we've got how many days? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days till the patch. Get hype.
And it's the end of week 2 as well, actually. This is our last day here for our second week. So we only have one more week left in the China region. That week's going to consist of 4 days, though. So a lot of series still remain to determine who will be those 2 teams promoted to Division 1 and who will be those 2 teams relegated out Division 2. We're going to be done, though, for tonight. We'll see you guys back in a couple of days for some more China Division 2 action.
Watch more. Earn more. Troll TV.